Bum-ba-da-da-dum-bum-bum.
Good
Isn't it nice to
old
see Elvis
Dalton.
turn up in this film, just like he turned up in his film Elvis?
In the end credits,
Yeah, there he was,
he was
Yeah.
just there
doing his Elvis
being
thing.
Elvis. We had to end. At least the film wasn't a total loss then. Like, oh, you had an Elvis song at the end credits, I guess. My
That
favorite
was
character was
strange.
Charles.
That was everyone's favorite character. No, wait,
It's
Charles. Which
like
one was that?
that was
don't
the,
even
that was
remember.
that was the pen.
No, that was Steve, you idiot.
That's
Steve. Steve was my favorite character. I love. It says a lot that a movie that was 6 hours long, or at least it felt like it, with all of these characters in it, and my favorite person to see on screen is a pen.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Yeah.
there
They really did a great job writing.
was literally
Yeah.
no reason for us
Well, the
not to
pen
get
did.
started. Everyone knows all you guys. So, should we do
All
the
right.
thing where we all give an overview, or should we go right into it? What do you reckon?
Overview, we generally do the whole, hey, what'd you think? And, like 50 words or less.
Gary just said too
Yeah.
late, already forgot the movie. No, we have like an hour or so left before
Really
everyone
already
forgets this ever
forgot the
happened.
movie.
We've nearly
There's
there.
like a dragon and it's a baby.
You know how hard it is to keep this movie in my brain, Mauler? Do you know
I
the
know. Well,
strain
people
it
watched
takes?
it in cinema, got in their cars, started driving. They were like, "Man, Shazam! Did he do red light, green?
Did that come
light?
out
There's
yet?
the cars. Wait, did I see a movie today? Like what?
Where
what's
am
happening?
I? Why am I in this bus in the middle of the night going home? I don't know what is happening.
Scared.
Where is everyone?
I watched the movie last night, and ever since then, I've put little quirks in my ears so that I don't forget the movie, so the
Yeah, you don't
memories
want it to
don't
fall
like
out of your
leak out
head. Yeah.
during the night. Yeah, so I should be good.
Muller wears as. Listen, if you watch the stream that he did, he explained he literally just couldn't. He couldn't watch the movie. He just couldn't bring himself to do it. So,
Wow.
it's a tough one to watch this one. But as has been said by plenty, as far as I know, that it's okay. It's okay. That's what I've heard.
Yeah, see, I told myself that when I thought about it a day later. It's like, I think that was okay. And then I started to think about it more. It's like, oh no, that movie is garbage.
I will say, I'm a little bit baffled. I'm surprised that you would have thought it was just sort of okay.
Well, should we do our blurbs then?
Yeah, sure.
Define the order, Fringy. Go.
Right to left.
Right, Meme, you're up.
That's fun.
Yeah, this film, it's like I don't. I came out of the theater like it was lukewarm, and as it's gone along, it's kind of cooled into like I just don't have any feelings whatsoever. I'm the neutral planet in the sense that I just have no ability to feel anything for this
It's one of those
film
kinds
beyond.
of movies,
Yeah, it's so hard to even. I just remember there was a lot of things in it that I was really raising my eyebrow at, and I knew as I was as I left the theater, I knew they're gonna fall apart. And but the thing is, in order for them to fall apart, I need to remember what happened, and I'm struggling at the moment. My brain knows it watched this film and remembers some of the bits some of the ideas it liked and some of the moments that it liked, but it doesn't really remember that much about it. So that's how I experience this film. It seems to be a film of amnesia, and of just it doesn't leave an impression really. It's just kind of
All right. Which next up would be Rags.
Oh my goodness, what a worthless dog shit movie. I hated it pretty much all the way through. There was nothing of any value in here. There was there was a moment in this movie where I was just sort of amazed that these are the kinds of scripts that get many millions of dollars thrown at them, and they like film, they hire actors, they edit and they do post-production and they have CGI and they have all this stuff. Like this is a full-fledged movie, And all of that money and time and effort got poured into this script, and it made me kind of sad. This movie
Aw.
sucks. It's way
Alright.
worse than the first Shazam. And the first Shazam's bad, but this one is like a whole new level of bad.
Metal.
Yeah, for me it was same with Meme in the beginning. I was like, oh, I watched the movie. Oh, the end credit scenes when it was always like, oh, I don't care, I need to get my bus so I don't have to wait an hour to get home. So I think there were some. It probably doesn't matter anyway because all that movie doesn't count to anything anyway because we're doing the reboot soon, right?
Yeah?
Unless they keep that.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
I don't know. I still don't exactly know how that
With the
reboot
box
is gonna
office
work.
numbers of this film.
They're probably not gonna keep it. No.
No.
So yeah, and I just kind of went home. Then we had to do some other stuff. There was 3 a.m. I had to sleep. Then I had a whole day of work. And then I started thinking about the movie again. I was like, oh, that was bad. That was bad. That was bad. Had a pen in it. That was fun.
Hmm.
It was a fun pen that was in there. Didn't talk, so that was very good. The movie's completely tonally fucked. I don't know what the movie's like. Oh, I'm so sad, and it's like, no, I'm gonna do stupid quote unquote jokes, and it's like, okay. Oh no, this person died. We're gonna forget about that.
I think legally they can be considered jokes. They're
Yeah, I
clear
guess so.
there, yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, oh, we're gonna focus on these two Shazams, but we forget about the other one. They don't matter. Family.
What's so powerful about it?
There you go.
All right, I guess that's up to me. I have been graced with seeing this film, I think 3 times at this point. It'd be safe to put it that way, just because that's how
Why?
I end up doing that. But you'll know why when we go through this.
Yeah,
I know everything about this film. And I'm gonna be able to fucking delete all that information once this stream is complete and everything's recorded.
Hooray!
Upon first viewing, was getting more and more frustrated just watching it at the cinema. I'm so sad to see such lame fucking writing tactics throughout this film. So many shit excuses to get away with doing all kinds of things that people want to do, and the sort of approach with almost every payoff is that it's either incredibly poorly supported or it's subverted seconds later because they're just trying to drain every last piece of emotional value out of this IP before it crashes and burns forever. So yeah, I don't think it's very good. Upon digging deeper and deeper, some people say like, oh, you can nitpick apart any film if you dig deeper. Some films improve. This is not one of those. Not even close.
What?
It
I
got
thought you were going to tell
real
us
bad.
it's going to be amazing.
And you know what?
This film is
Sometimes
staggeringly
we end up
bad.
saying, oh, at least the CG and the performances and the soundtrack are all real good. Didn't really like the soundtrack, and some of the performances were incredibly distracting to the point where I was like, wow, you got away with that? Okay.
Magic fire.
Die! There's a lot. We'll go through it. But yeah, really bad. Really, really stinky bad. Stringy,
Stinky.
what do you think?
Yeah, Shazam Fury of the Gods is pretty terrible. I think it's almost gonna sort of skirt by on the perception of being lame. Like that it's a lame, boring movie that nobody really is gonna care about in a week. But it's terrible. It pretty much suffers from like all of the writing problems that you can have. It is like, yeah, it's really bad. Yeah, those are my thoughts. All right, next.
All right, Cap to close it out.
It's a dumb movie. It's not good at all. It's quite bad, in fact. But I didn't hate it as much as you guys did. I thought there were a couple things where I'm like, maybe that was okay. Maybe. I'm sure that the more I think about it, it will fall apart even further. But
Yep.
I didn't hate it
Yes.
as much as some recent superhero films like Ant-Man and such. Though I guess it might have been more disappointing than Ant-Man Quantumania because I didn't come away from Ant-Man thinking there was even the possibility of a good movie in there. Whereas this felt like there was some opportunities they had that they totally wasted, especially the ending. That really left a sour taste.
Yeah, we can talk about that.
We'll get there.
We can
Oh.
get to that.
That's the worst part of the movie for me because there's something that they almost do that would have won me over a lot. I wouldn't have thought it was good, but it would have won me over quite a bit. And then they undid it.
You'd
in
have
the
said they
lamest way
had testicles, but then you had to take that
Yeah.
away.
Yeah, they did not have
Yeah.
testicles in this movie. No
Don't
testicles to be
don't like
found.
taking away testicles.
Oh,
No
No,
so-
no one likes
cojones.
doing it. Sometimes it has to be done. It's not a good movie, and I wouldn't recommend it to anybody.
There you go.
Yeah, I think when Fringy said that people will stop talking about this in a week, as I think you're
That
being
might have been
generous.
overstating it.
I
Yeah,
think that
this
it'll
is nobody,
like 4
nobody
days
cares
from now, people will
We
give
gotta,
This,
we gotta hurry.
uh,
It could be the next few minutes, like I said.
yeah.
Like chat just start. What are you talking about? Wait, when did that come out?
Yeah, this
I
movie's
think I
like
saw
an
someone say that
avocado.
we were just upset because Dwayne Johnson wasn't in it. Black Adam is better than this film.
Oh,
Black
that's
Adam is
see the-
absolutely better
that's
than
with.
this film.
Well, does anyone here think this film was better than Black Adam?
I haven't seen Black Adam.
Loser.
I
Oh.
don't
I don't
remember
know.
Black Adam enough to say, honestly.
Pierce
I
Brosnan
couldn't even
and
tell you.
the Falcon
so-
guy alone.
I was
just
talking to Shad
enough.
about it on Az's stream, right? And Shad was like, "No, Wrath of the Gods is Fury." So, Fury of the Gods is better. And then I said, "Dude,
Oh,
like
that's
I don't like
madness.
anything in Fury of the Gods as much as I like Doctor Fate." And he literally went, "Oh yeah, okay."
Yeah,
Well, yeah,
Yeah, and
Doctor
the Hawkman
Fate
was alright too, but yeah, Dr. Fate was carrying that movie pretty hard.
I think that just the idea, even though it was really terribly executed, the concept of Black Adam's like character past, that's something. You know, like
I
that's
think
something.
I had more to say in terms of him having a coherent like story than most of everything in Phase 4. Like him as Black Adam as a character, which is kind of mind blowing. So, it gets a
Oh, and I mean, and I guess in terms of comparing it to this film feels right out of like Phase 4 of the MCU.
yes, it does.
Well, it would fit in snugly. Yeah.
It would
Yeah.
fit in very well. Yeah. If you put Marvel Studios Shazam Fury of the Gods on it, I think it'd just be like, oh yeah, it's just another fucking terrible Marvel movie.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and can you believe it? We've finally seen repercussions. I put it in the title. We'll probably talk about it peppered through, maybe more at the beginning, more at the end. Who knows? But DC, the state of it and the state of superheroes at the box office is starting to get very interesting.
Well, yes, Ant-Man
Oh,
and the
yes.
Wasp: Quantumania is probably going to lose money. This film,
Damn.
like, who knows what this one's going to look like? Well, I think Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania may not break 500 million, which is less than the first Ant-Man made, which was over nearly a decade ago on a lower budget.
So and that was shocking, surprising in terms of how it's all going. Shazam's doing way worse.
Shazam is opening a lot lower, and it's another case of it costs more money to make. So
It's like barely 30 million or something.
30 million domestic opening weekend, which
Yeah.
is not good for a $100 million like production.
Been paying attention to what the director's been saying these past leading up weeks. You've known this film was doomed. He knew too.
Yes, he even seems to have known.
Oh, I missed
Yeah.
that. What's he been saying?
Oh, I think he went on Reddit and basically said, like, someone was saying, oh, yeah, damn, like, the numbers, hey, and I think he basically said something along the lines of, yeah, I kind of knew that this was happening, but I got paid. Like, that was kind of the, that was basically
Not
the
to mention
message.
him begging on Twitter for people to go and watch this film. It's like,
And then there was the tweet as well where, like, because they revealed that Wonder Woman was going to be in it in, like, a commercial that was playing on television. And he's just like, oh, yeah, damn, like, big spoilers out there for the film. Like, if you don't want to see spoilers, like, don't go on, like, forums or watch television, I guess, or something like that.
Also, I was saying on, I can't remember if this was open bar or not, but I was saying, like, why the fuck wasn't she in the marketing? And the answer was,
Right.
well, do you really think that was an accidental leak? And it's like, well, no, just market it with her at that point. Why?
Yeah.
Like, why do sneaky leaky? Like, just market. Go. And,
But I mean, what is that even worth? You know,
so
her being in
remember
the
they
film?
did it with Spider-Man, okay? When they were like, look, the Rhino, he's gonna fight the Rhino. Look how cool that is. And then we saw you could have just. I'm surprised they didn't take that cheap shot of being like, Wonder Woman's in this movie. Come see it. Come on.
Oh, shit.
Please, for the love of
You'll
God,
love
come
her.
Please
in
keep us
Fury of
alive.
the
Let us keep
Gods.
the lights on. Good God.
Uh,
So yeah, I don't know. But in any case, we should probably get on with talking about the film, the story.
Yeah, we need to. This will take a while.
It will.
Oh, God.
Uh,
God, why?
And
I
you
should
know
have just
what?
said no.
Myself, Rags, and Friggy did a good. We refamiliarized ourselves with the first Shazam before seeing this one, and my God,
I
they
saw
do
it for the
not.
first time.
They wish the first Shazam didn't exist.
Yep.
In this film, so
Yeah, they
it
do.
gets in the way of the story several times. Like, oh shit, yeah, that's the rule we set before. Fuck. Like, well, now it's a different rule. Shut up. And it's like, oh, okay. We'll get to them examples as well. But I'm just saying, and yes, I don't know if it's controversial anymore or not, but we all thought it was terrible. The first one too.
It's really
Yes,
bad.
it
It ain't
was.
as bad as this film, no way. But
not as bad as this one.
Yeah, that's the only positive that the first Shazam has, is that it's not as bad as its sequel.
But I'm afraid EFAP was EFAP going when the first Shazam came out, or did we just not care
yeah,
about
but
it?
we wouldn't have.
Yeah, it's weird how things roll out, because it's like, I think some people are like, why are you even covering this? And it's like, I actually find this interesting in terms of the this is a big sort of checkpoint in terms of the downfall of superheroes at the box office. This one's a big one.
This
The
and
bellwether.
Ant-Man. And it will be
Yes.
very interesting to see what it looks like for both Marvel and DC for the rest of the year, and especially how it looks compared to other films that are coming out this year.
So, we open with a wonderful Helen Mirren and Lucy Liu approaching a museum. And it's funny because they walk up. I mean, you don't even see them first. You see that the staff from the first film in two pieces is in a display case, and a guy is like talking about it in Greece. That alone is already just like, fucking what? And I think a lot of people will be like, well, what? What's the problem? And it's like, did you see the first movie? Like,
well,
why is that staff in Greece?
The explanation that he provides is that they found it in like rubbish, like they found it at a dump.
well,
like
so
it was
to
on
be
its way
just
to the
to
dump.
give everyone a refresher, they fought the big bad guy who had that staff in the first film in some like fair in Philadelphia.
In Philadelphia,
and he snapped the thing in half by breaking it with over his knee and dropped it to the floor. And so they're like, how did it end up in Greece? And he's like, well, that's where I dropped it, so that's where its journey started. That is the line. That is it.
That's where I dropped it?
Cool.
Yeah, how did it get to Greece? Well, I dropped it in Philadelphia, so that's where the journey started.
Okay, so we're on the right planet.
You managed to nail the planet.
I mean, cosmically speaking, we're almost home.
Yeah.
So, I guess... I don't know.
You know what? I'm not convinced, okay?
This is the first of countless examples of just, wow, you didn't give a shit. You just...
Why did it
No, they
need to be in Greece?
I don't know.
Why did
they
it
could
need
have
to be
stolen
in-
it from Philadelphia or some
Yeah,
museum
it
in
could have been-
America.
They're Greek gods.
Oh,
goddesses.
okay.
That's it. That's
Definitely. I could tell by looking at them that these are Greek gods.
Yeah, apparently it broke 3 trash compactors. That's what they say as well.
What?
Mhm.
So, like, basically, rubbish people picked it up, threw it in trash compactors. It
Well, we
broke
don't
the
know.
machines.
Calm down, Mahler. We don't know anything
Hey,
about
I can
it.
infer
and
plenty, okay?
They were
That's
probably
what they
fine
have to think
people.
about. There was a big battle at this fair. You would imagine that police and stuff showed up, and somehow the magic stuff ended up just in the
trash.
dump.
Yeah.
Like,
This also means that, I guess, Mark Strong, when he talked to the police, or any of the Shazamites, none of them, like,
Shazamites.
discussed... None of them mentioned this magic staff with his
Oh, they have a
wizard
line for that, Rex.
power and-
Don't worry,
Yeah.
they
Oh,
explain
okay.
it.
they do have a
They
line for
say,
that, that's
what
right.
the fuck,
Explain.
Shazam? You left the staff there? And he says, no, we all left the staff there.
which is true.
Oh,
You all left
it
the
is
stuff
true.
there.
That is true.
But
So-
my
Yeah,
god,
that is... Yeah, true.
my god. Wow.
Yet
Wait,
another fantastic example of if the writers if we suggested this to each other as part of the story, the other people would be like, funny. What's the actual thing? What are we actually writing? That's not anything. What are you doing? It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's all right. It sounds kind of funny, and we'll move right along. Like, oh, okay. So
does that? Sorry, really quick. Does this mean that they put it in 2 separate trash compactors and it broke both? And he's like, you know what? Third time's the charm.
third time. Let's try.
Throw it one more. That'll do it, I'm sure.
Bring
And then-
bring out our best trash compactor for this
Yeah.
one. Only our finest of trash compactors.
Well,
They
the
called,
budget's really
they
gone
called
up.
they called Batman for a special
Is
version.
Bat Compactor.
Bat compactor, yeah.
It's just so funny to see it there in that way. You're just like, that none of this should have happened. And just like, shut up. You got a new story to tell. You're like, okay, fine. I guess we'll just move right along. So you have these 2 gods that have entered the room. You're like, oh shit, they are. I mean,
Oh wow!
you can. I think it's funnier to know this ahead of time. They are the daughters of Atlas. You're like, oh, that sounds pretty cool as a title, I guess. And one of them has the power of elements, which sounds like just all powers then or something. But it just means
Yeah,
that
like
she.
ice. She can make ice. She can
Well-
make fire. She could blow wind. Maybe she could use like lightning.
What do you say?
you know,
we just see her use
she can throw
telekinesis. That's about it.
Oh, that's not
and
an
then,
element.
oh, and melt some steel.
Yeah, she.
That's heat. That's like fire.
That's
But do
elemental.
you remember
I
when she
suppose.
he pierces like a big line to make a platform around them. It's like, what's that exactly? It's just like, I don't know.
That's the element of
The element of cutting
surprise.
through
Cutting
concrete, I guess.
pizza cutter with my
Yeah.
finger. So yeah, she's got the shit tons of power, and the other one is Lucy, because that's Helen Mirren. The other one's Lucy Liu, and she has the power of chaos. And you
Greek
might be
god
thinking,
Lucy Liu.
whoa.
Oh,
I'm not
what's
calling
that?
them by whatever their names are. I'm calling them by their actresses. Okay.
What is her character's name? Is it
Lucy Liu is Calypso. Helen Mirren is Athera or something. I don't.
Athena?
No, it's not Athena.
Oh.
I can't
Sure,
remember her
something.
name. The other one is Anthea. I only remember
What?
that because of the stupid.
Maybe her
Anne
name's
plot point.
Helen.
We'll call, like I said, I'm calling them Helen and Lucy.
That's a
okay?
Greek name.
Helen and Lucy.
Lucy is the
Putting
god
on
of
a train.
chaos, and you're thinking to yourselves like, "Ooh, what are the powers?" And it's like one power. One power. Okay, what's the power? You can go up to people and tell them to do a thing, and they'll do it with like mind control.
That
That's
can be
about
used
it,
for
yeah.
chaos.
I mean, it's
guess.
just not what comes to your mind first with the god of chaos. You're like, okay,
Well, the third chick's powers seem more like chaos than like
Yeah.
rearranging the world. That seems kind of chaotic.
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
I've got thoughts on her powers, but we'll get there.
Oh, I'm sure we
Yeah.
all
yes,
do.
we all do.
That power is
Like, where's
interesting.
the image of those fuckers? I have one. There they are. Beautiful. So, yeah, Lucy Liu, that's the only power she has when she doesn't have the staff. And I was just like, that's so lame. I mean, it's a really good power. Like, it's really useful and strong, but
Mhm.
how does that make you the god of chaos? What does that have to do with anything?
It does all kind of chaos. You can say,
She's-
do chaos, and they all shit themselves.
Oh,
That's what I would
chaotic.
do with that power.
Because she's going to be the bad one. That's why.
Yeah. Well, like in that opening scene, it's the closest it gets to being chaos because at least when she whispers into the ear, the other people start whispering into other people's ears, and it's kind of this pile up. That's the closest it gets, and I don't think they do that.
I think that
again.
was the
She
most
just kind of
interesting thing she does with the power throughout the whole film.
yeah.
Right at the beginning, she the security guard goes to stop him, and then she whispers in his ear, and then he like goes rabid and jumps on someone and whispers in their ear, and that it's like a zombie infection, but with that.
Oh yeah, that
style.
never happens again.
Yeah,
That's
never
Yeah,
happens
I
again.
thought that would be like that would be like the plot was they had to. Oh no, there's a bunch of crazy people and we got to stop them. But that just ends, and instead we do something else, as we'll discover later, which is definitely way cooler.
But like
But,
that on its
Yeah.
own is a way more interesting movie. Like a
Oh,
virus
yeah.
that's spread via
yeah.
speech, and it will,
and
you know,
and our
mystical.
heroes can't kill the people because they're under a spell, right?
Yes.
You have to stop the spellcaster so the spell breaks. Really classic shit, really basic. Oh, we can't use our powers to kill them. We have to come up with ways to wrangle them or to capture them or something. But we don't want them to talk in our ears, so we better get some cotton balls or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Works. Yeah.
So something really happens. Something really funny happens that
We're in Greece, by the way, everyone. This is in
Yes.
Greece. This is all
I actually
happening
forgot
wait,
that
that
was in
in the
museum
Greece.
country
was
of
in
Greece.
Until you guys said it, this
museum
is
was in-
Greece. It's like, oh,
There are
okay.
things that you just won't pick up while watching the
That
film,
is-
and I think they rely on that.
Yeah, it's so dumb because they just don't need to say it's in Greece. Just make it in America. It's like, what?
Everybody's
wait.
Philly.
We
Philadelphia.
fly.
Greek gods.
like
Let's go to Greece.
the first scene of the movie is them flying over the Parthenon where the Acropolis is,
Yeah.
and I just got like flashbacks from the Snyder Cut. I'm like, oh my gosh, we're back. This is a classic
actually thought,
location from the Snyder Cut.
When I first saw this, I was like, "Ooh, I wonder if they will be dropping in Diana into this, at least peppered in through the story. Like it'll open with her discovering some disturbance, and then she's trapped in something, and because I was like, it's going to be difficult to account. Wonder Woman's in this film, but she obviously isn't going to be able to be a big part of
Well,
it because she'll annihilate
problem is,
bad guys.
it was probably never a possibility because she's too expensive.
Oh yeah, very expensive.
Like she wasn't
Well,
even
the
on
high
step
tech-
with everyone else.
No, she was.
Oh, didn't a photo just come out of her?
Yeah, but the
fully
director
doubled?
said that she was there and that they
Oh,
filmed
okay.
with her.
Oh, in that case, I was there too.
well, so the stunt double might have been for that dream sequence.
I think he said, yeah, it was.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense.
That they used her for the dream sequence.
Oh,
Get to
what
that
a
too.
waste of money.
But anyway, this split staff is in a glass case, and Helen Mirren walks up to it, and she
Inside
goes,
a glass case, inside
Yes.
a museum, outside of the Acropolis where the Parthenon is.
and she goes to grab it like any normal person would, and she hits her hand on the pane, and she's like, and she tries again and again and again and again,
At
and I was just
first-
like, what the fuck is going on? Like,
So at first I was thinking they didn't understand the concept of glass.
yeah.
Like they didn't know, they thought it was like
Yeah.
a force field or something. It was, oh my god, it's like ants. It's like the movie Ants when there's a sandwich in the plastic bag and the ant wants to get it, but he thinks there's a force field around the sandwich. This is a really clever reference to the film
What is
Ants
this
with a
hard
Z.
air?
It's hard there.
Something kind of unreal as far as I was concerned. I didn't realize. And then her and Lucy Liu have to work together to tip the glass pane case over, and it smashes on the floor. Then they don't break it or cast any kind of spell. It's literally just a cover that has apparently got no like link to the
Adhesive?
case. Sort of, yeah. It can lift up, and they do that, and then they're like, "Yeah, we got it." It's like, okay, that's
Alrighty.
the coolest thing you can think of, I guess. Fine. Then they pick up a piece each. Yes, and it does something to him, and I was like, is that supposed to be a signal that it's giving them powers?
I think so.
So did they have
Yeah.
powers before then, or were they?
No, I think
mean, they
the
flew
idea was because it's broken. No, because the stat. No, wait,
Wasn't
hang
their
on. It
power
doesn't
was
make any
stolen
sense.
from them, right?
I'm-
Their power
oh,
was stolen
God.
from
Hang on,
them.
I'm trying
Okay.
to
I just
arrange.
just try to. It's they had their powers stolen from them, right?
We got
That
a
was
lot
the
of
whole-
mechanics
Yeah,
to
but-
talk
but
through
that's-
here.
But that was because
Ugh.
the staff exists, right? That all sealed them in. That was
Yeah,
the reason.
I don't know if you want me to.
Stuff
Should we do the
broke.
lore dump
Oh,
now
no.
so that people can understand what the hell is
maybe it'd be
happening?
worthwhile
I
before they get
guess
tangled, so
Okay,
let's
so
do
doesn't
that.
when they
You
touched
have-
it, they got
You
it
have the
back.
gods in the god realm doing god things, and then humanity, and the gods kind of think humanity is shit, whatever, beat them up, slave them, whatever. And then one day, Atlas is like, man, some of these gods shouldn't have powers, and some of them should have more powers, so I'm going to make a big old staff that can do that specifically. And then, unfortunately, the humans did an uprising, and some human wizards, that's how they call it, steal the staff, and they steal all of the gods' powers, and I guess killed them, or a lot of them, and then locked the remaining gods in their realm in a big old sphere.
So how does this affect the continuity of like the stuff we learned in Wonder Woman? Like of like Zeus and
I think that they are banking on you
Huh.
not remembering any
Yeah.
of that.
The fact that this staff apparently has Zeus's power in it, it's like, wait, Zeus, the Zeus that Ares killed in
yeah.
Wonder Woman? Like,
That's
the
right.
Zeus that made Wonder Woman with lightning or whatever. He used all of his powers to create Wonder Woman or whatever.
yeah, and someone just said, didn't Ares kill all the gods? Just like, I don't know anymore. I don't
far as I know.
Also a good point.
Because the thing is, like, Wonder Woman is in here and she recognizes this place is important to us. It's like, so you do share continuity, right? They're like, sure, we sure do.
Man, now that you mention
Hey,
this,
man,
it just makes
maybe
me
Ares teamed up
realize.
with the wizard.
It just makes me realize I've seen most of these movies and I remember fuck all about them. They're all
Can't
so
imagine
forgettable.
why. Yeah.
I haven't seen Ares team up with wizards since that Harry Potter film. Yeah,
Werewolf Ares.
Yeah.
there we go.
And I guess the next part in terms of the relevance of the stuff is that when they broke it in Shazam, that was like the thing that broke the barrier that allowed these two to get in to like Earth,
Yeah.
so that they could go get the stuff.
So
How long has that staff been a barrier?
for a long time, long enough that the fucking wizard should have mentioned it.
And when it
The
got
wizard
mended,
should have mentioned a
that
lot of
didn't-
things.
When the stuff gets mended a lot later in the film, it doesn't seem to work in that same way anymore, I guess.
It'd be so great if someone was like, why didn't the wizard say anything? And one of the writers just like, because we made that up.
Wow, I hadn't thought of that in the first movie.
That
We
shit
lost
didn't
all of our
exist.
notes, and also we forgot the previous films we made, just like everyone else.
A wizard did it.
Because I was that I've already lost in this plot. I know.
I'm so glad that you are. We're in Greece, by the way.
We're still in the
in a
first scene,
museum.
just trying to give all the backstory
by
to
the
make this make
Acropolis
some
where the
sense.
Parthenon is.
The thing is, they need to repower up this staff to allow it to do its thing. That's going to be their next quest. So how do they get powers from it?
How do they
I
get
don't know.
powers from the staff?
Yeah, because
Well,
they
yeah,
seem
'cause
to
you
get
figure
powered up
it's-
by it.
it's-
Yeah,
It's
they get a little bit of
non-functional.
juice.
It
doesn't
it
work.
broke.
Yeah,
The
a
whole
little bit of
point-
juice.
Well, the whole
Yeah, I
point
guess
was that
so.
it got
Yeah.
broke in the 1st
Mhm.
one, but and that like affected something.
The barrier.
It broke the barrier between their worlds, Rags. Come on.
Yeah, keep up.
Because
Because
there
that's
is a
how it works, but the
yeah,
wizard
there
never told like Billy
Wait,
about any
God.
of that.
remember,
Because remember, the
yes,
wizard didn't tell Billy basically anything in the first
anything.
film.
No.
And he shits on him for that. Like,
He was all
the
like
wizard
cryptic
shits
and
on Billy
everything.
for that.
Even though he never told him any of this.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Wait,
yeah,
so I guess
what
the
I'm trying to
I guess
highlight is the wizard staff breaking seems to breaking the spell cast with the very staff to hold the barrier. The barrier breaks. Like, okay, I understand all of that. Those two don't have powers, but they draw their powers back from the staff when it's
Yeah, it's
broken
like-
before they fix it? Question mark.
So I guess
Doesn't
the
make any
power
sense,
was hidden
but
in there?
It had a little bit of juice left.
So how
right?
did they get here without powers?
It fell.
The
Uh,
barrier
to
broke,
Earth.
so they walked, I guess.
But there's
They
no.
walked to
It's a
Earth.
giant space island where they live.
No, I know,
Yeah.
I know.
I don't know how they got to Earth, period.
Because
Yeah,
remember,
no, I
the
don't know either.
only way that we see people getting to that realm later is through those magic doors in the place that they don't have access to.
Oh god, that's even stupider in terms of writing. But yeah, it couldn't have been that. They say that they didn't do that. So yeah, they just walked here somehow.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, see what I mean? Like
Good
the
job.
whole thing has absolutely crumbled, and we're like 2 seconds in.
We just don't know anything about anything. Like space and time and continuity and the stakes or anything that's happening. We have no clue what's going on. Like,
They're
nothing
incredibly
matters.
fast and loose with the magic. They don't want to deal with it at all.
Yeah. So
Well, you said that they'd rely on us not remembering the first Shazam. I think that they rely on you not remembering previous scenes in this very film.
Yes.
as it goes along.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it.
that's fair. So yeah, the mind control thing is spreading around the whole room. Everyone's screaming and running, and like I said, it's kind of a neat power, but I don't know if it has anything to do with.
Well, and it also
have to
seems
read
to
up on the
lead to a
god.
bit of a dead end in terms of like a scene that's playing out, because then they turn everybody into stone.
Well,
Yeah.
before that, we have a
In
guy
my
run at her
world.
with a baton, and I thought it was really funny. He does a little flippy flap with it before he attacks her, like a
Yeah.
flourish with his baton while people are
Yeah.
screaming and dying, presumably. It's just like, what are you doing, man?
He knows
He's
why
like-
he's here. He's here to. Oh man, he's been waiting. He's been practicing with this baton.
He's like an
at
old woman
home.
I can hit. Yes.
Woo!
Like, oh yeah, finally I can be a security guard.
And so he runs up to him, and then
My
we
father
see-
was a security guard before me, and his father before him, and now I'm gonna prove myself and honor the family name by beating up this woman with this baton, just like I've practiced.
and he doesn't even get to do it because
He doesn't even.
Hellman grabs him with telekinesis. It's definitely a like this is her power sort of moment. Just like, okay, it's pretty amazing too. She's got the 0-point energy power that Syndrome has. You just go when you're just stuck and you can't do anything.
Yep. Remember, she can just freeze people. She can just put people on pause.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's a power that she has. Remember this for later, potentially.
And yeah, some other guy then runs up to it like, please just let me go. And then she goes, ah, blah, 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 and like a statue of Atlas turns to sand or dust, whatever, and it goes on everybody and turns everyone in the room to stone.
That's like
Yep.
a elemental power, kind of.
I'm
it's a
pretty
power
sure
we
that
never see
guy was,
again.
that guy was from Peacemaker, I think.
Really?
The guy working in that music, I recognize him, and I'm pretty sure he's in that show.
So
I guess
canonically,
that's
is that
some,
character just dead now?
Yeah, I guess that's some
Okay.
continuity though, right? At least. Hey, this is a universe where like characters interact with other characters. There's
I
not going to be
promise.
any point in this film where you're like, where's Superman or Wonder Woman?
We'll ask that a couple times. So she kills them all? Yes, she kills them all. And she even knocks over one of the statues, it crumbles, and then Lucy Liu starts to introduce just how bad she's going to be in this film. She says, turns out museums are fun. Let's have more of it. And I was just like, oh.
This is
The
actually.
stellar dialogue in this film begins.
Yeah, I will say, she's not got great dialogue to deliver. Some of the lines you're going to hear in future are so fucking terrible from her character, but she was not giving a shit. Helen Mirren was
very
fine. I even at times I was kind of like, eh.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, she's so good that phoning it
Yeah.
in is still pretty solid.
Yeah, Lucy Liu
Yeah,
cannot
pretty much.
phone it in. she has to give it a bit more of a
No.
shot, okay? So yeah, and this is the thing. I almost want to give this to the chat to see what they think, right? Instead of what all of us were thinking in the cinema. See if they share the same thing, right? But you have Helen Mirren's like, the champions of this realm outnumber us, and Lucy Liu's like, human champions are still humans. We are gods. Again, great dialogue. Wow. And so Helen Mirren then tightens up on her and she says, "Do not underestimate the judgment of the wizard. To protect the power of the gods, he would have chosen with meticulous precision the strongest, most keenly intelligent champions this realm has ever witnessed." Now, you're watching a movie. You can have like expectations on editing or delivery of jokes. What do you think happens next when she says these champions are going to be amazing?
We cut to the champions being shitty.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. It seems, yeah, everyone's already said cue joke, cut to blah, blah, blah. You cut to Shazam literally saying, "I'm an idiot."
Yeah, so thus is the beginning of the first draft jokes that are all throughout this film.
Yeah, that's the idea of the joke that you want, and then you like make that a joke. You know?
Particularly with a joke like that, you go, "Oh yeah, but this has been done like a billion times, so let's find like a different kind of twist on it." But no, it's the first, most obvious, most basic version of that joke, of which that is the vast majority of the jokes in this film.
Yeah. When she said that was really, oh, we're gonna cut to the
Yeah, of
trailer
course, we're
footage.
gonna cut to him saying, yeah, like it's pretty much doing that. It might even be worse than that because he wasn't even doing something stupid. He just said he's stupid.
Yeah.
Like it might have even been funnier if it was him doing something really dumb, like as a superhero, you know, like something kind of reckless.
Didn't he do
silly.
like the whole charging people's batteries?
Yeah, exactly. Like it could be something
like,
really funny, like breaking 2x4s or something off of his head. Something dumb and reckless, but no, it's just the first draft version of that joke. Nobody laughed in my cinema. There weren't many people there, but nobody laughed. I didn't laugh once in this film. Didn't even go, or, and, you know, kind of smile. Not a single joke.
I smiled, I think, twice.
I think there was one I smiled at, but it's not very good for 2-hour comedy.
No.
Especially when you have a film like this that takes so many shots on goal, and they just keep bouncing off the bouncing off the backboard, bouncing off the room.
I mean, I had a laugh when I realized there was actually only 4 people in my cinema when the movie started.
I don't think it's super wise to introduce him in the movie just by reminding me or like making me question why he was picked in the first place again.
Well,
especially
that is the first movie's problem.
You mean?
That is the first movie's problem, but they reignite that issue in this one, and then they commit, double down. So it's this movie's problem as well.
To help people out, the problem that's being highlighted is that Kid Billy is way more mature than Zachary Levi Shazam guy. Like they're two different people. They feel like two totally different people.
Right.
Yeah, which the point was supposed to be, what if an adult had the like mind of a child? How does that what does that mean, especially if they're like superpowered? And then this, for some reason, this film, and even the previous one is worse in this film, is Zachary Levi is more childish than his child counterpart.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There was like multiple scenes where I was like, why is this in the human form, in the adult form? Like, why is this not in the child? This is kind of weird.
There are a lot of opportunities where they could have done something with these characters, like explored, what it means for a teenager or a child to like spend all their time as the adult version and like how they prefer that, and you could do some character stuff there. But they waste any opportunity for exploration there. And also the movie just incessantly reminds you that like he probably shouldn't have been picked as Shazam.
No, absolutely not. There's no reason really to pick him. And to give a comparison of this dialogue, it's not just the performances in the writing as well, right? You have he's nearly 18, Billy, and he says, just this is one part of the movie where he says, the wizard's in my dreams now, and he's trying to get me a message. I'm going to call an emergency meeting after school. That's for the superheroes, like, okay. And then immediately after that, we get Shazam in the meeting, and he's like, "Look, fam. I know it sounds crazy, and obviously, I don't know exactly what this all means, but he was super aggro. He was super loud, trying to warn us. And I think about the realms and stuff. It's just like, what the? You don't even
what happened? You're like different person.
Yeah,
you're not even close. It's like entirely, like you said, entirely different characters. I don't know why they've played it this way. It doesn't. It's just like Billy gets taken over by Shazam rather than he is Shazam.
Yeah,
which misses out on so much of the potency of the whole fucking premise.
Yeah.
Yep.
And a lot of people saying that's not how Shazam's supposed to be. I'm not familiar with the comic version, but I would hope it's a lot better than this shit.
I should hope so.
Yeah,
I'll give it to you. It totally is. Definitely. I believe you. I
Yeah,
believe you.
This is the issue, right? Because like for the longest time, like the whole idea is, oh yeah, Billy Batson, he's this wholesome kid who because he's so pure of heart and so like just a good person, and only a child could be this good. That's why the wizard chose him. And then in 2011, they rebooted everything and ruined him and went, nah, he's actually like an asshole. But the wizard like was dying, so he gave him the powers because fuck it, and that's how he gets it. And
Great.
that's the version they adapted. Congratulations, you played yourself.
Yay. Oh. We could probably move on with the plot.
Fine.
Yeah, the whole I'm an idiot thing. He is currently talking to a pediatrician, and he's saying, there's already a superhero with a red bolt who goes faster than me. Aquaman is literally huge, and he's manly. Batman is just so cool, and I'm just me. Like, okay.
Make sure to wheel out those references to those other DC characters.
Well, it doesn't help, because we're like, okay, so where are all those guys going to be in this whole movie? You can't, like, actually reference them, too. At least you could pretend to ignore them.
You can pretend to give a shit.
Shazam is, I think people like, oh, but he's referencing other characters who exist in that universe, yeah, that, like, never show up.
Yep.
That just...
It's not fair. You can't do that.
You're not allowed
You're a
to do
snake.
that.
You're slimy. You're a slimy snake.
As everyone's pointing out, it's like, man, that must have been difficult to write, isn't it? Because Shazam is like, he's basically Superman, and he's complaining.
Yeah, he's very powerful.
He has all the powers. He's one of those lame-ass heroes who's just like amazingly strong, and they can fly and shoot lightning, and he's super fast. Like, you suck. This is not interesting. You're just the best.
The interesting part is supposed to be that it's a kid controlling all of that. You're supposed to make something of that, but they don't.
No.
And, you know, challenges that could be difficult mentally would be fun, but we don't get that in this.
Oh, there's definitely mental challenges.
And as someone just said, he doesn't even have the weakness Superman has. Like, nope. And yet he's like, oh, I'm just not as cool as all of them. It's like, right.
Okay.
And they're really subtle with the dialogue, aren't they? Just really getting the motivation through implication, never spelling it out like explicitly or overtly. You know, just really allowing us to infer really what he's going through.
Well, it doesn't even seem to be that he's grappling with the insane responsibility. It's just like, I'm so dumb compared to them. Oh.
Well, they say you have imposter syndrome. It's like, oh god. And then you were saying about the dialogue. It's like, so what are you going to do with the people who don't remember the plot of the first movie? Not everyone is a huge Shazam fan like me, Fringy, and Rags, who rewatched
Not anyone is just Shazam fan.
And so it's like, how do we fix that? You know, a lot of movies try to remind you of particular events, especially if they're going to be important going forward. And so the guy's like, hey, have you ever experienced any trauma in your life? And he goes, well, I never met my dad. I was abandoned by my mum. I ran away from 11 homes. I got into a lot of fights. I was abducted by a wizard who gave me superpowers, and the dude just died in front of my face. A doctor conjured 7 demons and held my whole family hostage till we had to rip out one of his eyeballs, and then everyone got superpowers, but now everyone wants to do their own thing, and I'm the only one that's trying to keep everyone together.
All right. Wow. Well, now that we're caught up, Shazam 2 can commence.
That's so lame to me. I'm just like, wow, you just try to describe as quickly as possible the first movie because you can't be asked to, like, just put it into the movie in any kind of natural way. You're just like, this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened. Now we're doing this one. You're like, right. Okay.
Thanks.
And that's not the worst character exposition in this film. That's the bad part, though. That's the very sad part about this, is that this is still not, we haven't reached the bottom yet. We haven't reached, at least not as far as I'm concerned. There is a moment that's coming up in the Rock of Eternity that I'm excited for, but we will get there. We will get there.
That sounds like a Christian rock music, like what the CD would be called, Rock of Eternity, and it's just like lame Christian rock music.
You're not wrong.
Well, that's all Christian rock music, but
correct.
You gonna go see Rock of Eternity? No, no one is.
So the guy says, so you were rejected by your parents, then the system, and now the city. And I thought that was really weird because I was like, didn't he just say the system got him into his new family?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then rejected by your parents, like
the system. He rejected it.
because they're rejected by the parents. So I was like, fair enough. But then he was a troublemaker who just couldn't settle down in any area at all. And then
Yeah,
he
kept
found the
running away.
family he wanted. And now the city, he's like, what? The city doesn't reject me. I never said that. And then he holds up a newspaper that says "City rejects Shazam" or Heroes, whatever. And
Yeah, it's like,
like,
oh,
that's the Tribune.
great.
Nobody reads the Tribune. And then the guy looks at it and says, I do. I thought it was okay. I was a
Yeah.
newspaper, like he literally would be the one that reads it.
Yeah.
So that's like a slight moment of just there's someone in the script there. I think it was partly due to the guy's delivery too, who is in The Boys, that character, or at least that actor. I've seen him around in a couple. In any case, yeah, the city is apparently rejecting them as superheroes. That's gonna come up again. Once,
Well,
maybe.
I don't even
Kinda.
know if once they
It's
sort of
there.
reference the idea that it's so they sort of reference the idea that these superheroes are kind of causing trouble, but that's as far as it goes. They even blame the upcoming bridge sequence on them destroying the
Somehow, yeah.
bridge, but
Yeah.
that doesn't somehow, but it
That makes
doesn't have
sense.
any consequences whatsoever. You would think that if the city actually thought that these heroes were causing bridges to collapse, there'd be some consequences to that.
No.
But no,
Mhm.
no,
No.
nah. It's just this thing that they almost threw in. They have a big old bucket of ideas, right? They're taking an idea out and they're just throwing it in the movie, but they don't do
Almost-
anything with it.
It almost feels like residue or like the remnants of a previous draft of the
Yeah.
script where they're going to focus more on that.
It does, because
They're going to
gets dropped as a thread. We cut to kids playing like some Call of Duty clone. And I thought it was so cringe that
Oh,
Billy
yeah,
says,
it's like a mobile ad or
It's so
something.
bad.
yeah, it looks like
that
shit.
turns into a commercial for something else.
So the Billy then is complaining about how he doesn't want to have to do this semi-regularly, and apparently the reason they do it is for training, right? But the way he describes it is, do we always have to play war games? And I was just
This-
like, man, could you imagine anyone referring to any FPS as like when you're like, oh, you guys want to play COD or, fucking a shooter, you don't go, oh, we gotta play some war games. Like, that sounds so boomery. Like, it's a game about the war.
The whole thing was
war game,
so
Sonny.
boomerang. Because the first thing we see him do is come up, and these people are clearly labeled hostages, and he just blows them up and he goes, "Oh man, I'm so bad at this."
Yeah.
It's like,
It's
He
like
might
he's an
actually
old
be
man trapped in.
clinically-
He's the
clinically
reverse
bad at
of
this.
Shazam.
yeah.
Yeah, and then he says, hey, it's for practice for our other job, military strategy, multiple team members, each with a special skill set unleashed against an unknown enemy. And I was just sitting there thinking, like, none of that's true. What do you mean?
Yeah, why would a kid even think that?
Like, each with a special skill set, so something they've retconned since the first movies, they all have all powers. Not individually
just-
one power each.
Why didn't they just have them like playing video games with each other like kids do?
Yeah, you could just do that.
Why did you have to frame this as this? Like, why are we doing this? It's like, well, because we're kids and we play
this
video
is
games
fun.
together. Like that, you. Why would we have to explain why we're doing this?
That's probably worth
And
mentioning. First film said that, in fact, this post is kind of useful. Freddy got flight. I
Freddy got
forget her
fingered.
name. She got speed. He got strength. What did Mary get? I don't know,
Miniskirt.
something.
Oh,
And then the guy below her, he got electric blasts. Like, they all basically got pieces of Shazam's power. But by the time you hit the second movie, they've all got all powers. It's just like, oh,
yeah.
okay. Fine, I guess.
That's something I was confused about actually, because I was like, didn't they get like all different powers, but they just all use the same ones now? I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I was just thinking. I think I gaslit myself when I saw it. I was just like, "Oh, I must just be misremembering that last film." That's fine. It's okay. I think my brain was protecting me from thinking too hard, lest it explode.
I think they literally were like, this won't be as fun if they all have one power each. So, nah.
Also, we can't be asked to write it that way because that's
Yeah, but-
harder.
Yeah, exactly. It is harder. You have to go, well, if they all can't fly, how are we going to make sure they can all be everywhere we want them to be?
But does it make
at
you
all
wonder
times?
if, just like in an original script or first draft, when he says each with a special skill set, it's like, that's not true. Like,
Yeah.
It may have been true before, but it's not true now.
It
Nope.
was barely true before.
Oh yeah. And then Unleashed Against an Unknown Enemy. The vast majority, and I mean 99.9% of things that they do are all things that they know what's happening when they go in. Because they get told through like police reports or news like reports and stuff. If say for example, oh, there's a car pileup and people are struggling to get out. Not exactly an unknown enemy.
No.
Unless they're talking about like the wizard man that they fought or the gods they're gonna fight in this one, which is like, oh, that's 2 situations over 2 years. Really don't think that
I assume that these last years, canonically, how much time is between the two movies?
2 years.
2. Okay. So for 2 years, they've just been doing normal Earth crimes, bank
I guess so, yeah.
robberies,
And no government
disasters,
has
everything.
wanted to do anything about anything. They're just carrying on.
All right.
They didn't want to go to Kandak when all that was going down, even though there was
No.
a familiar lightning bolt showing up there.
Well, no, and they haven't been contacted by Waller at all either. She contacts them at the end of this film. Kind of weird.
Bizarre.
Oh, is that one of the after credit scenes?
It is indeed.
That I didn't bother to stay for.
What? That's like the whole reason we go to these movies now.
Yeah, but I had to
man.
grab my bus. So.
Ow.
No, sorry.
So anyway.
Yeah.
He says in response to him talking about all the military strategy, teamwork, memberships, special skills and stuff, Billy says, "We don't need guns, though."
We don't need guns, though.
And it's like, doesn't have anything to do with what he just said, but okay. And there's a lot of that in this film, too. Characters just say stuff where it's like, wait, why did you...
Yeah, this is one of those terrible films where people just don't talk as
Nope.
if they were human beings communicating. Yet again, it's becoming one of my least favorite tropes, is how characters are written to not have conversations like humans would have conversations.
Yeah.
So why have an
respond
end
to each
credit
other.
scene when you're restarting the franchise? Out of the 2, one of them is pointless, like actually in universe pointless. They knew it was pointless, and the other one is promoting Peacemaker. So, I guess season 2. So that's why they can use it to promote James Gunn's more stuff.
Because everyone's going to sit through the credits hoping that they'll be there. So might as well put something there.
Yep.
Because you've conditioned them at this point.
So I can't believe when I was getting my notes ready that this is a thing, but the little girl's making a diorama of Genghis Khan and a bunch of unicorns killing him, and the dad is like, "What is this? Why are you doing this?" And then she's like, "It's like revised history." And I think Freddie or someone else says, "Well, unicorns aren't real." And like after you see the film and you come back to that scene, you're like, "Ugh."
Oh, that was your setup?
You're right. Fucking
How
hell.
Yeah.
how cool.
How could we have possibly thought that was a setup? I thought that was just
I actually
weird
think the
bullshit.
writers would be
It's
like,
just a weird,
"Hey,
dumb
see,
joke."
wasn't that cool?" And you're like, "No."
And she's like, look how quirky this little girl is. It's like, yeah, it's pretty quirky.
Little girl
I
likes
like that.
unicorns. That's a setup for how there's going to be unicorns later, guys. Like,
I'm in
what?
disbelief that was a setup. I really am. Oh.
Well, that was his character arc, is that he's like, unicorns aren't real, and then later he's like, well, maybe
Why
I
would you
was
say that?
wrong.
What do you mean?
Now, something happened in the first film that was bizarrely funny, where they all do an escape. I can't remember why, but basically they all teleport to like a titty bar type place, and they burst out of the door straight away, and they're all just like, "Whoa, what the fuck happened?" Because they're all kids, of course. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Rags, because we watched them and just like, wait, what? You had them all like panicking about where they're gonna go next and what's happening next, and then Pedro just says, "It's not really for me."
Not my thing. Yeah, it's like not my thing. Not really for
Like
me.
the cameras, the whole film like almost stops to let him say that, and then we carry on again. It's like, what? And it's like, oh, was that them trying to be like he's gay? Like,
yeah.
Okay. Like,
The fat one's the morbidly obese kid's gay. It's very important that we understand this. The movie really wants us to know that this is the case.
Well, so like
kinda
what I want to
weird.
point out is just like it's such an awkward moment in the first film, and it has nothing to do with anything at all, and it comes across Disney style, so to speak, of like, you see, there's a gay. Look,
Yeah,
there.
we're good. We're good, guys.
You're
But
happy,
don't worry,
right?
we'll get it again.
This
And
is
you're
what
just
you
like,
wanted.
all right. And in this film, they do the exact same fucking thing. There's 2 scenes. First one, I think, is funnier, but they're both pretty bad. The mum is hanging out with Pedro, and she's trying to get him into just stuff, hanging out with him, and she's watching baseball with him, and you see someone doing something on there, and she's like, woo, yeah, fucking, hey, go, whatever team.
Good job.
And
You hit the
he's
ball.
like,
You're
he's like,
right.
haha, yeah. And then she goes, see, I told you this was worth giving a chance. And he goes, yeah, I'm really starting to see the appeal. And his eyes drift down to the book he's looking at, or the magazine. And there's just a shirtless guy on the picture, the
Yeah.
page. And it's like, what?
How do
Like,
they know how to write gays so accurately?
what?
You know how gays can't just like survive without ogling shirtless dudes in their daily lives?
You see, Mother, you shouldn't be trying to get him into baseball. He's gay.
Yeah,
Like,
you know
what?
that the gays infamously hate baseball.
It's just so funny as well because of how overt it is. Like, yes, I am very much into this, and then just looks at his naked guy. You're like, okay, yeah, all right, fine. He's gay. That's this. They really don't do much of anything else with that character, which was kind of sucks. But it would be annoying as fuck to just like that. That's your scenes. You're like, all right.
Well, it's
Yeah,
kind of like
well,
the first movie where they just don't really do anything with them. Only
It's
one
always,
of the kids really gets any amount of
Billy and
time,
Freddy.
really.
They're the main characters. Everyone else is just around.
Yeah, but the film insists that they're like a family.
Yes, it
and
does.
there's like a thing going on, and they really love each other.
Just
I'm like,
wanna make
Yeah.
sure
okay,
we know.
sure.
and like it does feel a little bit like the mag, like if you must have this gag in there, it feels like the magazine is a little bit redundant when you have a bunch of sweaty guys running around a pitch all day. Like I feel like you could have streamlined that gag a little bit if you needed to have the oh he's gay gag in there. He probably could have been ogling the baseball players. That was probably something you could have done.
I don't know
You didn't
why.
need.
They almost
Yeah.
Yeah,
present
baseball's
gay
pretty
and
cool after all,
baseball.
Mom.
They almost present gay and baseball as like opposites. Why would
True.
No, baseball is very gay.
Baseball is the straightest of sports.
Because it makes
As
as
we
much
all
sense
know.
if you wanted to like reveal the straightness of a character. How weird would it be if like, you know, hey son, do you enjoy the baseball? He's like, yeah, sure, and he's looking at porn.
What?
You're
I
like,
thought you were gay.
okay. Like, so yeah, Freddy's listening to a police radio and it says possible 299 in progress, multiple reports of cracking on roadways and suspension cables fraying. They're referring to an enormous it's the Ben Franklin Bridge. I don't know if it's like a real bridge in Philadelphia or not. I assume it might be.
I think it is.
Sounds real.
I don't know.
Why not?
And so
Bridge not unreal.
yeah, they're just reporting that there's cracking on the roadways of the bridge and the cables are fraying. Like, damn,
Who
that
would have
sounds
reported
disastrous.
that?
You should probably
Yeah, it
lock off
does.
the bridge until you figure out what the fuck is going on.
They're just reports. We don't want to cause panic.
Uh-huh.
Especially
can't
not to
close
all
the
these people on the
beach.
bridge.
There was this thing, and it wasn't the movie, it was Rags that made me laugh, okay? So they're all leaving to go do this superhero thing, and they go, bye mom, bye mom, bye mom, bye mom, and then Billy says, bye Rosa, and she's like, oh, because he's not saying mom. Then Rags just goes, oh, fuck the dad, I guess. Who's standing right
Right.
there. Like,
Dad's right there. They don't give a fuck. They're all saying goodbye to Mom. It's like he's invisible. He's not even there.
And by the way,
Like,
the
why
dad
did
is
you write it like that?
the chill character that we kind of like. Always just tries to get by, even though some weird shit happens with the parents later. But yeah, it's so weird that the film like just it's like, isn't it sad that he doesn't call her mom? It's like, didn't call the dad anything. Like, okay,
Yeah, at least
None
she
of
got
them
called.
did.
At least she got acknowledged as
Yeah.
existing. That's a
Um,
start.
And by the way, there is an arc to be done between Billy and the mum, and we've just had, I want to say 39% of it is now done.
Yep.
That's it.
So yeah,
Sounds
not
about
bad.
right.
Good start.
Yeah, that's a really
Like,
subtle arc they're setting up here. It's extremely subtle. You might think that it doesn't exist, but you'd be wrong. It definitely does.
and then they do their cool, super awesome, really great walk through the middle of like suburbia and just go Shazam, and they all like Shazam up. And I remember thinking to myself like, fuck, if any journalist worth their salt was actually like trying to pay attention to the details, these kids would have been found out ages ago. Not even like remotely difficult.
Yeah,
I mean, don't
especially
even
when
need the
their house has
journalists.
been struck by lightning several times. Can we talk about that?
Well-
And how stupid that is?
Well, what do you want to say about it? Go ahead.
Oh, that apparently, even though they all know how this works, they keep saying Shazam while in the house. Lightning strikes their house and causes damage to the house that they don't even own, that they rent. And then, meanwhile, the parents are like, yeah, I don't know why, but lightning keeps striking the house. It's like,
Mhm.
guys, do
go
your
outside
parents a
and do
favor.
it.
Go
Oh,
outside.
no, so it gets particularly awkward when, like, the older sister looks the same as both the superhero and herself. Like, surely it's over.
You would think so.
Like, how do you
Oh
not
yeah,
know
there's
that this is
there is
your
that.
this
Oh
is your
yeah, that's something
daughter?
that's really
She
hard
looks
to
the
like
same.
accept because you're just like, how is anyone having trouble with that? Like,
In fact, in the film, I'm pretty sure that Shazam says Mary obviously. It's like, oh, is it obvious? It's kind of weird that nobody's managed to connect the dots on that one, that you look identical.
oh sorry, what you're referring to is when they reveal it, right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right.
He says
He
like, I'm
literally says
Billy
it's
and that's
obvious.
Freddy and this, and he goes, that's Mary, obviously. Like,
But not obviously enough for them to notice.
the will to notice. It's kind of
Yeah.
ridiculous, but you know. Yeah,
Especially if
sorry.
they just start their power just in the neighborhood. Like someone just needs to look out the window. It's like, did those kids just turn into superheroes? What's going on?
It's constant lightning and then people
It's-
flying
yeah.
away from that area. It's like,
Yep. And also
Oh,
people yell
something's
at
up here.
Shazam very loudly as well.
They're just
Cool.
big fans. You know, kids
They
are.
just
You know,
occasionally
kids
go
are.
outside
They
and
just-
yell Shazam once, and then that's it.
Well,
Go
some of
back
them-
inside.
Something that would have been nice is imagine one of the kids was just like, you know what? I don't think I'm gonna go back to being a kid. Fuck that.
Yes, you could do something with that.
You could have done something. Is the yes? Shazam, you could have
Yeah.
done something.
Then you better go watch another movie.
It'd be like everyone else turns back and you're just like, I actually like being tall, strong, fast, and I would say wise, but you know.
Writers
Solomon
knew they
has let
couldn't
the
do
builder-
that, so.
And then it's just like, well, no, you got to go back to being a kid. It's like, no, I don't.
Do I have to though?
No,
I don't think
I
I do.
I'm actually gonna
don't.
go travel the world. See ya. Like this will be
Yeah.
really fun,
Yeah.
actually. So
Like, oh,
yeah,
fuck with
but
you.
never addressing that shit because that would be interesting. So yeah, the situation is the Franklin Bridge. The all the suspension cables are actually breaking apart, and all of the the bridge itself, all the concrete is just smashing apart. And there was this big car crash in the middle of the bridge into something very important that holds it together. I can't remember which part of it was, but everyone's looking at it like, oh god, I think things getting better, and it turns
Oh my
into Final
goodness.
Destination 5.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
Yes.
Unfortunately, nowhere near as much fun deaths. But that character who was the pediatrician, he was in Final Destination 5.
Oh,
He was the one who got killed
wow.
by Buddha.
Oh, shit, right.
Oh.
The acupuncture
Yeah.
one, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Someone should
Um,
make an edit that combines the two together.
Why?
Yeah, everyone watching this later
Why?
on, they'll be
Why
added in
not?
post.
Because, you know.
So then, I kind of want to talk about music first, okay? So the scenario is everyone's screaming and running away, but there's plenty of dumbasses in the cars who just sit and stare. I'll give it to them that they try to portray the woman as just stunned with shock, I guess. Like, all right, yeah, there's people in the world. But she's got the radio on, and it's playing I Need a Hero, famously the song from Shrek 2.
Shrek
So
2,
that's
yes.
all everyone knows.
Yeah.
Okay. It plays for, and I counted because I was curious. It plays for 20 seconds, and then we cut it out to go to like pure dread music because her car is just over a crack and it's falling into the water below, which will likely kill her. It's like, so it's like dun 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 dun, and it's just like, yeah, okay. And you know, the first thought I had was like, wow, 20 seconds of I Need a Hero and it's gone. Bit strange, but okay. And then we cut to about 22 seconds of, I would say, tragic music. Like they bring in choir. And it basically the sense that, oh, she's dead. It's over. It's all over. And then you hard cut again to the blaring I Need a Hero as Shazam grabs the
Yeah.
car. And I was just like, wow, that felt odd. I guess that's a choice. Like, it's hard to say exactly what you're supposed to do with music, but it just distracted the hell out of me. I was like...
It's very strange, yeah. It's like they didn't know how to... They wanted the song, they paid for it, and they wanted to get their money's worth out of it, but they didn't quite know how.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
They just tried to get as much as they could in between their own music.
Yeah, well,
So-
let's compare this to Shrek 2, where they incorporate the Shrek theme into I Need a Hero and kind
That's
of
right.
create their own version from it and make it more thematically relevant, while this one is kind of just shoved it in there with a crowbar and a plunger.
Well, you know
Get
what?
it? They're heroes.
I
they
remember
need a hero.
that sequence of Shrek 2 being hype. Being
Yeah,
very
it's
into
awesome.
the
It was
story
really
at that
cool,
point.
yeah.
Yeah,
Especially
Yeah.
the
He's
sacrifice
on the
Giant
horse,
Gingerbread Man
riding in.
makes.
that's right. No. Yeah.
Then he sings at the
And
end.
then,
It's
Yeah,
really-
he does.
of course, yeah.
Oh, think if we have a new Shrek starring Puss in Boots, we'll be like, let's go, let's go, let's
Let's
fucking
go.
go.
Yeah.
Um, But yeah, then you have Freddy arriving. He says, "No need to panic, Captain. Every power is here." And he and I did mention this, but I was gonna just cars. Not familiar enough with them to know. But he grabs 2 cars and pulls them fully up from falling off into a crack just by their bumpers. And
Seems like the bumper's
Yeah,
gonna
probably
like, get cut
not.
off.
Bumper is probably
Yeah.
not gonna hold. No.
No.
go vroom, vroom, and he's like,
Or it's
"Oh
just
shit!"
all the weight, all of the force localized into your hand, like
Yeah.
on that point of the car. But it'd be this, it's the same as in the
designed to
first movie when
crumple.
Shazam caught the bus like on the pane of glass that was shattering with like the front of his hands.
Yeah, he was holding up the entire bus by putting his
On the
hands on
broken
the
glass.
cracked
Oh, that was
front
dumb.
windshield.
That was
Yeah.
dumb as fuck.
Right.
Yeah.
So same thing here, but whatever. It's a superhero movie. Yeah, whatever.
Do you mean
Just give
whatever it's a
Shrek the
superhero movie?
power
We
of
see this
Shazam,
all the
problem
time.
It's it's not even worth fighting about that one. It's just,
Well,
yeah,
no,
it's whatever.
it's just stated as like, yeah, it's one of those ones, guys. Moving on.
Yeah.
It's one of those ones.
So a lot of people, like hundreds, are being saved with super speed. In fact, we find out it's 166 because she mentions it. I guess we're not going to bother addressing Whiplash. We're just going to be like, oh, fuck you.
No, that was my
No,
first thought. It's like, oh, you're all dead. Okay, never mind. It's fine.
Yeah, that's
What was the
another
film?
superhero movie regular thing. It just happens all the time.
Yeah.
What was the film where somebody actually put their hand on the back of someone's head to do the super speed thing? Because
I know
Days
what
of
you're
Future
thinking
Past.
about. Wait, what did you say?
Was
Days
it
of
Days of
Future
Future Past? Was it that, or was it
There's
something
a
else?
Whiplash gag because it was Quicksilver and Magneto.
Okay,
I think
maybe
it
it was. Yeah,
Why didn't everyone learn from that? Like,
yeah.
even then, you're going to encounter issues when you go to fucking light speed.
Oh, sure, but like that's at least accounting for it a little bit. But then the thing is with super speed, the big question you'll be asking throughout the whole film is why don't you guys use that more often?
And then you'd be like,
Mhm.
well, as long as they never use it, maybe we'll put it in the back of our mind. It's like, nope, they use it to save the day
No,
twice.
they use it there. Yeah, they use it a lot. It happens a bunch, but then they keep forgetting to use it at moments where it would be like really critical
save
and
the day,
essential,
yeah.
and it would save. Yeah, exactly.
Like,
Because
ah,
we're
no,
at the
whatever.
low variable shit right now. We're back to things making a little bit more sense in terms of just
Low
that's
variables,
dumb, that's
just
dumb.
collapsing bridge.
That's what I'm saying.
Kind of.
Compared to where we're gonna go,
Yeah,
because it's gonna get difficult for everyone to follow along in chat at that point. So yeah, they're doing all that, and then you have this moment where I think I can't remember if they had like a hierarchy. I think they consider Mary the smart one out of everyone. I guess
Yeah.
that was part of the fact that she got Solomon, the Wisdom of Solomon, when they split it to 7 in the first movie. But like I said, everyone has everything now, so it doesn't really matter. In any case, the other dude, I fucking forget all their names. The one below Mary in this poster, he's come up with an idea. What if the frayed and broken apart suspension cables? What if you melt the top and bottom of it where it broke, and then smoosh it back so it reconnects? Now,
Goes about as well as you'd expect.
well, so the first thing I thought was see it is like, well, if you don't freeze it, which you guys don't have freeze breath or anything, then it's just gonna pour apart. You know when you like melt 2 things and then put them together, you can pull them apart real easy because it's still melty. That's just
Well, it's like,
Yeah.
and plus all of the cables are breaking. You can't connect just one back up and expect it will hold the bridge.
that's what I mean.
Like it has to hold up the weight of a bridge, and it has to do more than it normally did because there's so many other cables that are broken.
And that's
And
the
it's
thing. If
weaker.
you have it won't work in principle, and then the whole problem the bridge is currently having is that they're all snapping anyway, meaning reconnecting one is fucking not going to do anything. You have all that put together, and then he notices like some other things are happening, some other people in trouble, and just flies off, and the camera remains on the cable he just sealed, and it just breaks. Like,
Yep. I
okay,
was like, what? I thought that's going to be addressed in some degree. It's like, oh man, we're actually not doing so good. Like, I actually had no idea what to do. It's like, no, it just breaks and then it's never talked about again. They saved them all, I guess. It's
and
like,
some people
okay.
saying you can't weld cables together like that. It's like I don't even, like I said, I don't know what the fuck's going on in this scene.
No.
Yeah, and then the whole bridge begins to fall, but he grabs one broken cable on the bottom and lifts it all the way back up to where it's supposed to be. Doesn't seal them, he just holds it there, and apparently that keeps the entire bridge up.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Like, the bridge is about to like fall into the water, but he holds up one cable. It's like, okay, good. Why isn't it breaking at any other point? It's like, shut up.
Don't think
Shut
about
up.
it.
And they do a very funny meme. Shazam is like, "We have to keep this bridge from collapsing." Hard cut to news report: the Ben Franklin Bridge has collapsed.
First draft. First draft joke. We need to do this. Oh, we didn't. Hard cut.
What's weird is Freddy's talking to them about how he's not a huge fan of the Philadelphia Fiascos, is the name they've been given right now. And as he's talking, it cuts to the dad watching on TV, and he's like, "Have you ever noticed?" And he stops and he goes, "I need to check on the kids." And the kids walk in, and they're just like, "Hey, Dad," or whatever. And it's like, what did he notice? Tell me. You never find out. I'm guessing
It's a good question. Yeah.
Whenever the Philadelphia Fiascos are on the news, that's just right after the kids all have to leave for some reason.
What's the thing?
Or
If you had that going for
whatever,
2
or
years,
whatever
you would
round.
have been able to. The parents should have found out by now. The kids are terrible at keeping this shit a secret.
Yeah,
Anyway.
that
Well,
shit.
they were bad at keeping it a secret in the first film. There's several instances where you just have Freddy talking to Shazam, like out in the open,
Yeah.
with people visibly recording it on their phones.
Have they ever
Yeah,
asked him
and
about that?
No, they
No.
don't.
No.
I feel like the film doesn't even remember that was the case. It barely even remembered that was the case in the first film.
they remember he met Superman though.
Oh yeah, that's right. What do the parents think about that? That like he actually met Superman at school.
Wow, you met that psychopath who genocided
nice
his
to
own
hear.
people?
Yeah, that's right. Did you bump
Glad
into
he
him
gave you
after
a
you walked
chance.
past the Batman toys? Batman, the guy who branded people who got executed in prison because he branded them and also kills a bunch of people.
I don't think I approve of this role model, dear.
It's kind of insane.
Yeah.
Dresses up like a bat.
Rants.
I had to step away briefly. Did we talk about how inappropriate their behavior during the bridge scene is?
Well, there's
in terms
really
of
happy
how-
and chill and goofy.
Yeah,
Mm.
exactly. And that people are afraid for their lives and they're like
Um,
cracking jokes and
Oh
doing
my god, I
memey
forgot she
stuff.
kidnaps kittens.
So the thing is, it's so funny because
Yeah.
this is just in line with all the other shitty superhero movies where I would normally complain. But the thing this film gets as a shield every once in a while is the fact that they're children, or at least
Yes.
some of them are children.
Well, that's what I told myself, and in hindsight, I gave the movie entirely too much credit. I thought that maybe this is something that we, set up at the beginning, is that they're not actually very mature about this, and then maybe they'd have to learn to be later, but they don't.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
this,
you're right.
this film struggles more though because they're all older. Like Mary's an adult, Billy's
Mhm.
17, so they're not like that young. And
Mhm.
Freddy's probably like I think Freddy is like 16 or something. They're not that young, or at least
Darla
Oh,
few
so
has
I
older.
the most
actually-
excuse.
I think Billy is like very close to 18, and Freddy's a month younger than him.
Right. So exactly. So
And then Mary's
Like
a
half
few
of
years
them
older
are
than both of them. So
very nearly, yeah.
got three
You'd
on the
think at this
team.
point-
And this is the thing, Billy, Shazam, he comes across like a fucking 8-year-old sometimes.
Mhm.
Yet when he's just Billy, he's actually surprisingly mature. Actually, like he's pretty on top of it and like wants to resolve problems and sort of grapple with the things that he needs to deal with. I mean, it was pretty
Wizard
well
of Sol-
exemplified by that shot, like in the trailer, where it's like after the scene that's meant to be like a really heartfelt scene later in the film, and then when he turns back into like Shazam, it's Zachary Levi doing like a stupid face. I don't get it. I don't
Stupid
get why they're
face.
so different.
Yeah.
The wisdom of Solomon go into the
Powers
wrong body.
change you, Fringy. That kind of power, it changes a boy.
Mm.
So, you find out they have a lair in the form of the Rock of Eternity, which they do mention in the first film is going to happen. And it's got like loads of decorations and bullshit all over the walls and stuff they've done over the 2 years, which to me I was just like, yeah. They've even like put silly clothes on all the 7 deadly sins, which amazing to see that they were there considering the sort of stakes of them from the first film are completely forgotten in this one. If you remember
Yep.
right, you need the strength of like the wizard to keep them sealed, and then the wizard is gone, and so it's just Shazam, and then that guy like broke them out somehow. I can't remember how he did it in the first film. Was it with the staff?
It
Um,
was with the eye, wasn't it?
He uses the eye power. He comes back and gets the eye power,
And
then
that
that's
breaks
what
them out.
frees them.
and
Yeah.
that breaks them
Yeah, he
out.
gets
So you
eyeball
probably should have
juice
that
and-
behind like
yeah.
glass or something.
Somebody in chat has pointed out, how do they have cable in the Rock of Eternity? That's a good point. So apparently they have the know-how to like rig up cable television in this different
I
realm
got
or
nothing
something
for that.
connected through.
No,
There's
yeah,
a
I don't
very
know. Yeah.
There's a very, very long extension cord leading out one of the doors, and they've hooked it up illegally to some poor man's setup, and that's how they're doing it. And someone somewhere in the world is just having their cable drop out every 5 minutes because of this tampering.
I don't know about the cable, but they actually have a shot where they show that there's like a gas generator, which first of all, those things are
They do
incredibly
show that,
loud,
yeah.
and it's just kind of like spewing, the
It'll
fumes
stank
for
it
that.
all up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they at least thought maybe we should try to explain the electricity.
Then
Because
they didn't
that's
try
what
to
this film
explain
needs
like
is an
the film.
explanation.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that
Explain
It
sphere,
is
yourself.
interdimensional cable.
that sphere that released the Seven Sins, then, is that there in the place, or is it gone? What's the dealio with that?
I
We're
assume
not.
it's
We're
gone,
moved past
right?
that. Yeah.
It's just crazy to
the-
me that if
the
anyone was
eyes
to
gotta
grab it,
exist, right?
they
Yeah.
get the power of the 7 deadly sins, and then they can, I don't know, do things.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, that was a thing.
It's
That was
also
a film.
probably a little bit. It's a little bit weird that you would be so chill and casual with like the stone figures of the things that nearly killed you. Like, might be interesting if one of them actually had a little bit of a trauma relating to that whole incident, or if any one of them had any trauma at all relating to the crazy perilous stuff that they've got going on.
Mhm.
But nah, they're all
No.
like incredibly chill about this dangerous life that they're leading.
So, you see on the TV, Philly fiasco destroy bridge.
Mm-hmm.
How?
Why on earth do they think they destroyed it?
I don't
It
know.
was clearly being destroyed before. There were newscasts and everything. That's how they learned
There
about
were
it.
reports. Yes,
Well, and
exactly.
If they saved 166 people, could you imagine the public outcry? Like, what the fuck? They did not destroy the bridge. They saved everyone's
Yeah,
lives.
the bridge was already
Yeah.
destroyed anyway. Yeah.
All the people would come out, yeah, they saved me from the thing. They didn't destroy the bridge. They were there because the bridge was breaking.
And I
What are you doing?
hate to go this
The state
direction,
of
but is that
journalism
not
in this
just
city.
not just slander at that point? Like, blaming that on a news
Yeah.
report?
I think it
Pretty
is.
much.
Yes.
Actually.
Probably.
And if it's in print, it's libel.
Especially because I'm sure the bridge. Do we get any other explanation for why the bridge collapses other than it just is a shit
It just
bridge,
looks
I
like
guess?
there was some kind of car accident and it broke
is worth
something
mentioning, by
so
the way.
badly.
Those things do not go down as easily or as commonly as
No.
that at all. They
It just looks like
Yeah.
something crashed into it a little bit or a little hard, whatever. And it's just like, yeah, this is gonna break everything. So, oh,
Pretty big ask movie to get me to
Yeah.
think that this one car crash, which doesn't even look that bad,
yeah,
was able
yeah.
to take down the
I
whole
think
bridge.
a lot of films seem to think that like it's like a paper mache or something, that like this massive suspension bridge is like, yeah, I mean, it's
Bridges are
just
just
one
ready
little thing away
to
from like
ready to go
collapse.
at a moment.
It's not like bridges are actually incredibly sturdy.
Yeah, you'd have to remove a lot of these cables for it to actually collapse the way it
I mean,
did, I'm pretty
these sorts
sure.
of things are designed with like tons of redundancies.
Oh, you have to. Imagine they wouldn't.
But whatever, it's for our action set piece. Look, the bridge, and then haha, funny joke. They're pretty irresponsible or something.
I guess, yeah, sure,
I
whatever.
mean, responsible how they saved all these people.
He says, like, when seeing it, he goes, "We saved countless lives," and then she goes, "162. It's countable."
I was like,
I
just shut
still-
up.
That's
Yeah, this
that's
is just like
162 people who are alive now, thanks to you,
Yeah.
who may
yeah,
not have
this
been.
is just
if
something that
not
a
for
cunt
you.
says.
Exactly.
why
I
are
was
you
going to
Yeah.
say,
being
like,
an
he's
asshole?
right,
reacting to being told they destroyed the bridge. That's the important part. But she's just like, actually, it is countable. It's like,
Actually, it doesn't
course
matter.
it's fucking countable.
It is very much
Countable.
an actually sort of statement. Like, how
You know
about,
what?
how about
Actually-
we don't do?
maybe it isn't countable. Maybe he's referring to all the future lives that have been saved because all of those 662 people are now alive. Huh? How about
Yeah,
that?
That's right. And
Yeah,
the
they do like
impact,
that.
and the immeasurable impact that their loss would have meant to their families or whatever. Yeah, checkmate.
Yeah. Why don't you read that in your book?
Yeah. Look at me, I
Yeah.
can read.
What was she reading?
Whatever.
Was she reading like a chemistry book?
Organic chemistry is what she.
See, she's smart. She's reading a chemistry book.
Well, the reason they have her
Yeah.
reading that is that she is going to reveal soon that she wants to go to college, right?
She can
Mm.
count.
Which is interesting because we do nothing in terms of like figuring out what Billy wants to do with his life as an adult, which is fast approaching.
I think that the point is that he doesn't have any plans, like that he needs to.
It's almost like he hasn't even thought at all. Like there's no ideas to entertain at all, which seems odd because I mean he does go to school, right, and he does like study and have classes he attends,
Theoretically,
but like his schooling is just irrelevant to him. It was irrelevant in the first film, but it's even more so here.
so you got, where's Eugene? And he says, where he always is, mapping doors. But it turns out Eugene has been going through each of the mystery doors in the mystery door room to just mark what they are and where they go. And I was just thinking to myself, like, there's got to be insane worlds in there with all kinds of crazy atmospheres and just, rules, realities, all kinds of different things. I was just like, is it safe for this little kid to just be going in and out of them? And
Probably not.
when Shazam comes in there, he gets blown out of one of them and he says, don't go in that one, it's actual nightmare fuel. And it's like,
what would
was
have
in there,
happened if
man?
he went in
Oh,
there and then didn't
okay.
come out though?
Yeah.
Like, what does that look like? It was
Oh, I
like, hey,
guess
where's
just over,
that
he's
guy?
dead.
Should probably go in
Yeah.
twos or something, or
Yeah.
don't close the door and
Or,
have
you
like
know,
some
like
kind
a
of
matter of
contingency installed that you can
some amount of
get
supervision.
dragged back out.
The older ones should accompany the younger ones if they're like planning on going on some like adventure.
Yeah, this is like one of those things you don't do alone.
Yeah,
The doors
kind
just
of
spit out
weird
the bones.
how irresponsible they are.
Oh, anyway, it cuts to Shazam. The reason he wanted to know is he's trying to collect them all up because he's like, all right, big day, big bridge. Mary, pay attention, please. It's just like, Shazam as a character played by Zachary Levi just annoys me, I guess. Like, I just can't, it doesn't, I never believe it. It always comes across as he's like trying to entertain children sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So she says, organic chem is my meditation. And he said nobody with friends. Says, I'd have friends if I went to college.
Okay.
Like,
They don't
alright.
have friends in
You
other
can't
places.
make friends
Don't
otherwise.
make friends anywhere else.
We
We all went to college together, by the way, chat.
and then
Okay.
I think Eugene says,
Tough crowd, I see.
I just like that you say that you can't make friends anywhere else as a Tinder spam bot shows up in the chat.
he can
I'll
be
be your
friends with you.
friend.
Play the bot. Yeah, so Eugene just says, I gotta test this slime for toxicity. I'm starting to tingle. So when he came out of the nightmare fuel place, he just got covered in slime and decided to just sit down and talk with everybody instead of, having a shower or anything. Kind of weird.
Yeah, because that's
Yeah.
what we would do. That's what people
Unwise.
would do.
So that's weird. And then Pedro says, "Oh, Phillies game just came on, so I'm gonna go watch baseball."
I go ogle the shortstop, if you know what I mean.
I mean, that's what I don't get about that line. I was like, does he actually like baseball, or does he use baseball as his excuse to go do gay things? What does that even mean?
I'm gonna go do gay things.
And then, because I forget the names of these characters. The youngest one, little girl, she says, "I should probably return this kitten."
Yeah, you should.
Yeah,
Meaning
you
she can't
probably
have a
should.
pet. So that's cool.
Catnapping's bad.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Like it's somebody's cat, yeah. Like
She just took the
It's
It's
cat.
kittens, no less.
yeah.
She just took
What
the
you
cat.
figure because there's like 3 of them that they wouldn't miss one of them.
Just it's just what else can you say about it? It's just like, man, you shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But isn't it really funny though? Yeah, see. Gotcha. Checkmate.
So then we get a really weird conversation, just like the rest of this movie, where people don't talk to each other properly. He's like,
Oh, here we go.
he's only got Mary left, and he says, "Oh, if you say you have to work," and she says, "I have to work," and he goes, "Why do you even have a job? Wonder Woman doesn't have a job."
Yeah,
Um,
she does.
just
She's
like,
like an
I mean,
archaeologist, right?
Well, I
An
guess he doesn't know
anthropologist?
that, but
He-
I mean,
He
she
doesn't know
does
that and
have a job.
assumes that she doesn't, and it's just like, that's strange, but okay. I mean,
But also, it's not a very meaningful thing to say. Like Wonder
No.
Woman is a god. Like this is just a person, you know.
she has a real last life. She's not, because
Yeah.
Wonder Woman is Wonder Woman, so you can at least say that is her primary identity. This
I
lady
know,
had a whole
time
life before she
scale as
became
well,
a
right?
Shazam
Because
person.
Wonder Woman is basically immortal. She lives for like thousands of years, whereas it's not the case for her.
But then you get some, because Freddie earlier said he wanted to go fly solo for a bit, right? And so then you have this line. Mary says, "Just stop, Billy. You're holding on too tight. Just because Freddie wants to go fly solo for 10 minutes doesn't mean he's going to
What
leave
now,
you
Muller?
like..."
Your Discord's cutting out there.
No, it
Not for
wasn't.
me.
Your Discord's
Hello?
cutting out, Rags. Yeah.
Oh,
see?
here we go again.
Bye, Rags.
It was nice knowing you.
Hello?
Is he gonna talk over us this whole time?
Yes, he is. This has happened many times.
Yep.
You don't wait for him to go boo-doo. I'm assuming it'll happen at some point. Rags, you okay,
Hello,
buddy?
is
I feel like
Discord
I've been yeeted
working?
into another dimension.
We're all talking, Rex. Oh, there you go.
Oh,
there you
there
go.
He'll be back. Don't worry. What?
Whoa, okay.
How are we doing, Rags? You there?
Hello?
All right, Singapore. Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh,
I did Singapore is a
Oh.
new as part of the new DLC.
dear Lord.
All I heard was Singapore as part of the new DLC, which good.
That's what I heard.
Mario
too.
Kart 8.
You're
Yeah,
probably
Mario
right,
Kart
yeah.
8 has the new DLC, and it's got like Singapore as one of the courses because they got the tour maps. Like Mario Kart Tour is where they're in real like world cities, so they've got like Berlin, Sydney, all sorts. But they've also added a new one called Yoshi's Island. It's a new, totally original new map for Mario Kart 8, and it's really cool. It's very quaint. This has been a very good pass. This
Rags, you there
Wave
yet?
4.
I am
Yeah.
here.
Yeah,
good.
are you back? Okay, cool.
I
Well,
am,
anyways, getting off of the really fun and awesome Mario Kart 8 back to the really terrible Shazam movie.
Yes.
You were talking
so
about the
he
conversation
said
between
about the job thing, and her response is stop. Like basically that he feels a little bit too controlling, which is one thing you could say, but instead they have her say, "You're holding on too tight. Just because Freddy wants to fly solo for 10 minutes doesn't mean he's going to leave you like your mum did."
Thanks for explaining
Jesus
one
Christ,
of the
thanks.
Yeah.
themes
but
of
it
the
gets
film.
better.
to
I
us,
legit
Mary.
was
Thank
like,
you.
"What the fuck?" like,
Well, it just
damn.
comes out of nowhere, but it's like, oh, that's about 25-30% of what you're gonna get for that as like a theme in this film. Just that one like line of dialogue.
Phrased
like-
rather harshly, I
Well,
would
it's
say.
fucked up. He's basically like,
Yeah.
if anything, his big fault right now is he wants to spend loads of time with you. Fuck him, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
Yeah.
not
What
a
a
very
piece of
nice
shit.
thing to say.
Her response:
dialogue
"You're
keeps
insecure
going.
because your mum left you." Like, thanks, dude.
The movie
It-
tries to make it a thing that he's controlling, but you don't really get that vibe. You seem like he's like, "Oh, come on, guys, let's all work together."
He just wants to hang out
yeah.
with him, but they don't want to.
No. So yeah, I just
He is kind of annoying.
beyond surprising, but
Yeah,
you
he
know,
is annoying.
none of the characters actually accept that line for what it is. We instead just keep moving. And she says, "Or that me going to college means I'm abandoning the family." And he goes, "Oh, college again." And she says, "You turn 18 in 5 months." So that's how old he is then. And
There you go.
says, "They're not going to kick me out. They didn't kick you out." And she says, "Victor and Rosa are saints because you're about to age out of the foster system, just like I did, and I'm still there." And he's like, "Yeah, I know how it works." And she goes, "Do you? Victor and Rosa can only barely pay rent, and the state no longer sends checks to feed or house me, and soon they won't for you." And I was just thinking to myself, like, holy fuck. Victor and Rosa are like taking care of all these kids, and they don't get support from the government once they hit a certain age. And he's got like the testicles right now at age 17 to be like, "You don't need a job." Like, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
like
do. You really
I'm
do.
pretty sure that Billy is smart enough to understand the notion of like that you need income to pay bills.
Yeah.
Yeah, those two
No, he's a
apparently paid for
superhero.
everything. And what we find out as well is that they buy the house later on in this episode. That's how I see this shit. Full episodes of this giant terrible
Yeah.
show. So yeah, that's a reality. She's trying to explain why she has a job, and then she says, "I don't care if Wonder Woman has a job. I want to contribute. Everyone on Earth, we have to get a job or leave home. Nothing lasts forever." And I remember thinking about, like, I wonder if the film agrees or disagrees with that sentiment. I'm not even sure.
Yeah, is
Yeah,
this going to
good
play
question.
into like a theme later on about something, or
I
is it
actually
not?
kind of liked her saying, "I want to contribute regardless." I was like, that's good.
Yeah,
It'd be nice if you
that's
weren't
nice.
so mean to
Yeah.
the baddest
Yeah.
one.
The problem is, I don't
Like,
even think she
haha, you're an
realized.
orphan.
The writer didn't realize that was me. The writer was probably just like, "Yeah,
That
that's
was a
normal. You're
very
insecure about
mean
your
thing to
mum."
say.
Rip. Like, oh.
You were insecure about the mum who
Yeah, full
abandoned
projection.
you. Yeah,
Oh.
abandoned you when you were like 5 years old. Yeah, you insecure about
Just
that.
get
you
over it,
loser?
you little shit.
Yeah, well, it
Gives you-
painted the
gives you-
entire. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, it painted the entire scene for me because as soon as she said like, "Oh, he's not going to abandon you like your mum," and then she starts talking about how, "Oh, well, they can barely pay rent, and you're about to turn 18." It was coming. I just remember in that scene, it was coming off like, are you trying to stoke the psychological flames that you clearly already see are there?
Are you a
trying
secret demon?
yeah, are you trying to give him a panic attack right now? Are you trying to I don't know. It read as like I can see every insecurity you have, and I'm going to play directly into them. And I think it is because of that initial mum line. It left a bad taste. It really
Yeah.
did.
It makes you feel like she doesn't actually like Billy like at all. It's like you're just being
Yeah.
annoying this whole time. We don't actually. I don't want you around, basically. You lazy shit.
Well, and if he
5
was
more months,
more,
baby.
if he was more of an actual adult or even close to the age he's supposed to be, he would have fucking caught on and been like, "Hey, like back off! Like what the hell was that?" But no, he's like,
Yeah.
"Yes, you're right."
Yeah. Wonder Woman doesn't have a job, Lamau. It's like, oh god.
It just comes across like the writer was worried you'd forget that that's sort of part of his character, so he had to make it explicit when that should just be the subtext.
Yeah.
She could have just left it at like he's just because he wants to fly solo doesn't mean he's going to abandon you. Period. That could have been it, and we would have, inferred the rest. But I think the writer was worried we forgot. Even though they brought it up earlier in this movie, didn't they? In the
Yep, they did.
podiatrist office or whatever it was.
Yep.
Pediatrician, whatever.
Yeah, he's saying nothing lasts forever. That's going to come up a few times here and there as well. And he says it's called the Rock of Eternity, so some things last forever.
Ah, good one.
Da, 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 da.
Yeah,
I eternity. I know what that word means.
So, this is the part of the movie that I think everyone is like, what? Especially if you haven't seen like the trailers where he pops at it. But you hear someone in a prison cell where the Helen Mirren and the other, well, there's only the two of them right now. Actually, it was my photo of them. Continuity, so you understand what the fuck's happening. Back to their plotline.
Follow this.
They walk up to a prison cell. There's someone in there who says, "Just leave me to die," and she says, "We come bearing gifts." And he gets up, and it's the wizard from the first movie.
It's the wizard. Oh my god! How are you here?
You
How
might
are
have
how are
thought-
you alive?
You might have thought he disintegrated, but have I got news for you?
Why
We
would we
learned
have thought
all about
that?
this from a certain Star Wars movie, okay? That disintegration don't mean shit.
No one's ever really gone.
He is not
Somehow the
dead.
wizard lives.
And I may as well skip to it now because it's just so funny. One of the characters at one point in this film is like, "Wait, aren't you supposed to be dead? Like, I think everyone thought you were dead." He goes, "No, I just went to a different realm."
Oh, that's how disintegration
Alright.
works. Okay.
And yeah,
Well,
I didn't explain that at all
that's
to
not
anyone.
a big deal at all. Yeah, because you could just go from realm to realm. So
It's not even a somehow
not
he
a big deal.
returned. They have retconned it so that he didn't die at all. He just teleported, but in a way that turned him to ash.
Yeah.
Like,
Apparently, when he disintegrated, it's like, oh, I just disintegrated in like that realm, but I'm here in this prison.
I just like to think
guess.
that he
Okay.
sees it as like, that's how I travel. I just go to ash. And
it just looks
Right,
really
yeah.
scary to
Yeah.
everyone else.
Totally fine. Don't worry about it. It's like, oh, okay. And he's like, this realm was sealed off from magic. And then Helen Mirren, like, I don't know, man. I think it's the dialogue. It could be the performance. I don't know. But she says, "Yes, after you ripped it from our father's very core, from every god in the realm, from me. Do you not remember what you took from me? What my particular power was? The power of elements." I was just like, oh god, kill me.
Oh.
Just kill
Like-
me. I can't take this.
Oh,
Is this?
why would you write it like
Okay,
that?
movie. Okay, movie.
I-
This is what we're doing. All right.
Leave me alone. Why are you doing this to me? Why can't you just be normal? A normal god.
You be a normal god, not a cringe god.
And it doesn't even
My
make sense.
powers
Like,
of cringe.
why don't I remind you what you did to me so that people know what you did to me? Okay.
How will they know unless I tell you now?
Here are my
Oh.
powers. Whoa!
It is the most exposition discussion ever. They don't sound at all like they're saying things they're actually interested in. The wizard responds to all of that bullshit with, "No, I cast a barrier to prevent your kind from getting to the human realm. The only way that would be possible is if..." And then Lucy Liu goes, "Someone broke this," and she holds a fucking staff. Just like,
Dun,
stop!
dun, dun.
Why did you write this so bad?
It's like she was excited to finally drop this on him. It's like, oh, he's gonna ask
He's
any
been
moment now.
waiting.
Yeah, he's about to
gonna
ask
any
about it. Here I
moment.
go. Here's my moment. And
He's like, oh, I got it. You.
he's like, "How? Where is the champion?" And then you just think, like, why didn't you tell Shazam That staff
Yeah.
is incredibly important to the point where the whole of Earth
Under
will be
no
destroyed if it
circumstances
breaks.
should you break it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, I'm sure glad we don't have any other of these items lying around that we don't know about. Oh,
I'm
lucky.
sure
That's
there'll
only
be
the
more
one.
in Shazam 3.
No.
That's not gonna happen.
Wrath of the Titans or
Hmm.
whatever. I don't
It's
know.
just no way. There was no way anyway. Like, how much money do you think this film would have to make for them to make a third one?
It's
No,
time
it's
to look
too
at the
much
budget.
for them to get.
I was thinking, like, would it
I
have
don't
to?
know.
Would $1 billion even be enough? Because it's DC James Gunn stuff. He'd be like, it's good, it's really good, but no, we're moving on. If it made $2 billion, he'd be like, okay, yeah, we got to make another one. Like that. Yes.
Yeah.
So is the metric that it has to make 2.5 times its production budget to break even?
Well, I'm
that
not interested in that. I'm just thinking, how much do you think it would have to make for people like James Gunn and the others in charge to think, yes, we'll make a third one?
$1 shit-tillion?
It would be a lot, yeah.
It would have to be a whole bunch, and even then, $1 billion is that's already pushing it.
I think if it was $1 billion, they'd be like, well, we'll use the benefits of that to generate our new stories. I don't think $1 billion would be enough for them to be like, oh yes, the IP of Shazam on its own is enough to continue. You know, I don't know, maybe.
Wait, what?
So, Fringy,
What's
here's
the
a question: how much do you think this movie would have to make for James Gunn et al. To conclude that we should make a Shazam 3?
The problem is that I don't know that there's like. I almost wonder if there's no real amount of money that a film could make that's even remotely reasonable that would sort of offset the amount of damage that seems to just sort of pervade like the DC brand. Because this is going to be like the fourth one in a row that has not like done very well at the box office. Birds of Prey didn't do very well. The Suicide Squad didn't do very well, but that was simultaneous release. Wonder Woman 1984 was not received very well at all. That film is just broadly considered a clown movie, and of course this one's not doing very well either. And I imagine even looking forward, I don't know how much money Flash makes. I don't even know if like the Flash making $1 billion would be enough for them to go, oh, let's scrap our plans and then, you know, keep making these things. I'm not sure. Maybe if it made like $1 billion.
I don't think $1 billion would be enough, but I think $2 billion would be. So I'm not sure where the line would be.
$2 billion would probably be enough, because if it was $2 billion, it'd be one of the highest grossing films like of all time.
Yeah, and then they'd be like, "Holy
But-
shit, people like Shazam." I guess we'll
But
keep
of
him.
course,
Yeah.
we live in the real world rather than make believe fantasy land, and this film might not even make like $200 million.
I can't. That'd be so fucking funny if
woof.
it doesn't, though.
It would be.
Well, I mean, it's the same as if you know Ant-Man doesn't crack 500 million, which it looks like it won't. And then again, looking forward at the rest of the year, how well does The Flash do? You hear the thing that Tom Cruise apparently asked to watch it and loved it. What a weird headline to read. Tom Cruise specifically wanted to see The Flash, watched it, and liked it. Oh well, no.
He liked
loved
Flash.
it.
That was a real tweet? I thought it was a meme tweet that I saw.
No. I think that was
No,
from the
it's
Hollywood
real.
Reporter that he asked to see it and he loved it so much he called up the director to basically say that he loved it.
But why?
I need to know what other superhero movies Tom Cruise likes to know what we're dealing with. You know, imagine he said like the only other one I like is Harley Quinn's Birds of Prey. You're like, okay,
Oh,
He's standing by the mummy and stuff like that.
Yeah,
It's like, nah,
yeah.
that shit was gold.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how much money it would need to make a hell of a lot more than it's going to.
yes.
So yeah, apparently the only person that can repair the two pieces of the staff are the wizard. He has to hold the two parts and shout Shazam. So they get him to do that with telekinesis and the mind chaos thing. Like dun dun dun. But before they leave, he grabs a hold of the staff so hard, like digs his nail into it, so that he gets a pretty hard splinter.
Whoa. You okay?
Yep, I just remember what happens with that splinter. It goes somewhere I don't like.
No, it's not a
Somewhere-
great place to have a splinter.
No.
It's ouchie. It's a relatable ouchie.
And
Yeah.
so you may be thinking, well, what's he going to be able to do with that? They're just going to kill him now, right? They've got him. They've got everything they need out of him. No, they don't kill him. And so it's on you as the audience member at that point, I would say, to try and think and infer why they might not kill him. And I think some people might say, well, they might need him in future for anything that happens with the staff, or maybe they want to ask him questions about stuff in future, or you know, it's just one of those prisoners maybe you hang on to, especially because he can't do anything from within that cell. And it's like, maybe, but then that gets thrown out the window because the next interaction they have with him is they're going to kill him. So,
Yeah.
Alright then.
so yeah.
Also,
there's
I
just
guess that
nothing.
mind control isn't permanent.
No, that's a good point. No,
I feel like
guess
it should
not.
just be
It
permanent.
wears
probably.
off. Yeah, I
because
guess
It's a different kind of thing.
But why wouldn't you just get full
Yeah.
control over him? Yeah, that's a great point. Why?
Well, he's a wizard, so
constantly.
he can.
Yeah,
just
that's the
say
only
no.
thing that, like,
So he
I don't know.
tamper with
he's-
him because he's a wizard.
Yeah, I guess.
he's a little bit. He's got some stronger brain than the average guy, I guess.
Yeah.
His brain's
Well,
about
unless
as
you're-
strong as
So he
Freddy's.
temporary on Freddy as
Unless-
well.
Damn it, you were faster with the joke.
Oh, you're right. It is only temporary on Freddy.
I think it's just a different
It's
power,
been-
and she's just an idiot.
Yeah,
seems
yeah,
like-
yeah.
That seems the most
she
likely. honestly.
doesn't have a mastery of her
Seems the most
powers
likely.
that much.
Ah. So then we have awkward high school scene where Freddy bumps into random girl, and they have very awkward and stilted banter to try and generate like a relationship super fast. Because again, we've already done like a third of their whole interactions. Go go go.
hmm
And then the bullies turn up and they're like, "Hey, new girl, if you need anything, we're your guys." Like, what would you say they're doing in that moment, guys? Generally speaking,
Assault.
No, not
Wait,
to
wait, what,
not,
by
not to
talking
Billy.
to her?
Yeah.
Or
This is actually leading somewhere. What do you think they're doing in relation to the girl?
they're just trying to, like, I don't know, schmooze her up a bit.
I would
Yeah,
say they
be
kind of
flirty, I
trying
guess.
to do it. They're being a bit horny. Yeah, they're like, hey,
Yeah.
you know, we cool hot new girl. We're the guys. You probably simping. Yeah, that's fair enough. This is
Yeah.
later
The power of porn
described.
compels them.
This is later described as they were planning to like beat her up.
Wait, what?
What?
So to make
Wait, when did
sense of
that
this is when
Yeah,
they
please.
talk to her again, and she says, you know, Freddy, you're like a hero. You stopped them. You knew that what they were going to do to me, and you still like stood up for me.
I thought she said that he knew what they were going to do to him for saying that, and he still did it.
I could have sworn maybe I misheard it, but
I'm pretty sure that she was basically saying you knew that by making fun of them that they were going to like beat you up, but you still did anyway.
also part of what she mentions is like he was protective of her, but
Yeah,
I don't think that makes any sense.
No.
I
They're
mean,
not-
yeah, I don't think I still don't think it's like working, but I'm pretty sure that's what she said.
Well, my point is just that
So-
he wasn't protecting her from shit. Like he was just
Yes, exactly.
in that scene, he's just being
Yeah.
an asshole to them because, to be fair, they're assholes
Yes.
to him.
Well, of course they are jerks, but yeah, she doesn't know
They
that
are
yet.
jerks,
Well, I
but they
guess she
hadn't
can tell,
actually
but-
done anything yet, and he decides. So they just say, "Hey, how's it going, new girl? We're
Yeah, maybe-
here, and we're your guys."
Maybe
you
to
know?
help
And
you
then what
understand
he
where I'm getting
decides-
at is she says she was going to kill them.
Oh, later on she does, yeah, which
No,
is
then.
insane.
That is true.
Wait, doesn't
forgot about
she
that.
says it way? No, she says it later in the film.
No, she says it in that same scene that she was going to kill him and that Freddy protected her or whatever, so she didn't need to. Like basically, she said, "Just give me a sec." She says, "You did all that, but you didn't need to because I was going to rearrange their organs anyway."
That was later in the film.
I thought
she
that was
said
later in the film. Yeah,
No, that's once it's past
Gonna
the dragon
fuck 'em?
part. It's
What?
the same scene.
I.
Where do you think this
pretty-
happened?
The scene when they're talking on the rooftop or something.
No,
Oh,
no,
no,
This
it was
is
in the
after the
dragon scene.
dragon.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Now I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I got you.
Because the whole idea is like he's like, "Oh, you saved us," and she's like, "You saved me from." Yeah, that was it. I was right. She said, "You saved me from bullies."
I thought you were talking about the conversation that they had right after he had confronted the bullies.
No, I literally
the
said it's way
hallway.
later in the film when she's talking about the contextualizing what happened with the bullies, and she did say, "You're the one that protected me from the bullies," which
Yes,
is like not
but
even
the reason why I'm
remotely
getting
true.
it confused is because the line you said was the one that they had at the school, where she said you knew that they were gonna beat you up and you did it anyway. That was at the school. This is
Yeah,
why I'm confused.
I heard the same thing, so I got confused as well. to
Yeah,
be
I was
fair.
this whole time I was
The
talking
point
about
I'm
the
getting at
dragon
is that
scene,
this is
not that one.
mutual. The
Okay.
problem is that you said that line from that scene, which is where I got confused. What I'm trying to highlight
goodness.
is this.
Well,
is
what I'm trying to
mutual
highlight is that
confusion.
she was criticizing him for being too protective of people who were going to beat her up, which wasn't going to happen. That's my whole point.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, but still, mutual confusion here.
hmm
You were partially responsible for this.
Well, but I was right. She does
Go dead,
contextualize it as they were
Meg.
going to bully her.
No, I
which
know
is
that
not
she,
the case.
I know. Okay, sure.
I wasn't
But
talking
in
about
that
any
scene, she says it
specific
differently.
lines, just the notion that
Didn't
they
you,
were going to
didn't you
hurt her.
literally read out the very specific line and then
No,
that
I didn't
was
read
where
any. I don't
first
have
was-
any of these written down. That's why I was guessing.
Okay.
All I know, that's why I just got remembered, is the reason that the bullying line comes up is because she says, I protected you from bullies in this realm, you protected me from bullies in your realm. Which doesn't make any sense. They wouldn't bully her.
No, I know they weren't bullying her. I agree
Yeah,
with that.
is an
But
odd
still, fudged references, confusion
idea of
all
bullying.
around. It's cool.
Oh my goodness.
Moving on.
No, same scene. So my big criticism of
Okay,
that is
sure.
that she planned to rearrange their organs, which will kill you, I would imagine. There's not going to be much ways you can do that, which would still save your life.
He's gonna fuck him really hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All because they said, if you need anything, we're here.
We're here. You fuckers, I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah.
Now, you might
You
be
take
like,
that
yeah, but
back.
they're mean bullies. They've beaten him up before. It's like, I don't fucking know that means they should be executed.
Yeah.
Well,
but
it's
they-
pretty.
no.
We might be jumping the gun, but I do not like how much this film tries to bail this character out for like moral culpability for a lot of the things that she does.
It reminds me of, what's her name from Black Widow? Helena?
Helena? Yeah, Helena.
Oh, the mum, right?
Yeah, nobody ever addresses the thing, the big elephant in the room, how much of a horrible person you are. Like,
Mm-hmm.
we'll move on.
And it's kind of weird as well because later in the film she's like, "Oh no, bad things happening to people." It's like apparently you would totally chill with doing that to kids. Like, like I don't understand.
Yelena is
The mov-
new Black Widow. I'm talking about the mum.
Whatever her name was.
I forget what her name was. Yeah, someone in chat might know. Eventually, They may
the
be
movie
one.
does not
You expect
does
me to
not do
remember
a
Black Widow?
Jane or something. I don't know.
For some reason, I was going with Melina.
Melina, yeah, oh yeah, I remember now because it's like Mortal Kombat. That's what I kept thinking when I was editing.
Oh, there you go. Okay,
Do
well,
you think of a horrible, monstrous creature?
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
that's actually
Wait,
really suitable.
Wait, what do you? Oh yeah, right. I was mixing up with Katana. Never mind.
Well, that makes sense because she's a botched clone of Katana, right?
Win alone, yeah.
With Tarkatan DNA. See, I know my Mortal Kombat slightly.
Mortal Kombat 2, hopefully without the OC, Johnny Cage, main character, and bringing back Kano.
Yeah, and I would even
So
go
that
as
I
far
can
as
count.
just have him back
I
and they're like, when you
know.
dead? And he's just like, shut up. And then they just
Well, no,
move
they
on.
gave him the laser eye, alright? That's the excuse to give him the actual prosthetic laser eye.
Yeah.
And then
Yes,
bringing...
God
Oh,
damn
wait,
it.
Cabal's dead. They killed him. Damn.
That was such a
Death
bad
means
move,
nothing in
too.
Mortal Kombat, bringing.
They
I'm not-
alluded to this idea that they could like return or something.
Well, they did with, because Bihan, original Sub-Zero, they'll probably bring him back as Noob Saibot and then put in, like, sort of mainline, regular, long-standing, Sub-Zero. That was, like, the best part of the movie, was Scorpion versus Sub-Zero, and then they had to put their OC character into the fight as well.
Yeah.
Nobody wanted him there. I just wanted to see Scorpion and Sub-Zero fight.
But
And
yeah,
I
did you
almost
hear
want to make a
that-
list
Oh,
of the
the
generic
cringe
Action Man
roasting.
characters because there's so many of them.
Yeah, there are a lot of them. Unfortunately, Chris Pratt's got like a few of those pinned down just
he
for
does.
himself.
Yeah. Oh man, and did you hear that they're not certain if Scorpion's going to return for Mortal Kombat 2?
Really? They're not going to
Yeah.
bring back Scorpion is the icon of the franchise. How do you not have Scorpion back for Mortal Kombat 2?
The same way you have an OC as the main character in Mortal Kombat 1 with incompetence.
You know, that is definitely like that was before they were ready to fully embrace video games. If they had made
Yeah.
Mortal Kombat, like if that entered production today, there wouldn't have been that OC character. It would have been just the video
God, I
game
hope not.
characters. And they wouldn't
Isn't
have
it
tried to
crazy
come
that that's a thought though? That they thought, you know what, people, we're gonna bank on this movie selling because it's Mortal Kombat. However, we're not confident enough in that. So instead, the better move is to have the protagonist be this lame,
Well, it's the
super
reason
generic
why,
OC.
That's the reason
That's
why
what people
Sonic the
like.
Hedgehog was like a crazy monstrosity thing instead of just being Sonic the Hedgehog. It's because even though they know the name, it's like, yeah, but we can't have like a blue hedgehog like running around. Like that'd be silly. We need to make him look like he's kind of plausible as like a creature.
We need to make him look like a monster,
Yeah. Well, hey. Yeah,
like a
exactly.
failed genetic experiment.
With
People
human
will love
teeth.
that.
95% of Melina is hot. That's fair. Definitely can't
That
go
is-
much
that
higher
is
than
true.
though.
Do you remember in MKX where they gave her human lips over her teeth just so they could do that one scene?
No, but that sounds
Yeah,
gross.
actually, yeah, that's
What
right.
now?
And then in Mortal Kombat 11, they were like, no, just give her the full Tarkat and like crazy looking sort of mouth.
Yeah. So for those not aware, so in Mortal Kombat 10
Oh,
or
you don't need to
MK,
talk about it. You don't need to like go into. It's gross.
okay, I will not go into it if the panel does not want to go into it.
I mean,
No, we
Frankie
gotta
seems really opposed to it, so
Yeah.
if this
We-
bugs him,
we-
so we don't have to, talk
It
about
does bug me. Yeah, it bugs me a lot actually. That thing. So let's
I
get
see
back
what you
to it.
did
Yeah,
there. It
yeah,
bugs
that's right.
you.
Wink,
Yeah,
wink.
yeah.
Anyway, back to this stupid movie.
So, when they say that we can do anything, he says, yeah, narcissistic personality disorder, chlamydia, they've got it all. I thought it was like, okay line.
Nah,
Trying to fight against bullies. What have you got,
Yeah,
Rex?
see, I had forgotten that they were the
Yeah.
bullies from the first movie, so I thought like, well, that was really rude.
They're
They
the
didn't really do
comical-
anything yet.
They're the comical, crazy bullies that pick on crippled children.
Yes,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
is why,
I had
the
They
line I'm just
park
like,
their
eh.
big pickup truck in front on the curb of the school
Oh
and leave
yeah,
it
that's
there,
right.
and
Even though it's probably gonna get towed.
immediately towed, and they'll
Yeah, I
get
had
chewed out
forgotten
for
that.
it. Yeah.
So I just thought, wow, like they just said, hey, new girl, like you should be friends with us, and he's like, haha, you have chlamydia and you're a narcissist. I was like,
See,
whoa,
that's why,
kinda
as a
rude.
Shazam super fan, I saw the first one again, so I knew how well constructed this story beat was, and you were suffering, sitting there not knowing.
Especially if they're gonna have her being ready to like destroy them and kill them with her magic powers. When I feel like they could have made them more shitty in this
I think
scene.
they thought it was a funny joke, like, haha, funny, funny. She's kind of like not familiar with, the customs of like society or something.
Is that what they were doing?
I think it was meant to be like kind of almost a fish out of water thing, that she's like an ancient god, so she's not aware that rearranging somebody's organs because they were kind of like a pompous jerk was like that might be a little bit excessive.
Well, she did say, like, I
Oh.
wouldn't have needed you to do anything because I was going to rearrange with your organs, meaning she knew it would at least stop them. I assume she knows that would
Yeah.
kill them, though.
I mean, you would
She's aware of
well,
humans.
considering that she knows that later
Surely,
in the
yeah.
film that like the monsters just being out there and attacking people is is endangering their lives. Like she's not like an idiot, right? She understands like
Well, yeah, but I didn't
mortality,
have that interpretation
surely.
anyway. I didn't think that's what they were trying to tell us. I thought that he was literally
It
talking
was
about
just
killing
a
them.
joke.
Hence my like concerns
Yeah.
about her as a character. Like,
And
Right.
she doesn't actually know at that point that they're really terrible bullies. They just kind of rather aggressively said hi to her.
That's
Really all
true.
they did.
And that's the thing. Someone will be like, "But they," and it's like, "No, that is after." But we can talk about it now. They punch him in the good old belly, and then I was gonna say break, but they
Bended.
his
Yeah.
his crutch so that it's like not usable. And it's just like, holy fuck, you guys! Like, it's just like the first movie where you're just like, man, this aggressive beating up of a crippled kid is just like, oof, that would earn you so much like disdain
Yeah,
in a
like,
school.
I don't know how anybody
People would hate you.
Everybody would hate them. You're picking on
Well,
a crippled kid.
The 40-year-old, 50-year-old man who wrote this, he thinks that like everyone wants to pick on the crippled kid. Like if someone's crippled, that means that everyone in the school will hate them instead of them like actually getting a lot of
It's almost like
sort
they
of
don't realize-
social credit for that in a way.
Yeah.
Like everyone's going to look out for him.
What you
rite
generally
of
observe is
passage.
that the kind of people who get bullied, it's often people with like mental like autism or something. They usually get bullied at school, not crippled people.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's way more.
Well,
fun.
yeah,
Yeah,
and
'cause you
someone
can't
just
see
mentioned in
their
chat,
disability.
anybody recording that on their phones and then it goes up to the internet, how serious people take this shit would be that the person recording it would get in trouble too. Like, you'd be
Yeah,
like,
right.
why the fuck didn't you do anything? And it's just like, oh shit. Like, people don't like this shit. So it's just annoying to see that that's happening. And then it's like, oh, a teacher just saw it all. Or a principal. I don't think... Do we ever find out his job, teacher?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so.
We'll go with that
He's
anyway.
like the cool teacher.
Yeah, the teacher comes in and he sees this happening, and they all go, "Oh shit!" And they move they were gonna put him in a trash can. They moved that back, and then he's like, and then just like, "Oh, everything's fine. Don't you worry about it." And they like leave, and then Freddy like, I don't know if he high fives him or something. But he's like, "Oh, thanks so much." It's like, hello, teacher, you just saw him get beaten, and then they broke his
Yep.
like very significant
like-
support. Do something, and it's just like, nah, I
You
did
should
something. I
probably
broke
do
it up. It's
something about
fine.
it, yeah. because
Just lets
that's
them go. I was like, what
destroyed
the
his
fuck?
property. You know, like it might require a little bit more like
Can I at
serious
least get a
consequences
detention, please?
for breaking his
A
crutch.
stern
you know?
talking to.
Yeah, anything.
Yeah,
It's like,
anything.
nah, he did it. It's fine. It's like, okay,
Maybe
then.
maybe the principal's in on it. Maybe he's
Thanks,
like,
cool teacher. I hope that you don't die later in this movie.
That would be unfortunate, because that's our
That
only
would
scene
make
with
me
him
very
where he's being a cool dude, apparently.
Wait, does he die?
Did you watch the movie?
I don't
Yeah,
remember
but
that.
you
Don't worry, it's
know,
not that long
this is-
away, that theoretical scene.
Yeah. It's very sad for 2
Oh, you're
seconds.
right. No, I remember. Okay,
Yep.
you're right. That maybe happened. Maybe we'll find out whether that happened in a minute or two.
So they have more banter, and then the bullies just throw a football at his head, and he falls to the ground. And it looks like kind of painful, but then it just, like, camera just sits on him, and he's like, I met a girl.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, and I don't think we see the
Bullying
bullies
never
again.
ends.
No, that's it for the bullies.
They've done their job. So then the
Yep,
wizards...
They don't even
There's
do
no
like
payoff
a
for that.
they don't even do like a weird like payoff where they get like, I don't know, where demon shits on them or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. We're something like you expect, kind of like in the first movie.
Yeah.
Like
Freddy
Shazam lifted
saves
up the
them, doesn't
truck
he?
and dropped it.
In the,
Yeah,
in
we
the...
just
Yeah.
get their comeuppance.
Yeah, that's what I'm
They're
saying.
on
Is
the,
you'd expect them to
Ferris
maybe
wheel.
pop up in the third act screaming as a Minotaur's about to kill them, and then they get saved, you know? That sort of thing. Nope.
Yeah.
Something.
And
Yeah.
but then Freddy bends his leg backwards, like, yeah, see how it feels. No, that
Oh,
was
damn.
the Zack Snyder
That's
version.
too dark. Yeah, Zack Snyder. So the wizard gets the splinter out of his finger and uses it to cast a spell. And this is the thing, right? Let's just pretend that all he can do with the splinter is contact one person. I don't know what else he could do with it. Seriously, up to the writer. But we know he can contact someone to talk to. And you might be thinking, well, Shazam, right? That's the one he's got to talk to. That's the one he needs to talk to. It's like, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. But do you know who he asks to speak to? Is go find me the one who did this. And what he's referring to is breaking the staff. So that could
I
be
guess-
a couple people.
Right.
Yeah, because what if he didn't know that it was Mark Strong, that he had broken it for some reason?
Yeah. And then he's like, he
then
contacts
it
him in prison,
contacts him
like,
in
hey,
prison.
Marcus Roy, what are you doing? And he's just like,
Because
you, what the fuck?
especially given what we see later in the film, contact
Mark
Wonder
Strong would
Woman.
know who he is.
Just go to Wonder Woman, let her know what's up.
Yeah. Or just anyone that can be told and warned about the future of Earth, as opposed to the person who broke the staff. Like, okay. Really dumb, but fine.
Go to the Justice League.
He lucks
What
out
was
with
some
the
evil
society.
guy who did it?
Yeah,
the-
like Mark Strong.
Oh, yep, sorry.
But anyway, yeah, he gets in contact with Shazam. It's nice and lucky. He's having a dream currently about hanging out with Wonder Woman, and that's the scene where you don't see her face at all. It's I thought they were gonna make a joke because I knew she was in the movie, where he would be like, you know, I thought it would be like that lame joke where he's like, it's like a dream where you can never quite see the thing you're trying to look at, and the camera just pans up and she's actually there, and you'd be like, haha, yes, he could do actually have her. But no, not in that scene,
Yeah.
because they probably didn't have her when they were filming that one.
Too
I
expensive.
doubt it.
And so, yeah, you only see her from the back until she turns into the wizard, but only in the face and the beard. Everything else is Wonder Woman. do you
Yeah,
guys think
it
of
just has
that?
the wizard. What do I think of it? That's
Hilarious.
so. So the goal here of the wizard is to tell Shazam that there are evil daughters of Athena and they're coming to get him, and the barrier between the realms has been broken and the bad stuff's going to happen. It's very, very, very important. This is a very high stakes message.
Mhm.
And the way that it is conveyed is, yeah, just to be clear, it's in a dream, right? He does this in a dream. He doesn't do it in the real world or anything like that. In a dream, Shazam is dreaming about dating Wonder Woman. And so he inserts himself into that dream by making Wonder Woman's face become his face and voice so that he can then talk to Shazam in this dream.
Yeah,
That's
what
the
if he would
plan.
just because
yeah,
that's every time when I have a dream after, it's like, oh man, maybe this means something. and it's not
This
like
has an impact on my
oh,
actual
Well,
life.
someone
Yeah.
just
this
mentioned
is
I
yeah.
fucking forget my dreams really quick when I wake up.
Exactly,
I have
that
to
too.
choose to like write them down or remember them very deliberately for them to stay, or they just.
Yeah.
So yeah, Shazam could have just gone like, or Billy rather. Oh, that was a weird dream. Anyway, moving on.
Well, so before we go to that, I was just saying, as was kind of implied, there's like the strategy, of course, should have been that he actually sits down as himself, as the wizard, and talks to him very seriously. Says like, you need to listen to me, instead of being like, oh, I'm Wonder Woman, and you're a dick.
I guess are we meant to chalk that up as like an accident? Like that wasn't meant to happen?
Like, how much control does he have over
Yeah.
Billy's dreams? I don't know.
Don't.
I think he just
it's
really wanted to
difficult
be Wonder
grasp,
Woman.
like, oh, he has to do it this way. It's like,
Yeah.
right, it has
Do
to be
you?
in Wonder Woman's face. Okay. I don't know, but I
Why
guess
does he
we don't
have
get
to do
any
it in a
rules to
dream at
break on
all?
that one. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he says, "You fool of a champion! I bring a warning. The daughters of Atlas are coming for you. They're coming to unmake your world and torture mankind into the pit of endless agony."
Okay.
So basically, so far, nothing useful.
Nope.
And then he says, "Oh wow, I should write this down." And he says,
And then the wizard
"Quiet.
says no.
You don't know what you've done. I regret ever choosing you. Because of you, the barrier of the worlds has been brought down, and they will be hunting the ones you love." Again, nothing useful.
I think that the wizard, you need to take a little bit more personal responsibility for not
Yeah.
telling him
Yeah.
anything.
But also
He needs
tell him
3,
something he
12
can
rules
actually
to life.
use. All of this is just
Yeah.
fucking ranting.
Yeah, like I get you're upset, but like, you know, now is the time to convey some useful information to Billy
Well,
if you want him to actually save the world.
That's where you're in luck, Frankie. So he says, the one thing you absolutely must not let happen is, and then he gets electrocuted and cut off.
Yeah.
Oh, how
movie!
inconvenient.
What a movie thing.
That's writing. Because
Yep.
the reason we do that is to set up that there's something else to find out, and we don't know what it is. How interesting. Ooh.
That's mystery. I
Yeah.
like me some mystery.
Man,
Good thing
if
he
that
didn't
was
waste
so-
all the time by talking about how much he hates him first.
Yeah, that would be that would be awkward.
It's so annoying because when it's just like that line we talked about earlier and some of the other ones, where when you have the camera like zooming on him and he's like, one thing you absolutely must not let happen is, you're like, yeah, he's gonna get cut off.
Yeah.
That's all
This
you
is a
do.
movie
Yeah.
thing. Yep. This
Yeah,
script
yeah.
is so thoroughly generic.
You know
Yes.
everything that's going to happen
Mhm.
before it happens. Not because it's well written, but because it's so tropey and it's so It's
Cliche.
just so
And it's funny 'cause-
generic and cliche. Yeah.
Some of those tropes are like the time it's most coherent. Just him doing that and getting hit, you're like, well, that was a stretch in terms of timing, but I guess it's not a whole. So
I guess it could happen. Yeah.
I guess it could happen.
I think
The
it
paint
might
by
help.
numbers parts. They're harder to fuck up.
I think it might help make sense of the script to know that one of the writers wrote Fast and the Furious 3, 4, 5,
Yeah.
6, 7, and 8.
Yeah, that
Oh, God.
explains the Fast and Furious reference in the film.
That explains the theme about family.
Oh right, yeah.
You guys get the
Good
trailer?
God.
The one that ends with Fast 10. The end of the road begins.
That is a funny. It's
And
it's,
the
it's
road
pretty.
begins.
It's funny. That's a trope in and of itself. The end begins. Wasn't that the tagline for God of War 3?
It was, yeah. Well, the end
Yeah.
begins is
Oh,
the name
that's
of one of the most famous songs, right?
It's a good meme. The end begins. It's like the end. It begins. That's crazy.
But I see the word end and begin next to each other, and my brain goes, "Whoa!"
Well, I don't think it's not just that. It's next to Ted. The end begins. It's
Yeah,
just like
that's pretty
fucking
funny.
hell.
The
We're
10th movie
finally
is the
starting to
beginning
get
of
to
the
the end
end.
after 10
Yeah.
movies.
And I think it's
Isn't it
infinitely
part 1 as
funny
well?
that they went
Yeah.
The
Definitely
Fast and
another
the Furious, Too Fast, Too Furious, The Fast and the Furious Tokyo Drift, and we've got all the way to now Fast. That's just the name of the
Well,
movie. Is
Well,
Fast.
there was
Well,
Fast
because
5.
There was
remember?
Yeah.
well, because Fast. There was the reboot, which was 4. That was just Fast and Furious. So they got rid of the Fast and then the
Drop the
not
the
and.
cleaner.
They had
yeah.
the and in the and but they got rid of the. And then it was Fast 5. And then what was it? Was it like Furious? It was
Fast and
Furious
Furious
6. And then
Furious
7.
7.
Oh my
Yep.
god.
The
And then-
fate of the Furious is 8.
Yep. That's
I think
right.
I'm gonna have an aneurysm
nine.
here.
I think it was-
Jesus Christ.
I think it was Fast and Furious 9, was it? Or was it Fast 9?
I don't even.
And then
I
it was
don't even
Fast
know.
X. Yeah,
That's funny as
pretty-
fuck.
And then, of course,
Fast X
you
sounds
can't
like a
forget
drug.
about Fast and Furious presents.
No, it was
Hobbs and Shaw.
F9.
Fast and
F9.
Furious
Oh,
presents.
sorry, it was
Hobbs and
actually
Shaw.
F9.
F9, it was.
Fast and
F9.
Furious presents
F9.
Hobbs and Shaw.
I
Yeah,
love
F9.
how inconsistent the naming is. That's
It's
hilarious.
called. Oh, and also it's called F9: The Fast Saga.
Oh,
Like,
Oh, hell yeah.
And then what?
And,
Fast X is just Fast X. And what's the
it's
last one
Fast
going to be
X,
called?
yeah.
The end of the Fast and the Furious.
Yeah,
It'd be
the
like
fate of the
Furious, I
Fast
don't
of
know.
the Furious 5. But
I thought
9.
they
Should
already
just
did
be
the
like
Fate of the
Fast
No, you have to
11, we're
cobble them
nowhere near
all up and then
done.
put Tokyo
that's
Drift
right,
at the end.
yeah.
Oh my god. At the
The
end,
Fast,
just
the Fast and Too
Tokyo
Furious
Drift
Tokyo
again.
Drift 5 Furious
Oh.
Fate of the F9 X 11.
Do it.
presented by, and then do it again.
That's right. Fast and Furious. Yeah, the Fast Saga
The
presents
Fast Saga.
Furious.
They went
Oh,
into
God.
space in the last movie. Can you believe it?
Incredible.
You know
Yes.
what? I can actually, yeah.
It's only a matter of time, I thought.
I
Freddy,
think the
Yeah.
Spanish version of Fast and Furious was Los Bandoleros.
good.
Mm.
Yeah.
The more you know.
Freddy wakes up. No, sorry. When Billy wakes up, of course, he says like, "Whoa, what was that?" And his little globe in his room explodes. They don't know why that happened.
See, I was
electricity.
very
To
confused
imply that
because I
shenanigans
thought,
were afoot.
well, I thought he's
Electricity.
about to get attacked. Like they come in close. They're like, oh, they're coming for Shazam now. He's gonna have to fight now. But then the scene just ends.
My read of that was, see, it wasn't just a dream. Electricity, that's like Shazam related.
What are those called?
I think you're right.
Those little electric balls.
I
it's
know what
a
they're
Tesla
called.
something, isn't it? Or electric ball.
Static electricity ball.
Electric ball. Are they called like?
What's
Are they
plasma
just
ball? Plasma ball.
plasma ball?
Okay,
They're called
well,
plasma balls.
Plasma globe.
I guess I'll have to go with
okay.
the that interpretation the freaking Cap had because I got nothing for it. I just
Yeah.
don't I can't crack it. It's like he wakes up, he sees it go. It's like okay.
And it
Yeah.
and it just throws glass everywhere, and there's no problems. We're all okay.
One other interpretation
think-
possible is that it's happening because someone Shazammed,
Maybe.
and
but who
then the
would,
explanation. Well, but the thing is like Freddy maybe, but he's nowhere near the house at that point. So
no.
Yeah, but then he must have a really high usage for these plasma balls.
I was about to say you must replace them every day.
Yeah, it's like, oh fuck again.
Gets given them by the city.
Yeah, not sure about that exactly, but we'll go with most likely, I guess. Then we cut to Freddy, who's just in an alleyway, and he's looking through, I guess, current crime that's happening, and you hear him going, "Nope, over it,
He has this
done
crime app open.
I don't know what I'm willing to give him that. I guess whatever he's tapped into, he's got a way of. Might be the police, blah blah blah. But
Something like that. Yeah.
So I was listening to him. He says, "Nope, over it, done it. Check fraud. Are you kidding me? Ooh, armored car heist." And then he Shazams and he flies and he's going woohoo, and then it cuts to him at school having a really shitty school lunch. Like, see the difference. And I was just thinking, like, I don't want to do what you're doing, film. I want to do the fact that he just scrolled over something and said, "Done it." Like he's doing this for the fun of it. He's not doing it to help people. That's way more
Exactly.
interesting to actually address.
And the film doesn't ever talk
Oh,
about
no.
that sort of thing.
No.
Oh,
It's
absolutely
just
not.
nothing to do with this movie. The idea that it's like, oh, it's someone's getting robbed. Yeah, but yeah, those robberies happen all the time. Lame. Done it too many times. Fuck you, lady.
That's so. Oh well. And so the girl turns up again, and she's like, "Can you show me where you met the superheroes?" It's like, yeah, that's not us at all. This lady who's never appeared before, and she's hell bent on getting every last piece of information you have about the superhero. I got the distinct impression she was evil at this point. I was just waiting for the other shoe to drop. But the thing is, it drops pretty fast because this movie is broken up, I think, into 4 acts, is how I would put it.
It seems that way.
Her being revealed to be evil is Act 2, I think. Beginning of Act 2? I don't know. It's really hard to sort of nail where
I
these
think it's the
breaks
beginning
are.
of Act 2, but it almost seems like it's not. It almost seems like the beginning of Act 3, because it's such a dramatic escalation.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
But there's still most of the movie left at that point.
And Freddy says, sorry, I have an overbearing brother. And then she goes, oh, I have a sister who's like that. She always has to know where I am. She thinks she knows better than me. nice to not have someone breathing down your neck because I'm not a kid anymore. And that's where I was like, yep, so she's related to those crazy people.
She's evil. Yep.
Mhm.
We were even thinking before that in
Yeah.
the first hallway sequence is like why is this new random girl shows up and she takes this interest to this guy, this Freddy guy, when Freddy doesn't seem to have any positive qualities whatsoever to be attracted to, really. And like okay, that's I don't. I think Mahler, you didn't know if this was bad writing or if she was evil.
Yeah, it's one of the two.
One of the
I
two.
assumed bad writing.
You should always assume.
That's probably a safe bet in this movie. Yes, safe bet.
yeah,
It's bad writing.
I kind of underestimated the movie because I thought like, well, there's no. I had the brief thought that maybe that she's related to them somehow, but I'm like, nah, that's too stupid. They wouldn't do that. And
Oh well. So then Billy turns up and he drags Freddy off to talk to him about this dream, and he says it's the wizard desperately trying to contact him. And it was really strange because I think everybody would have just come to conclude, like we mentioned earlier, that surely you wouldn't think much of that beyond it being a dream. The wizard is dead. And what did he say in the dream? That you're not good enough and that something called the Sisters of Atlas are coming. That sounds pretty absurd. And maybe something you read in some school, thing. I don't know. And nobody ever even entertains this. Freddy immediately says, like, wait, the wizard, but he died. Like, it was a dream. He's not alive because he's in a dream. It's a dream.
Yeah, Wonder Woman's kids.
You fool.
And then you're like, oh, how did you see him? It's like, yeah, he was Wonder Woman's face. Like, that might have just been a dream. That's something that just happens. But no, we treat it all as real, and we move forward as it real. And it's like, okay, good. Yeah, he says he's gonna organize everybody to, figure this out. And so they say the daughters guard the mythic tree of life, which grows golden apples that contain the seeds of life, which give birth to their realm that's protected by a dragon.
All right.
Yep.
Okay.
Well,
I'm glad we've all got that.
okay.
Good.
Yeah.
And then Pedro says, I know someone that might be able to help. And we get introduced to possibly the most useful thing on Earth, casually, because they're talking about this. He opens up a secret door behind, I think it's Gluttony. It's the statue Gluttony.
I think so, yeah. He hits like a blue button on the Gluttony statue, and then it slides back and swings away, and then like a whole new section of their lair just opens up.
Yep.
And he takes
And
him into a room.
apparently oh, go ahead.
Takes them into a room filled with magical flying books, a huge library, and they go to the center table. They see there's a little pen, and he's writing something, and he introduces it as Steve the Pen, and he knows everything.
wow.
He never told them that is here.
Nope. Because obviously,
So,
a
yeah.
pen that literally
No.
knows the answers to all things wouldn't be that useful.
There's an entire massive section of the cave, and boy, it's like massive. This underground library area with an omniscient pen that writes things down whenever you talk to it, as its way to answer you is to write things down. It knows everything, and he has never told anybody else that this entire part of the cave exists.
Now you might think like, oh well, of course he found it because he's mapping out the cave, right? You're like, nope, that's the other character that was mapping out the entire cave. He didn't find it. This guy did for some reason, and he didn't tell
I think he
anyone
even
for no
points it out,
reason.
doesn't he? He's like, "Are you kidding me? I'm mapping out this whole thing, and I didn't find this." Something like that. I think I remember something like that.
And just like the film does several times, they lampshade it, and then there's no answer.
Nope.
It's
like
what
the
I mean
movie
about,
feels like, oh, we already gave this guy all the mapping out of the doors. Let's give this guy the hidden big ass library with Steve in it.
just like, by
So
the
they
way,
all have something. It's like, okay,
someone in chat said, "Pretty smart pen." Yeah,
pretty smart pen.
pretty smart pen.
Good old
Pretty
Pen
smart pen.
GPT.
The smartest pen, you might say.
And this is the thing: if David Sandberg wrote like a how to write, or I guess because he's directing, but like I can already imagine the tip in there being like, if you ever noticed kind of a flaw that's kind of getting in the way, just a good way to sort of move past it is to have a character point it out, and then the audience laugh with you, and they kind of forget that it's a problem. I could
As
totally see them
opposed
saying
to
that.
actually fixing it.
Mhm.
Yeah. Because, I mean, what does it mean to fix a problem with a script? There's no such thing, even though it's a sort of thought process like that kind of acknowledges as much.
Yeah. Well, it's the kind of shit when we have throwaway lines from Ryan Johnson or JJ to try and correct up the script. I'm like, you just did it there. Why? Why'd you do it there and you never do it anywhere else? Is it because it's easier there than it was in these other places and so you just gave up? Is that it? Tell me the answer.
It's almost worse. It shows
think
that you're
that's it.
aware of these things.
But you couldn't
But-
be asked to fix it.
Yeah.
Yeah. In their minds,
is
do they
worse.
think? Do they imagine that? Oh, this one is the one the audiences will really need to know. So we'll explain this one because, or else audiences they'll be confused. They won't know what's going on. So we need to explain this one. This is the one we need to explain. Yeah,
Like, what does
yeah.
it mean for an audience member to be confused as to what's happening in a story, you know? Like, what does that mean? Oh, it probably means that something is incongruent, right? I don't know. Might be worth giving that a bit of thought.
No, the only thing I could think of that could possibly answer the question of why he didn't tell them is because he's getting the pen to write him a book report, crime and punishment thing. But the thing is, that's thrown out the window because
Dude,
he presents it to them and he's proud of it.
It's
only
a
when-
joke.
It's only when Mary
It's
says,
so
like,
funny.
oh, Pedro, and he's like, what?
So South Park just did an episode about ChatGPT where like a plot
Yeah.
thread was the boys using the app to write like school reports for them. This is proto ChatGPT. He's Steve the Pen, the
Yeah.
original version of that.
Steve GPT.
It is kind of crazy though that he wouldn't tell them about this labyrinth of knowledge, like this absolute wealth of knowledge, just because he didn't want people to know that he was using the thing to cheat at school. But then
Well-
he brags about it anyway.
Of what use would it really be, for you, considering how they end up using Steve? They go,
They
Steve,
use, yeah.
we're looking for information about
But
the
it-
Daughters of Atlas. Can you help us? And Steve writes, I think, 6 book titles. And so they go, aha, we'll take 1 each.
Instead of just asking him what's in those books.
Yeah.
You, like,
Just
can you
what-
tell us?
What information do they want? Do they want to know what the Daughters of Atlas want? Ask Steve that. They want to know where they came from?
Exactly.
Ask Steve that. Do they want to know what powers they have? Ask Steve that. Why are you going to go read books that'll have vast majority of them useless information? Not because
Well,
it's useless
yeah, 'cause-
information in general, but because
Oh,
it's
no,
useless right
sorry.
now.
There's a matter of
Mhm.
time. It takes a while to read a book, especially if that book is dense with information. You don't have a lot of time.
So,
You know, you need to use Steve like Blinkist. Get those summaries
yeah.
of those
Yeah.
books. You know, like
Blinkist.
get the summary. Steve, this Shazam Fury of the Gods is brought to you by Blinkist.
Oh, good God.
Oh, and someone
You
just
think
said, what
Steve
language
would
are
wrote
those
all the
books
brought to you
in?
by, I mean, I guess they didn't have time because it was brought to you by another brand.
All the books in the
Yeah, those
library are in
books.
English, by the way.
Yeah, of course, but it wouldn't
Yeah,
be
all
like
the
written in
obscure
Greek. The
mythology
Greek gods,
ones,
it's
yeah.
not written in Greek.
I guess
Yeah.
Steve wrote all of them? Question mark? I don't know. Like,
In English
in
beforehand.
English, yeah.
Just
He,
in
he,
case.
he knew everything. He knew
He
that
gets
one
around.
day these kids, these magical superhero kids, would need these pages written in a language they understand. He knew.
What a
And I
legend.
assume there's no throwaway line about there being some translation spell on the library or something.
It would be funny if, I don't know if funny, maybe it'd be something if they told Steve to write something and he started writing it in like Greek or Latin or some old language, and then they said, "Well, can you write it in English, please?" And then he balls up the paper, throws it away, and starts again. Like that'd be something.
Yeah.
Be something.
That would be something.
Not much,
Well,
but something. What am I thinking of? So there's a there's some, I don't know if it's a cartoon or something, but characters in this cartoon or something come across the source of all knowledge. They like a person, a wizard or whatever that knows the answers to everything. And they start asking him like really stupid questions, like, well, for my entire life, if you took all my shits and they were like bricks and it made a wall 5 feet tall, how long would the wall go? And they just have a bunch of weird pooping questions like that about how much poop have I ever pooped and stuff. Like, I don't know. Maybe someone knows what I'm talking about. I have no idea what it is, but that's a thing. And I
It
was
sounds
just,
familiar.
yeah, I have
Robot
no idea what
chicken.
that is.
Something.
Maybe someone will.
People saying robot
People
chicken?
said robot chicken. Yeah,
Oh yeah, it might
I
be.
can believe that's a robot chicken gag.
they're, they're just the stupidest questions, just out of curiosity.
Yeah, you probably would ask stupid questions
I would.
first. I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like how many pounds of poop have I ever pooped?
I
And
mean,
it
what do you
tells
think?
you,
I
and you're
use-
like, damn.
I mean, look what people
If
use
he knows
ChatGPT
everything.
for the first time they use it.
You'd be like,
Yeah,
so, Bigfoot. What happened with that? What's the truth? The pen's
What's up with
speaking.
Bigfoot?
All right.
Is that a thing?
He's like, it's all bullshit. You're like, I knew it. Loch Ness Monster. He's like,
Because
oh,
this
that's
is-
true. You're like, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Ancient
Because
aliens.
this is the thing that kids would ask, right? These are
Yeah.
kids who have access to this pen that gives all the answers to everything, and they don't have like any gags about that. They don't have any jokes. They don't use this to remind you, yeah, these are kids, and this is the kind of things that kids would ask. They just don't.
No.
What if the
because
sky was boogers?
It's the thing, like the
Boogers.
kids will selectively act like kids when it's useful to the plot, but a lot of the opportunities to have them act like kids in situations that could be interesting or funny are just foregone.
Yeah, they don't
Nope.
take advantage of that.
So, we cut to them on the roof of the school. Freddy and girl.
And Theo,
Don't know that yet.
or are you just calling her girl?
I'm calling
Well,
her
Anne,
Anne.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
not Anne. But that's okay. Not well, we're about to get it anyway. This is
Spoilers.
where you hang out with. She says this is where you hang out with your superhero friend, huh? Do you even know those guys, or she's like, is it a Canadian girlfriend type situation? Basically, are you lying about know them? So it's like, yeah, she keeps on prying, and he's like,
Yep.
oh, you know, I can show you. I can bring Captain Every Power here right now. And he goes behind the corner and then pins into him, brings him here, and then like he says, I think she says, I've never met someone like Freddy. He's genuine, warm, and funny. It's just like, woman, you've had like one conversation.
You've been
with him.
alive for
Mhm.
6,000 years. I
Yeah.
don't believe you.
She's attracted to a minor, and she's 6,000 years old.
Well, and they've known each other for like 5 seconds. It's not even remotely
Yeah.
like built at all. And then she says, "How did you two meet?" And he goes, "Comic-Con." And then she goes, "What's Comic-Con?" And like, what? Then we cut. Ah. You didn't laugh. Why is there?
I
know what
laughing?
that
the fuck?
is.
Yeah, you guys know
Mm.
Comic-Con. You're all
I'm
nerds.
packing. I packed up the laugh. I'll use it later.
Ah.
For something good.
So, after reading all of the books, because they cut back and now they've got some knowledge, they didn't just ask Steve, of course. They start reading it out and they say, gods considered humans servants, toys to be played with, children to be punished, until the rebellion where the humans turned on the gods. Like, okay, I guess. Like, there's not much
All right,
for
then.
me to say, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
it's the
This
thing-
is just yeah.
We talked about Atlas made a staff that could give and take powers for the gods, and then the staff was stolen by the Council of Human Wizards. And what they then stole in total.
That's their name, the Council of Human Wizards.
It's so
What's
stupid.
That's like a Rick and Morty joke. The Council of Human Wizards. But they're not actually human. They're not like cyborgs or aliens pretending to be humans. So the name is funny because they're not what the thing is.
So they say
Oh,
the
God.
powers that were stolen in total: the wisdom of Solomon, the strength of Hercules, the stamina of Atlas, the power of Zeus, the courage of Achilles, and the speed of Mercury, which is what he says when he gives him the power in okay. And then he says, if I may point out one of the powers that might be MIA, and he points to the wisdom of Solomon. And then Shazam says, are you saying I lack the wisdom of Solo Man? Which
Oh.
The idea that he can't like read the word Solomon,
he
I
can't
don't
hear,
get it.
apparently.
Yeah,
Yeah, he heard him
And he's
say
never
it out
heard
loud.
this name before.
Well, she said it.
I-
Rags, you pointed this out. She
She
said it like
said it,
2
yeah.
seconds before. She said the wisdom of Solomon. Like Mary said it, and then he goes, Solo Man.
Like how
And
does
it's
that
not
happen?
even an A. It's Solomon, not Solomon. It's like a Digimon. Solomon. He's
Yeah,
the wisest
oh.
Digimon.
So this is kind of what I'm getting at. Like, that's just a joke that doesn't work. I'm sorry. There's a couple of layers to
Yeah.
how that just doesn't work. So you don't get to have whatever funny that may have come out of it as a misunderstanding that does make sense is just gone. You don't get to earn that. It's gone. You need to
Yes.
rewrite that one. Sorry.
Would have been an easy rewrite, too.
So then they say, once the staff contained the power of the gods, the wizards encased the gods in their god realm in a sphere, cutting them off from the other realms. Okay. And then one of them goes, oh, that's what that was about. And the other's like, huh? What? And then he takes them all into the room with the TV and points to a news report of the gods having turned everyone into stone in that museum. And it's like, wait, you knew this had happened? You didn't tell anybody? That 2 people walked into a museum on Earth in Greece and fucking stonified everyone? You don't think that didn't come up? conversation at
Nope.
all?
No.
Why does everyone keep keeping things for each other until it's relevant to the plot? Oh, because this is a really
You
shitty
think this
script.
happened to the
Because they didn't
events of
exist,
Black Adam
Mahler.
too?
It's really odd too because Shazam looks at it and goes, "Wait, how did the staff end up in Greece?" And then as the camera's like panning, you have the one that knew about all this says, "By the way, the statues were people," and then they don't address that at all. And he goes, "Well, I did break it in half and throw it away." Like he just casually mentions all those statues were people, and no one gives a shit, and they just move on.
No one cares.
I don't know why they had him say that if that's all they were gonna do with it. Very strange. I was just like,
Yeah, I got
okay,
nothing.
moving on, I guess.
It
Yeah.
almost was the scene was longer at some point, and then they chopped out some bits for time, but they didn't realize the bits were the things connecting the bits together, so it just falls to pieces.
Yeah, I believe it. 100%. I believe it 100%. I believe that the writer of Fast and Furious 3 was it was that oddly enough, he is speeding through this movie, which is probably not the best.
Yeah.
Also, he doesn't know how bumpers work, which is more
No.
alarming.
And they do talk about the whole staff thing, but we went over that, so it's fine. And so he says, "Well, at least now we know what the two sisters look like." And then Pedro is like, three sisters, because he happened to read in his part of his book that there are 3 sisters, including Anthea. And then Shazam goes, "Anthea," because he knows the girl that Freddy's talking to in school is called Anne, and so he puts together
Yeah.
that that's Anthea.
I don't know how he possibly could have came to that conclusion.
Seems
be
This
like
is the
a bit
guy
of
who
a
can't
stretch.
say Solomon.
Yes, and,
Yeah.
and he put that together because, you know what? It's
Seems like
just
a bit of
The
a
plot
leap.
needed him to.
we just kind of need him to, yeah. It's as simple as that.
Well, nice reach, as they would say.
Mm-hmm.
It's the very selective wisdom of Solomon.
Yeah.
Yes. But then she says, if Freddy comes here, he's in serious danger. She says this to, superhero Freddy. And then he says, look who I am. Look who you're with. What could possibly be dangerous? And then Helen Mirren and Lucy Liu are back, and they go, us. It's like, oh, why are you guys so shittily written? I just don't get it. I mean, the whole thing is, but, it seems special with their dialogue.
What was that promo image you had with Wonder Woman with a sword?
No, it's like a Photoshop. It'll be useful eventually.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, if that's an actual image, that's a fucking lie.
Oh, yeah.
I was about to say, you're a liar. Oh, sorry, Shazam, Wonder Woman's blocking.
So I was just thinking, like, logistically, where were these guys the whole time? It's like, do you think they were hiding somewhere in the school waiting for Anthea to bring out one of the heroes? Like, to tempt one out? They were just like, come on.
Maybe?
I guess that's it,
That'd be
right?
funny.
Yeah, because they
Yeah.
can't show us that. It would be fucking hilarious. So they just have to sort of be like, yeah.
But wait, aren't
How
they
did-
aren't
how
they
did they-
surprised he's a child?
No, well, so they see the hero. They don't know the child stuff yet. None of them do.
Yeah, exactly. So why I bring that up because why then would she even go to that school?
Because
Like,
in
Well,
the
it's
first
because she hung
Shazam-
out
going
with
to that
Superman and Shazam at the
This is
end.
the thing.
in
A couple
post-credit.
people have seen this as a plot hole, but this is just because no one remembers the first film. This is why we rewatched it. Because we got to give credit to the film where it's due. Freddy.
Say it again because you could have talked to. Oh, yeah, okay.
I haven't said it yet. So Freddy's in the
Oh,
first
okay.
film is friends with Shazam openly. Like you see him in public. A lot of people have phones. It's very.
Oh, okay.
And then he starts recording them doing their training montage and putting it on YouTube, getting tens of thousands of views. I think we see. And then
Okay.
he tells the whole school, hey, I can get the superheroes to visit me in school. And then he does, and even Superman shows up. Well, allegedly. You don't see his face, but they want you to think it's Superman. And then, in this film, of course, they reference that with he's the Make-A-Wish, Thunder Crack, whatever. So he is the one kid, if you wanted to find the heroes, he's the one kid who's actually met them and talks to them. Which is what prompts the next criticism, which is why the fuck haven't the government either followed him, tapped his phones, or just talked to him in general? None of that has happened, because they'd find out, of course, that he's a hero pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's a good question. Remind me why they're even after Earth's heroes? Like, why are they seeking them out?
They want their powers back. They don't
They
belong
got
to
the
them.
power.
Oh, right. Okay. Never mind.
Which is, Helen Mirren does explain it, and I think it's fair. It's like, you stole my father's powers, I'm taking them back, bitch. That sort of thing.
Right.
We'll talk about Lucy Liu when we get there. So
wait, what powers does what powers does she not have? If the staff is back together, she seems to have a lot of powers.
What powers
What
does
doesn't
Helen
she
Mirren not?
have?
It's not about whether or not she has them. It's that she doesn't want them to have them. What's
Oh,
interesting, by the way,
okay.
is that those two
They're the
seem to not
champions that
have
can stop
speed.
them.
Yeah, that's weird.
They can get it. All they have to do is say Shazam while holding the staff, and they get it, but they don't. And not having the super speed kind of costs them big time.
Yeah,
Yep.
which is weird. You've been for 2 years now. They've been doing superhero shenanigans. You'd feel like they'd have a really good grasp on their powers, and you think they'd be really
Nah.
good at it.
Nope.
You'd think.
Oh, they suck at
But,
dodgeball.
yeah.
Well,
Look
and
at dodgeball, even though I'm
Oh,
faster than a
yeah.
bull.
Speaking of,
Uh-huh.
Freddy's like overconfident. He's like, "What are you gonna do?" And then Lucy Liu punches him, and he flings across the room. And he's like, "Okay, like let's go." And then they fire the staff at him, which takes his powers off him. But the thing that annoys me so much is that when you're like a super speedster, is it like don't you experience, because with the accuracy they run around in, you experience the world in hyper slow motion at your will, right?
You
At the very
can't.
least
You
when you're
can't
moving
delve into
fast.
those
We're
types
gonna
of
have to
questions.
headcanon that they do,
I was gonna say there's no way
or they have
can,
extremely
if
fast
they're
reaction
moving
time.
at
comes along
hyper
with it.
speed in real time, then they would be flinging into stuff. They wouldn't be able to stop exactly where they need to be, right?
I don't even know if it's worthwhile to try and figure that out.
Well, this is a simple one. This gets applied to everything. What I'm bringing it up here for is that she fires a fucking laser at him, and he just stands there and takes it, and then it takes his
Yeah.
powers. So
Yeah, no, it's one of the first of many instances of why don't you use your super speed?
yeah, it's just
It's really useful and powerful. You should
well, we've
use
talked
that.
for years. Speedsters are tough. When you give anyone super
Yeah.
speed, it makes everything so much harder.
Yeah,
Gotta
it
make them
does.
tire out really quickly, or it has to recharge, or they have to have an energy source
Mhm.
for it, or like it wears them out. You gotta have some sort of a limiter for it.
Yeah, or it's fatal to go too fast, sort of thing.
Then we
Does
get
it this just for a second this image that you have of the three daughters of Atlantis? It looks like Helen Mirren's or
it looks photoshopped,
Atlas.
doesn't it?
The one on the right, yeah, her head, her crown doesn't look like it matches. Like they just stuck it
Yeah.
on later.
Yeah, it looks like this
Yeah,
shot
you
didn't
might be
have the
right.
crown on it, and then they put it on. I don't know if this is official or not.
I think it's just the light doesn't quite seem right. You know, it
The
looks like
sides
it
of
has
it look
more
okay.
clarity than her
It's the
face.
middle of the head. It looks really like they don't blend at all.
Yeah, it's her head doesn't look like the crown is way more clear than her face is. You
It seems
know?
like the crown isn't being affected by the backlight.
Yeah.
The face is really smooth, like inhumanly smooth, like no pores.
Inhumanly smooth.
Yes.
He's the god of pores. Her name is Epidermia. She is the goddess of skin.
So that guy we mentioned, that teacher, he opens the fire exit behind this whole thing happening and goes, "What's going on here? Who are you guys? You guys have kids here?" And you're like, "What are you doing, film? Why is he here? What's gonna happen now?"
Why does he just come up to the roof every now and then to see what's going on up there?
Apparently.
Yeah.
And then
His office is right below that, and he's like, "I heard a laser sound. What's going on up there?"
those superheroes again. And she Lucy walks up to him, and Freddy's like, "No, don't touch him." And then she goes, "I won't touch him at all," or something like that. I don't know what the quote is, but she walks up to him and she goes with the power of chaos, and she just gets him to mind control style, just drop himself off the roof. And
Yep. And you Anthea just sort of lets that happen.
yep, she doesn't
She
stop
has
it.
the power to stop this, but she doesn't stop it.
Freddy
And-
has quite a reaction to this. It's
Well,
Yeah,
like,
he's pretty
it's like
upset.
tonally, it's really strange. This is a kind of a bizarre movie, actually.
Oh yeah.
And
He's like, he's
well-
very distraught about that. It's like, whoa.
well, we cut over
That's-
to Lucy Liu, who says, "I forgot how easily they burst like grapes."
What? Oh, she's
Jesus.
just evil.
Well, what are we doing? I'd be like, David, what is this? What is this point of this scene? And if he was like, well, it's to show Lucy Liu is evil. Like, really? That's it? Okay.
Okay.
We didn't even know that guy's name. Like, it was just
Poor guy.
But he got introduced to be like guy who you kind of like, maybe, and then it's like guy whose head just got splattered. It's like,
Yeah.
fine.
You're expecting, because of this movie and its tone, that he gets saved. Like, that's when the heroes show up and they save him from the air, or they
Yeah, that's
grab
what I
him as he's
expected.
fallen. But it's like, no,
Nope.
he just dies in front of everyone, and
goes
all those
flirt.
kids probably saw it and they're traumatized now. And Freddy's screaming, and it's like, oh, that's not good.
Yeah.
If
So
they
anyway.
wanted to do the more serious kind of horror adjacent stuff, I would have really liked it if there were lasting consequences for the characters or anything, or if it was more consistent.
Like, kind of like the real life is catching up to these kids. They're playing a dangerous game by
Yeah,
being superheroes. They're
exactly.
creatures from other realms that they can't, really compete with or understand much, and they're being very flimsy, or not flimsy, they're being flippant with their powers. They are they haven't matured, right? And this is kind of almost a dark story of them learning to, growing up, becoming responsible with the powers and all the, the good and the bad that comes along with it.
Coming
Which
of
seems
age thing.
appropriate for DC, but I don't know.
They didn't do that.
Whatever.
No, who didn't?
Yeah, and then we see the first instance of Anthea's power. Freddy tries to run away, and she goes and moves the entire nature of the building itself to move Freddy back around so he can be grabbed by Helen Mirren. It's like, what the hell did you just do?
Yeah.
You literally clockwork, I don't know, MC Escher style, just moved everything all around in the school, but apparently it only affected them? Question mark? I don't know.
I don't know about that, because we then see how it gets used a minute later.
Well, yeah, because Freddy's like, oh, wait, I don't have to answer your question because look. And we see Shazam is on the way because, of course, he pieced everything together from Anthea, like any smart person would. And so he's heading there. And this is actually a clip they released, but Helen Mirren's like, Anthea, clip his wigs. And so she manipulates the entire city.
To illustrate it, the buildings are moving around all over the place. The ground is shifting.
Yeah.
It's like
I
a
think some of the
category 20
Rubik's
earthquake or
Cube.
something.
Yeah.
I think some of the buildings even get this
yeah, the buildings
not
themselves
distorted,
shuffle.
but switched up. Shuffle is a good word.
So
Yeah.
the question on your mind is: so is this this is happening in reality? And the answer is yes, because Shazam gets hit by a building and it damages the building and it stops him. So these buildings are moving, presumably with people in them, and on the street and all over the place. You
would think this is an illusion. Your mind goes to, this is an illusion. You're like an illusionist person.
looks like
and you
one.
fiddle with people's minds.
It's like in the mirror dimension, except this is happening seemingly in reality.
Yeah.
How many people do we think are dead because of Anthea?
Thousands,
Just by doing
easily.
that. Yeah, 1,000 seems like it might be a low ball. It's like I said, it's like a category 30 earthquake or something happening.
It's quite a big block
seconds.
she moves around as well. It's a
huge
lot of buildings.
It's a huge portion of the city.
And they're moving hyper fast to the point where if you were in one of those buildings, you get splattered.
You get splashed
right.
into the wall. Absolutely.
1000%.
Anthea there. Anthea, who, jumping ahead, she's presented as nah, you're all right at the end.
Yeah.
No, she is not all right.
No, she's not. She let that dude fall to his death and then moved around all these buildings just to stop him. And it probably would have killed thousands of people in the process.
Yeah, my
It's
brain
hard
melted
to really
when I first saw that.
explain. I feel like it's kind of like our explanation is good, but it doesn't really do it justice. Just what is actually happening.
If it's a clip that's out there, maybe you can show it.
Yeah, it's like the buildings come apart like puzzle pieces and start contorting around, and you imagine people have to be getting skewered and crushed and splattered, and you imagine once the buildings resettle, there would just be red jam pouring onto the streets.
For the buildings to even resettle? Were the buildings designed to be able to withstand these kind of forces, or is that just magic?
I doubt it.
I do kind of love magic, that all the buildings kind of end up where they started, and the movie's like, well, then everything's fine, right?
Will they start? Will they all end up where they started?
Or did she totally rearrange Philadelphia, totally change the layout of that city?
So she changed it all, and just to have it change back. So she was nice enough to make sure that it all went back to where it was before.
That's what it looked like to me, but I could be wrong. Either
Dude, I just
Or
way,
is it just
imagine that
because they
one
didn't want
guy.
to commit to having the buildings be all fucked up and everything
I don't
like
think they
that?
think
wanted
it's
to deal with
that.
it. They thought like,
No,
oh,
they
this
don't
is
deal with
kind
it.
of visually interesting, and it's like, yeah, I suppose it is, but like, what is happening?
I just imagine the one guy who was out for vacation. He comes back home and like his flat is like 3 blocks the other way. It's like
Nah.
what's going on
3
here?
blocks. He's one of the lucky ones. The other guy's
Yeah.
on the other side of the city. And he doesn't have a car. He needs to get to work by walking, and now he can't. So Anthea has destroyed his livelihood right there.
His favorite restaurant doesn't deliver to him anymore because he's too far away. Like, oh, sucks.
It's a real heartbreak here.
Yeah, but for every person who got moved further away from their favorite restaurant, think of all the people who got moved further
Oh.
towards the
true.
restaurant.
The
Yeah.
unsung hero of the film, Anthea.
And what about all the people who were crushed to death by their favorite restaurant?
Well, you know what? If I was going to
Don't
get
talk
crushed to
about them.
death, I'm glad it was by my favorite restaurant.
If it was
I
going to be
am-
anything, I'm glad it was the restaurant.
If any of you can find the clip, I'm struggling
Oh,
not to do the right keywords,
let
but
me give it a try.
I'm
I
finding a
don't.
couple
I
of,
looked
like,
for it a little bit. I couldn't find it.
because I found one that's like is only a couple seconds. I'm trying to find because I know it exists. It's like a clip of about 15 seconds at least. I just don't know.
What's the character's name?
Anthea?
Anthea.
Yeah, Anthea.
Let me see. I'm looking.
Well, if you guys have a look, see.
I can't believe the movie.
I mean, it was just one of those things. There was like, it sounds really, it's really crazy the way that we describe it, but that's like what happens.
Yeah.
The city
Yeah.
like rearranges itself like Rubik's cubes, and it shuffles around, and the ground spins about, and it's like it's like if you play Minecraft, you have the chunks. Minecraft has chunks, and all the chunks just start like moving around and shuffling like those puzzles. And then they like rearrange all the blocks inside of them. It's kind of like that, but it's actually happening.
Yeah, I'm like for maybe a comparison to something that's more readily available. So remember what Doctor Strange inexplicably
just
did
about
to
to
the
say, yeah.
bus in Multiverse of Madness, how he just pulled it apart and then put it back together. Imagine that, but every building in the city is being pulled apart and put back together with magic
as you're reminding
and
me,
reshuffled.
Doctor Strange 1, of course, is only in the Mirrorverse, and then the big reveal is Caecilius with the power of the whatever can do all of that, but in the real world. And then Doctor Strange just fucking does it in the real world, and it's like, hey,
Yep.
like, has he been reading the Cagliostro, whatever the fuck? Whatever. Anyway, different.
I found
Different
the clip
Cagliostro.
on
Rules.
the clip on Good Morning America, so it's got a bunch of like watermarks and stuff all over the place.
That might help with
Cagliostro.
copyright.
At least it's something, right?
All right, let's see. But yeah, by the way, clip his wings. He's got the strength of Hercules. Is he even going to matter that much to put a building on him? Like, through him even?
Maybe he's like Superman, right? When he got thrown through all those buildings in Man of Steel, it's like the buildings make way and give way in the face of him.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Well, then again, we saw it in the first Shazam, right? He got punched into the building and he didn't go through it. He just sort of hit it.
He hit the glass and stopped.
He
It's really
did.
sturdy. It's the
Except
same
for-
glass that the
except the
bus
other
had.
time-
It's very.
Except the other time, he hit the glass when he jumped over the building in a single bound. He went into the building.
Yeah, when he probably shouldn't have. He should have just
Well,
bounced off.
That was less force than him getting punched directly into the thing.
All right, we'll play this on mute background while we.
Yeah.
You guys can. Thank you. Good morning, America.
Clip his wings, Anthea.
Good morning, America.
Yeah, and so
Oh,
then
it's got built-in copyright shield.
then they say, wait, there's more like of them, and I was just there like, why didn't they arrive together? Why did Shazam arrive
Because
alone?
Shazam is the important main character, so it's better in terms of like, I don't know, the way that it works with like contracts for actors and trailer footage and stuff.
Even with all
Which
of
is
our
weird because he was
explanation,
really.
I don't think people were ready for
He really
this.
wanted them to stick together earlier, but I guess
Dude, look at it! Like, come on.
that's nonsense, guys. Come
Yeah,
on.
He killed everyone.
This is
They're all dead.
gotta.
They're
many
all dead.
thousands of people are dead.
You know what it is? It's like bumper cars, but the bumper cars are rearranging each other, and also they're giants.
It's just funny because I think a lot of people would be like, it's obviously an illusion. It's like, unfortunately, no.
Well, that's
Except
what we
it has a
thought. That's what your
it has
mind
a
goes to
physical impact
first.
on him, though. That's the problem. Affects him physically.
Yeah, well, what I thought was happening is that they were projecting the illusion of this in his mind, and that if he crashed into the building, that would be his mind subconsciously directing him
Well, and
into
of
the
course,
real building.
we
But
saw
that's not
later
what
in the
it is.
film. Later in the film, we
Yeah.
see that essentially has teleportation capabilities. It's like
Yep.
teleporting somewhere because you rearrange the world around you. So it's
Yeah.
not an illusion. It moves you to different places. It's
Which is
definitely a thing that's
huge.
happening physically.
Such a big problem.
Yeah, how many people dead there? I don't
couple.
even want to begin to figure out.
I mean, nothing that maybe Superman or anyone would get involved with. You know, it's still.
Well, I mean, what? And then they didn't get involved after the because that's what's next.
Great though. So yeah, Lucy Liu then says, we can take them all, and then Hellbiller's like, no, and I was like, wait, what's happening? Yes, right? Surely, what? Isn't that the plan? And she's like, no, it's not why we're here. We're here for the seed of life. Yield, sister. I was like, no, you're here for the powers
You're here
too.
for the seed of life. This is some new information, I guess.
Well, that's the thing,
Yeah,
right?
I think that's why I was confused about why they were actually here, because they kind of switch it up and they're no longer as desperate to remove their powers from
Even
them.
though I
And they're
thought that was
focused
the whole point.
Yeah.
so if the point is really only to get the seed of life to plant the tree, then why bother with the whole 21 Jump Street operation in the high school?
That's because I think it's a fucking thing they forgot, that the motivation simultaneously is to get all the powers back and to get the seed of life they want to do. Then
Yeah, because they say the champions of Earth are the only people who can stop them.
yeah. Well, and she expresses that she feels ownership of those powers. They don't deserve them. They're her property almost because they come from her father or mother.
Yeah, you have to have the fact that they want the powers back from them. Otherwise, they wouldn't seek them out because they wouldn't stand in their way if they just didn't even know this was happening.
Fair, and this is completely inconsistent all over the movie. They need the superheroes because they need them to get to the Rock of Eternity because they apparently can't go there themselves. Which is later really not the case at all. Not even close to the case at all. So we'll try and unpack this as we go. But yeah, she says, Father would never yield. And then she's like, Father is dead. Know your place, sister, or I will show it to you. Like, alright, what the fuck's going on with you guys?
Oh, there's tension. They're gonna turn on each other, guys.
And then she says, we do it our way, not theirs. Like,
What
do
does
you
that
mean?
Wow, racist.
Like fighting?
And I mean it as in, what
gods
do you
never did that.
actually mean? Because it is so devoid of any logical through line. What are you saying?
Yeah.
It's just one of those scripts where fucking nothing makes sense, and it's
Yeah, I don't know.
So...
You wonder, how long did you spend on this script? A week? 2 weeks?
An
Don't tell me it was
afternoon.
3. It's just...
maybe they had a script and Anthea used her powers on the script and rearranged all of the words and the sentences, and so this is just what we have, and now the movie's terrible.
Oh god.
Literally, taking their powers is probably the most peaceful and least damaging way they can conduct their whole plan.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
No, we gotta do it our way.
Take all their powers and then put a knife to one of their throats and say, hey, Billy, open the door to the Rock of Eternity now. Then he would. Of course he would. Then they go get the seed and they can explain, hey, you guys didn't deserve any of this shit anyway. But we've taken it back. We're taking the seed. We're going to go sort out our realm. Don't bother us again. You could be like, well, we never bothered you. And you'd be like, just read the fucking books. Don't bother us again.
Yep.
They would have been actually kind of sympathetic in some sense if that's what they did.
So then, Helen Mirren's plan instead is to cast a spell that places a dome on Philadelphia and escapes to its outside right as Shazam tries to stop them, and it works as though he's chasing them while they're going up on a little platform that's slow, by the way, because there's a human on there, so he'd have to survive the flight, so it's not going that fast. And he's a superhero that has super speed, and he can't catch up. Of course. That happens.
They're moving too fast, Waller. They're just moving way too fast.
It's one of those things where he's flying toward them and he keeps catching up, and then the next time we see it, he's really far back again, catching up. And it's like, okay.
Classic.
So, they close the dome, and they are on the outside, he's on the inside. And yes, I laughed in the cinema because I couldn't fucking believe it. They've done the Simpson movie.
Yep.
They've placed a dome over Philadelphia.
All
There's
right.
even a news report that's like, some crazy dome is over Philadelphia right now.
Philadelphia is trapped inside of a dome. Yeah.
And let me
Well, they
just
need
say,
to-
the rest of
Blitzer
America
tells
thanks
us
you.
about it.
Well,
They
and
need
this
to
was
charge
the
it with an
point-
elephant now.
We'd already kind of reached it, but this is the point where it's like, so you have no excuse now. Wonder Woman, Superman, Aquaman, Flash, everyone needs to
Yep.
get in.
There's a huge ass dome.
An
you can
entire
see from-
American city is trapped in a dome.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but
Maybe
it is
maybe they're
Philadelphia.
just like, it
so,
is
you know.
Philadelphia. Yeah, so whatever.
Let it go. Also, Rags, you pointed this out, but all Freddy had to do was jump off the platform and get saved easily by Shazam, which they've done in the
Yep.
past with all these characters.
If Freddy just rolls off, Shazam will catch him, and that'll
Well,
be that.
I guess Helen Mirren would probably actually use her power of like, nope,
Well, we
you
should
ain't
see
going
that.
anywhere.
Use her power of
Yeah.
like something, wind or whatever,
I'm
which
not
would
even
have been
sure that's the case. I'm
interesting.
not even sure she's looking at him. She's like looking out at the dome, so he could probably do the role.
Why does they take Freddy for at this point? Why are they taking Freddy? It's so that they can get the
Leverage.
names of the leverage.
It was
So
just
that-
leverage. They
Mhm.
basically are
But
like,
they're trapped in the
you...
dome.
Well, I think that's the point that's getting ramped up to. Once you're out of the dome, it seems like you don't actually really need Freddy any. Oh wait, but they do want to find out the names later on.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that makes sense because yeah, they'd go through this effort to kidnap Freddy, and I guess they really want the names of these people. So when we get to the scene where they,
Well, that was gonna be
try
one
to
of my
ask the names,
questions.
they'll really stick with that.
Because this plot line, they never really discover the names of the superheroes. They never needed them. But that is
Oh,
something
and
they search
also,
for.
there was just the matter of what they say before is if you like chase after us, we'll kill Freddy. So it's like, oh, I guess if that's something that you're actually willing to do, then
Yeah,
you
that's
don't care
something.
that much about the names then.
You
Oh
just,
fuck, I forgot.
yeah.
When Shazam's
Yeah.
like banging on the dome, like no, as they float away, Lucy Lou's like, "Let's see how
No.
you like being sealed off in a dying world." It's like,
all right, we're gonna talk
God.
about Lucy Liu's acting in this movie and how bad it is.
I don't know what's going
Her
on.
acting's really shit. Her acting's really
She's doing it
bad.
on
Her
purpose,
delivery
I'm
is
sure of it.
awful. It's gotta be. She is like,
Well, she's
oh,
trolling.
it's
isn't she?
terrible.
It feels like she's trolling. Yeah, the deliveries are so
Well, she
deliberately
thinks she's
awful.
in a B movie.
Yeah,
Well,
she
she
is in a
is,
B
but
movie.
the big
A
old
bad
expensive
movie.
yeah.
One.
Oh
my.
fuck you.
Yeah, the news report is so funny. The news report literally reads Philadelphia trapped in strange dome.
It's strange.
Imagine we read that on like fucking Reddit or Twitter or whatever. Just like Philadelphia, by the way, trapped in a strange dome. And yeah, by the way, it follows up with saying it could be the doing or undoing of the Philadelphia fiascos.
Could be the doing of the fiascos.
Basically, what they just said is
Obviously.
this may or may not have something to do with those guys. It's like, wow, that's great, dude. Like some top-notch reporting.
It is CNN. Come on.
So they drop.
They think that the bridge was collapsed by the fiasco people. So
They drop Freddy in with the wizard in the cell. Why?
They only have one cell. There you go.
Ah, okay, one.
Yeah.
I thought it was obvious, but okay, I guess
Yeah,
I
and this
pointed
is
out, it's
where
fine.
he says, like, "Didn't you die?" And then he's like, "No, I just couldn't. I went to a different realm because I couldn't remain in my realm."
Master Uguay.
And it's like, unfortunately,
like,
I ended up
right.
in this one and was captured. So there you go. I'm alive now.
What a shit.
This is what I mean. This script is filled with this
It's-
bullshit. Where it's like, you think you can get away with that? That's like awful. Like, what?
This is great. Not only did he survive, quote unquote, he went into another dimension. He just happened to end up in
Yeah.
the one dimension where they all hate him to death.
Well, because he's human,
like,
so why can't he just be
alright.
on Earth? Why the hell did he end up in the prison cell of their Tibet? Like, what happened? Like, shut
You
up.
bet. Do you think he actually just landed in that cell immediately? He just dies
Yeah.
on Earth and then just goes like poof in a cell. It's like, oh,
Like,
damn
of
it.
all the thing. Oh, damn.
Not here. Not only here, but also in their prison cell.
So, yeah, Freddy says, so do something, use one of your magical spells. Turn us into a gas so we can float out of here like a fart. Then it, like, pans
Yeah.
over to the wizard and he goes, ugh, I gave my powers to children. It's like,
yeah.
Yeah, he did.
You
Why
should have
did you
picked
do
an
that?
adult who was wise and smart and experienced. You had 7 billion people to choose from, and probably half of those are adults, and half of those are well. You any of them you could pick. Think of all the good ones that there are.
Yeah.
I just don't get
But
it,
yeah,
man.
you
Like,
did this. This is what you did.
this is the thing. If you want to
Like
pitch
you
like
played as a joke.
a kid gets great powers and has to do shit with them, it's like, well, you go the Spider-Man route where it's a complete accident. He does the best he can with them, or the
He doesn't have a
Shazam route where
choice.
it's bestowed upon him by a very wise wizard. You're like, no, you need to write something better than that. This is like,
Or
no,
you have
he's pure of heart.
you have like
Okay,
the kids. You have like the wizard gets into a battle with the evil person, and he's going to die, and he has to give the powers to someone, and the only person who's around is the kid, right?
Yeah.
And so it's like I got you're the only one here. I'm gonna die or turn to dust or whatever. I've got to give you these powers.
Yeah.
And maybe he works a little harder to explain what's going on. But yeah, this is
like he says, don't let the staff be destroyed, or it'll destroy Earth.
Yeah.
yeah, maybe
Why?
say that. It's just really quick. Yeah, if the staff breaks, then the world will be destroyed. The barrier to the evil realms will be, lowered. You can't let this happen. Nice and simple.
Well, that'd be nice, but no. Anyway, yeah. So he's like, oh, then those children squandered it, and you're like, yeah, I know, right? Sucks. Like, but anyway, moving on. We get the team of heroes trying to figure out what to do. And Shazam's like, if we set up a meeting to negotiate, but then we grab one of them and use that to trade, and if, and then one of the other ones says like, well, what if they sap our powers from us? And he says, well, we'll dodge. And then Pedro says, but I suck at dodgeball.
This is a check on dodgeball. You see, they set up that he's not good at dodging. I wonder where that will lead.
No dodging needed. You guys are faster than...
Well, you have super speed. Yeah, being bad at dodgeball is kind of pretty irrelevant when you're that fast.
I like it's just you're right, because that is the right of being like, I've set something up.
See, I'm
you're like,
setting it up.
no, you...
It doesn't. He just needs
Get
to
some help.
move really fast, like he's done in the past, and you're fine. You absolute morons.
Gotta move fast like it does in the past.
Yeah, what he
Yeah.
said.
Gotta catch him all because he's Teddy fan.
So then you're thinking to yourselves, well, they can't talk to the gods anyway. They're stuck in the dome now. So what are they gonna do? You're like, Darla says. So Steve the Pen says this paper is a stack of magical parchment. You write a message on the magical paper, and you say the name of the god you'd like to talk to, and then the paper will fold into a paper bird and fly to the god.
Wow, that is incredibly convenient to have.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have
That's
questions.
exactly what you need right at this moment. Wow, that's
Yeah.
great.
Godly emails.
All right.
He's going to be
Wow.
like, I have questions for Yahweh. Can you please ask him? I have questions about what he did.
What if you try to send to a god who isn't real, like all of them? But like, if you
Hey,
had to say, like, oh, that's how you could find out which one was
oh,
the
you
real
you
one.
say go, and then it just doesn't move, and the pen looks at you like, sorry, dude. Like,
Sorry.
what? But
Hey,
yeah,
Steve, is there something here that we should protect that they shouldn't get their hands on? Because that wizard kind of told me something, but he was cut off. Could you like tell me about that? That would be grand.
And now you might start thinking, well, wait, why don't they just, talk to Wonder Woman and wait for it? Because that's exactly what Shazam says. Like, hey, why don't we contact Wonder Woman? She's like a demigod, so it kind of counts. And then nothing happens, and they don't.
Yeah, they don't even mention it.
Oh.
And she's the god that reignites the fucking thing at the end. So, yes, it would have counted. And you could have brought her in, but you just didn't. Don't know why. We'll never know why.
Wait, it might actually be worse. Aren't they implying that at the end that he actually did send one of these letters, but it just took her that long to get there? Or does she say she didn't get one of the letters? I don't remember.
I don't think she mentions it, but you could infer that's why she is there at that time. But that, you're right, does
Yeah.
make it way worse.
Yeah, there
That
you
means she just didn't get involved until it was safe.
go. And she was like, a dome? Been there, done that.
Scary. So they start writing. I guess we'll not talk about what they've written until it gets read. So Freddy and the Wizard are brought to the sisters. Don't know why it took so long. What were they in the cells for? What were the sisters doing? They came home, sat down, and then they just waited for a bit until they got Freddy and the wizard. Like, what's going on?
They waited for the other scene to be over.
Oh, okay, that's nice of them.
Yeah.
So, Helen Mirren opens with, "Are the other champions children like yourself?" And then Freddy says, "No, no one's stupid enough to grant primordial powers to kids," which is a really weird line because you're right there.
Yeah, they already saw you. So,
Like,
okay.
as much as he's kind of tongue in cheek, it's just like, yeah, but that doesn't work. You have the power, you fool. And then if you wanted to be like, well, to be fair, he was given it by the other kid. Like, yeah, but that's pretty much the same for all of them. So, like the only one that was given it by a wizard was Billy, but whatever. That's going to change by the end of this movie. And she says, "Give us their names." And he goes, "Okay, well, there's Brett Breyer and Bert Breyer. You writing this down?" And then Anthea's like, "He's lying." And I just thought to myself, like, man, they're asking him to give the names, and they're not forcing him to, like, with the magical mind control. So he could actually have just gone away with saying, like, "Okay, promise you won't hurt them." Okay? And then they go, "Yeah." And then you go, "Right." And then you can name people who either don't exist or maybe people who, like, could actually deal with them. Like, if you said, I don't know, I guess you can't do this, but if he said Bruce Wayne and Clark Kent, it's
right.
Yeah.
like
He
especially
could,
Clark
honestly.
Kent. But yeah, it's like, oh well. But even because it's kind of fucked up, he says Brett Breyer and Bert Breyer, because if they actually went after the bullies, that's who he's naming, and killed them. Like, oh, whoops.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Oof. Whoops.
Mm.
Whoopsie-doo.
No,
Anyway,
the movie were like, see, they got their comeuppance, those bad bullies. They got killed by the gods. Like, oh god.
So then you're
I
thinking,
guess you
wait,
could say they died.
why are
Of
they
God.
fucking around? Why don't they just use the chaos power to get him to do it? And yeah, that's eventually what happens. Lucy Liu says, "I'll just use the power," and it's like, why are we
They
wasting time?
really didn't want to stand up. They
Yeah.
really didn't want to
And they
stand
were
up.
really
And-
comfy.
And to be clear, they want the names of the other champions that they already saw flying towards them earlier, right?
Yes.
That's what they're doing here.
And we never find out why. They don't do anything with the information because they never get it. I think it might just be bullshit. I really don't know. I can't answer these questions. I can answer a lot of questions, but not all of them. So she's preparing to do the thing, and he's like, "Oh God, what's she gonna do?" And the wizard said she has the power of chaos. It enters a man's mind and shatters it whole.
That's
not permanently.
chaos.
I just don't get it. Yeah, like it's just mind control. Why are you describing it?
Yeah.
Is that your way of trying to make it sound chaotic?
Sure.
So he says, "Well, my mind is already trash, so I'd like to see you try. Nobody has the balls to handle my brain."
Why is he so cocky?
They wrote that.
I have
That's a
no
line they
idea.
wrote.
That
is a
so-
line they
oh,
Oof.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. And then he starts like desperately screaming in a way that I was kind of like, "Damn, this looks like it's pretty heavy." And then he says, "Destiny's Child did it better," meaning the
Yeah.
band
Oh, I missed
really
that.
Yeah.
Oh,
And so I was just like, "What am I goal here?" He's like screaming, but then he says like, "Haha, this band sucks." Okay. And then Helen Mirren's like, "He's stronger than he looks." Bugs the hell out of me that for some reason Freddy is the one that can resist the chaos mind control
Yeah.
from a god. It's like, okay,
but that's
Why?
powers.
Wizard,
Why would he be able to do that?
no
Ready.
reason.
pure of heart or something.
Yeah,
It is
he
super
doesn't have his
boosted
powers at
because
this
of
point.
Shazam powers. Is that
Doesn't
their
have his-
idea? Maybe I don't know.
No, he
Yeah,
doesn't,
all
have, him.
the-
he doesn't have
all
him
the-
at this point.
Yeah,
They're
he
taking
doesn't
away.
have him.
No, I mean
No.
like there's like some kind of mental thing
Like
for it. I don't know. I'm
residue?
just trying. I make something up like the movie does. Okay, come on.
No,
No,
you're
you
not
see,
very good at
the
it, just like the movie.
Damn it!
You know, It's a
so
psychological
I can write a
after
Shazam
image.
movie. That's what I heard.
guys, the power that was supposed to go to his legs went to his brain instead.
Oh
okay.
no. One
Oh
leg.
no!
First-
The other leg's
It's
fine.
like when you go blind, your other senses take over.
Exactly. Very good meme.
Anyway, like I said, it's such a wide. But as he's getting there, he starts saying Billy, Billy, and then it's like, oh shit, we got the first name of the first person, the surname, and then the stupid letter arrives, and she goes, wait, or stop, or something. It's like, why? Why?
yeah.
It's
You can do
literally
both at the
working.
same time.
Yeah, you could read
It's-
while
yeah.
he's saying the names.
I think
You're
it
not
does
even the
actually
one
finish
who's
the
doing
name,
it.
doesn't
You
it?
can just read a letter. It's fine.
Mm-hmm. You could just wait to read the letter too.
Yeah, or that. That's some big brain stuff right
It's
there.
not going anywhere.
So she reads it, and she reads it deadpan, Helen Mirren God style. This was a part that Shad said he found quite funny. What did you guys think?
I thought I wanted to
And
die.
back. What do
Oh,
we
yeah,
what was
that was
funny
bad.
or
It's
what
just
wasn't?
goes on, and it's just a bunch of gibberish because that
Helen
stupid
Mirren is
pen
reading the letter.
was yeah reading the letter.
Yeah, this
And it just goes on and on. It's just gibberish because the pen was just writing down what they were saying, and
My
it just,
issue is
just
that I don't
takes like
believe
30.
you wouldn't entertain it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
that's
is
that's what I was finally getting to. It's like there's no way she would even do that. It's like that's just bullshit. Stop it. Now go back
this
to
is a
chaos
potentially funny
magic.
idea that's sort of housed in an environment that it just can't exist or make sense. Do you guys remember Night at the Museum 2?
Mm-hmm.
When the Pharaoh guy, who's the bad guy, he's a bad dude, right? And so they tell him about the cube of Rubik's and how it's like like this thing that's got a lot of power and everything. And so he's like, yes, what is this cube of Rubik's? Like that makes some sense because he's being tricked and he doesn't know about this stuff and he's inquisitive. But here it's like there's an idea here. But the film is like, why would they send the letter with all of those errors in it? It's like, I don't know. Can I believe that they're all that stupid and they wouldn't make sure that the letter was done right? And of course, Helen Mirren, she wouldn't read it out like that. She's too, experienced and wise and sagacious or
And
whatever.
proud,
It
I
wouldn't
think,
work.
to read
And
out a bunch of bullshit.
yeah, it
Mm.
wouldn't work. But it's one of those like I see the joke, but this isn't the place where this joke can work.
Not very
You
earned.
have planted the seed in soil where it cannot flourish.
Yeah.
And is
Yeah.
Steven the pen so dumb that he doesn't understand that they're trying to say don't write that part, but he just writes it anyway?
I think
Or
it's
is he
more
just
He
on
might
them
be
than
following
Steve.
instructions exactly.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
def-
Steve's
it's
in the
definitely
clear. You
okay.
go ahead and take that back.
It's definitely more on them, but I think it's also on Steve
Why? What did Steve do wrong?
because he knows everything, but
dictating.
he doesn't. But he doesn't know that when they're saying no, don't write that. That he
He was
shouldn't be
told to
writing
do it though.
that. I
And
suppose.
besides, just because he knows if we're gonna go down the road of route of he knows everything, then I don't know if that one like intentions and what the letter should say and things like that because it's a theoretical letter, but
Well,
yeah,
no, I
it's
just mean like when
was-
they say no, we're not going to write that part. He continues to write it anyway. It's such a small point. I
well
was
if they
just
had
curious.
said Steve, don't write that part down, then was that a crow? Did someone just make a crow
What?
noise?
What?
Who made a crow sound?
What?
No, that was
Did
my
someone
squeaky
just-
chair.
Okay, I was talking and I thought someone
Was-
made a crow. There was like a crow that went. So I didn't
No,
know if that was
No, I
a
just need a
crow
new
or not.
chair. It's
Okay.
we can call it the crow chair for now.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. I don't know what I was
Crow chair.
talking about, but
I'm
yeah.
I'm fine to admit that Steve is in the clear. That's
I
I'm
think you
cool
conceded
with
too
that.
hard. I've been convinced a little bit by your argument, especially the
Well, in
don't
that
write
case,
that.
I'm still right.
Well, it depends on what they were. I think it depends the context in which that word was said. Maybe if they said it to the person who was saying it, but I don't know. I don't know. I
Well,
think it's kind of strange.
to move to the next thing, because I find it hyper cringe. The letter ends with saying, "I feel good about this. Me too. Anyone else want a Gatorade? Do we have red?" He reads that, and it's just
Oh,
like,
yeah.
end of joke. And then, don't know why they did this, but Lucy Liu angrily charges at Freddy and says, "What is this Gatorade? Is it a weapon?"
Uh,
And it's like, look, Lucy, it doesn't even make sense in the context of which she read it. Anyone else want a Gatorade? Do we have red? That doesn't sound at all like they're preparing a weapon. What do you mean?
no, that's dumb
Yeah.
shit.
And it's like,
That's
we
pretty
get it
dumb.
because it's culture difference. And you're like, no, shut up. Stop it. Down.
Stop it.
Enough. And then she's like, "Sister, they have suggested a deal, and we will meet, but the humans are not to be trusted."
And where are you going?
Well, to get herself deliberately caught, right? That's her next plan, so that she can get the seed, but she could have done that at any point
Get the seed.
anyway. Anyway, they leave, they go, fuck this. They leave the wizard and Freddy to die in the dragon pit. And it's like, you've not done anything with the wizard this whole time after he repaired the staff. Why didn't you kill him? That's what I was kind of referring to. They just decided to kill him now.
Mm-hmm.
They were Freddy. They could have gotten the names of the heroes if they wanted, but they only got the first name of one of them, and then they killed him. It's like, well, try. I don't get it. None of that makes sense. It feels like we've forgotten their motives again. Fine, all right. And so they get dropped into the guardian of the Garden of Atlas's pit, where he paralyzes people with fear and then eats them, I guess, or burns them, or what?
Yeah,
Either,
something
whatever.
like that.
He takes a long ass time to do it, though.
Hi.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But before he
He can
can eat
breathe
them,
fire.
he's about to do it. Axis Lady changes the whole nature of the entire building, I guess, and you can see that the dragon slams into a wall, and she saves them from it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just kind of like, so there she goes again, just changing the physics of, well, not the physics, the physical world to her whims. And nobody notices in this building except for the people involved.
Somehow.
So that's good. Yeah. Yeah, and that's
Imagine
what she
how
says.
much affordable housing she could single-handedly create.
Yeah.
I guess if her world's destroyed and they're like the only people in it, there's a lot of affordable housing.
Well, yeah, but if she hangs out in the regular human world, you could just get a bunch of materials and put them down, and she can make some buildings.
But
I don't
yeah,
know if they'd be up to code.
he
maybe.
says, Freddy says hero to her, just like she did to him earlier in the film because of the thing with the bullies. And then that's where she said, and I'm focusing on something else this time. Because, to be fair, I didn't actually need your protection. I was going to rearrange those boys' internal organs when you stopped it. And I was just like, why did you put that in there? Did you need to do that?
I think they thought it was funny. I think that's it.
Yeah, there's like,
And it's a little bit of, oh, by the way, I didn't need to be saved.
That's what I mean. That's the part that I'm
Because
just like, you could have, didn't need, you're trying to appreciate each other for the good things you've both done. And then she's like, to be fair though, I didn't need you.
No.
Let you know. It's like,
Yeah, I
hey.
didn't need you, Steve.
Just to be clear, I'm a woman, and women don't need to be saved by men. I just want to make that clear.
I'll have you know.
She gets mopey and shit when she loses her powers, though. She's heroes then.
No shiznits.
Oh no. Like this would have been more endearing, sorry. Though I did endure. This would have been more endearing if Freddy was the one to point out that she didn't need saving, and she didn't feel the need to point that out because it was the intention and all that. But because she points it out, it kind of kills what they were trying to go for with this scene, unfortunately.
Yeah, just felt a bit off to me. It's like, oh well, whatever you were building there feels kind of stilted now. So Shazam meets up with Helen Mirren with the expectation of the trade being, he said in the letter that he'd give up his power and all of his family's powers in exchange for Freddy. And so Helen Mirren assumes to agree with that, but of course he's going to spring a trap that involves capturing Helen Mirren. That's his idea. And so their conversation begins with him saying, quiet one she is, because she arrives without him realizing. And then she says in response, I find it the most effective way to slit an enemy's throat.
God, she's so cringe.
She's
Why
my
would
new
you say
Sonic
that?
OC.
I don't know why we still have these characters. What the hell's going on? Like, if you want to make an evil for evil's sake, evilman, fucking The Last Wish just showed you how to do it.
Yeah,
Go
Jack
copy
Horner.
them.
There you go.
Because what the hell is this? Like, wow, you just turned up without making a sound. She's like, I like to slice my enemies' throats with silence.
It helps me murder.
All right. Yeah, then he says, you're upset. Wizards took your powers or whatever, but, like, you're taking this pretty personally. She says, if thieves stole your coin at night and fled, you would give chase, would you not? And let's say they dropped the money on the ground, and your neighbor picked it up and kept it. Now imagine it's not money, but the lifeblood of your father and the last breath of your mother and the power of all the gods, the magic of the entire realm. And now this magic courses through you, and you have the gall to believe you deserve it. And I was just thinking about, like, oh, there's a lot in there that we can
That's
use.
kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm.
There's plenty.
Yeah, it's
Like,
the analogy's a bit long, but yeah, like there's thing to talk about here. There's like a
who,
thing.
Does magic belong to anybody if it can be moved from one person to another? Who originally has it? There's a conversation on that. There's the whole, like, Atlas is dead, and so all these powers belong to several gods that are gone. So who does it pass to? Is it like bloodlines, or is it just rights by being a god, or can it be people who save lives? We've saved loads of lives. And by the way, Helen Mirren seems to have some recognition of lives. This will come up in a second. I'll have a quote for it, but Just keep it in mind that like that's something she does seem to care about. And then she said, like, character-wise, you think you deserve it. We know Billy doesn't, so that's something to talk about as well. We don't talk about any of these things.
No.
What he says in response is, "You're very menacing, and that goes a long way. But today, I wanted to talk about compromise." Like, haha. And then she says, "There is no compromise." And he goes, "I knew you'd say that. Wisdom of Saruman."
Kill me
Again.
right
Seriously, this
now
is like
in my
slamming
brain.
Keep
head
his
against
name out
the
of your
desk.
goddamn mouth.
It's so fucking painful. There's no actual conversation. It's just fuckery. Yeah. So yeah,
Shazam
he
is
says,
so stupid.
yeah,
He's so stupid. Unreal.
so he says, "Give us back Freddy, take down the dome, and we won't have to annihilate you." And then she says, "You play the part of a man, but you don't play it well. Give us the powers. You're no leader. You're a lost boy who likes to make believe he's a warrior." Kind of like,
I
hey,
like that.
it's opened up again a chance to have that conversation, right? Like, it's almost like we reset again after the Goofy. It's like, all right, now, dude, come on, come on. And then, you know what he says? "Oh, yeah? Well, I've seen all the Fast and Furious movies, lady, and it's all about family."
Slam.
And then
Oh,
awkward
shit, yeah,
silence,
that's
and
in
then
this
she
movie.
even looks around and is like, "Oh, what's going on? Where's
And the
you know
meme is
where
the
are
family
they
didn't
at?"
turn up on time.
But then they do turn
Yeah,
up, and he
timing was
says,
off.
"Family, that was the signal, guys. We discussed this," and then they show up again. Another first draft.
That joke happens
Joke.
again later when he's talking. He wants Helen Mirren to do something, and she doesn't do it straight away, and he starts repeating. And I was just like, "Please don't do this joke again.
No.
I'm so tired."
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's like you have that chance again, then you just go hyper goofy mode. And some people are like, did they actually say that? It's like, yes, that's a quote. That's 1-to-1. It's
Yep,
really
it
fucking
is.
annoying and
Oh,
lame.
boy.
I think he even said he says like family 3 times because they don't show up. It's like
Yeah.
so you really get it.
Really
If you
drawn
didn't
out,
get it,
yeah.
you get it.
And so he's like, "You forgot about my family, didn't you, goddess?" It's like, why would she? Her whole intention here is to collect their powers.
Yeah.
What do you
just
mean
throw
she
them right
forgot
there.
about them?
Yeah.
And then she says, "No, you forgot about mine." And then Lucy Liu surprise zaps Pedro, so he's lost his powers now. Remember, he's bad at
Yep.
dodging. But the thing is, it doesn't really work because he didn't even know she was there. Like there was no attempt to dodge. He just got hit. And
Yeah.
so and this is again like, it's like a filming thing. Lucy Liu hits one of them, powers gone, and then we show like him falling over and going, "Oh no, I've lost my powers." And then we show Helen Mirren and she kicks out Shazam. He flings across the room.
And I guess
And
everybody's
then
just
we show
standing.
Mary looking at Pedro going, "Oh no, Pedro, like, are you okay?" While the others are looking around. What's Lucy Liu doing? Fire again. They're all
It's
there.
it's a big problem with this film and a lot of its action scenes is that there will just be moments where people are like standing around and they don't really know what to do. It's like they had no direction. They didn't know how to account for them. You've got a lot of people in a scene at any given time, and like the camera focuses on one thing that's happening, and then it's like everything else is on pause while that's going on.
Really annoying.
Yeah, it's just not good.
Just an easy
There's an
win
especially
right
egregious example of this later
Let's
in
go
this
like zap,
action
zap,
scene.
zap, Dunzo.
there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So then two of them, yeah, one of them runs up to attack Lucy Liu. She gets distracted, and then the other one zaps her with electric, and she flings across the room and gets, I presume, knocked out for the next 5 minutes because we don't see her at all until she gets back out of
Yeah.
it. Which tells me it's like you could have taken the staff that whole time.
Yeah, she's gone for like minutes.
That staff has the power to just take powers away from people. If you grab it and take her powers off her, you nullify her. That'd be pretty good.
That would be very good.
Oh well. And it annoys me, by the way. Helen Mirren, like, she grabs the tables in front of him and flings it, and then kicks Shazam, and he flings across the room. And it's just like, again, you have super speed, my dude. She doesn't. How does this keep surprising you? Why does everything surprise you guys?
And if they surprise you, why do you need so long to come back? You just should go like, zip, and then
Now,
you're back.
I would judge this choreography-wise, the fight between Helen Mirren and the three the three Shazams, but it doesn't. She wants to get caught, so you can kind of dismiss any dumb thing she does throughout it as that, which she does a lot of dumb shit. But she wants to be caught, so she wants to come across as though she's being knocked out and that they can take her away. So we'll give him that, right? But it gets way worse than that. One of the lines she has, though, that I found curious, which I was referencing earlier, she says, "We've taken the power from 2 of you already, and now 2 of you must die, and for what? So you can keep playing soldier." So she thinks it's bad that people would die, even humans.
Yeah, seems that way.
That is the
Seems
one
like
line in the
it,
whole
yeah.
film that I was just like, why don't we get into that? Hello? Helen Mirren's
Let's have
character
a
seems
chat
to
about
actually,
this potentially interesting thing.
Yeah.
she resents humans for taking the power, but she seems to be against killing them. That's super interesting. Do
Yeah, she just-
something.
Mm-hmm.
No, we don't. We don't do anything. So
Yeah,
yeah,
Next
that
funny
would
joke,
be
please.
we assume she pretends to be knocked out, and they take them all to the Rock of Eternity before Lucy Liu can get to her through one of the secret doors. And you're like, okay. And then I think now is the time to talk about it. You're like, so they can go to the Rock of Eternity. You're like, yeah. And it's like, and the Rock of Eternity has a series of doors that lead to all places in the world. And you're like, yeah. And it's like, so the dome really isn't doing anything to them.
Yeah,
I guess
It's just
not.
like,
unless they haven't mapped out another place where they could. Oh
Unless
wait, no, they
all the-
have. They go through the.
well, yeah, they know about the labyrinth door, but if they, I'm trying to think of
Yeah,
if they've ever been through a door in the film that led to another place on Earth. But there must be one, and they can all search through the millions of doors themselves until they find one.
yeah.
So yeah, I don't know.
Hmm.
I just thought that's just something that casually happens. It's just like, wow, that really does cancel out the pain of the dome. You could even get civilians through that way, right? Like out of the dome, but
Sure.
Yeah. And also, if you can open the entrance in a porta potty, surely you can then change where that entrance is to being outside the dome, even if you're not thinking about all the other doors.
Well, you could move the porta potty places. It's in the
well,
Yeah.
name.
you open
From
the
the Latin
door,
porto, which means to carry.
you get like 200 civilians into the room, close it, and then you have some other Shazam open it outside the dome, because they would have gone outside at that point, to then
Yeah.
connect it back to the Rock of Eternity's entrance, right? Like, there's so many mechanics that they don't care to even think about. Anyway, so she pretends to be knocked out, and I don't know, I was so lost at this point in the film, because I thought I'd missed something. They just put it behind metal bars in the Rock of Eternity. The
Yep.
woman who can literally control everything with telekinesis down to its elements. Like,
Yeah, a god who can punch Shazam and beat him up and make him fly across places. And like, yep, this just metal cage door. This'll be enough. Whatever.
Yeah, it's gonna
I
be
don't
enough.
know-
We're just gonna all leave, and no one's gonna stay to watch her.
it's
gonna be
so
fine.
bizarre.
Surely the
I don't
film
know.
doesn't.
Why did they make us think that all of them thought that she was fine in a just normal cage? Why?
I don't know.
I don't think they're that stupid. I mean, they are kids, but like, damn.
I just don't get it.
They
There's
shouldn't be that
nothing in the
stupid.
film that implies that that would ever work at all, and they just believe it will. Okay. That's that. And of course, she breaks out
Okay.
immediately with her powers.
Yeah,
What?
Maybe 2 minutes later.
I don't
yeah.
understand. Like, I seriously want to know from David directly, like, what's going on, man? I don't have
What do you
anything
want
for
me
this
to
one.
think? As an audience member, what am I supposed to think? What did you want me to think?
Yeah. The other things we've kind of able to speculate, but this one I've got nothing. I really have nothing at all.
I've got no clue. I don't
No.
know. I guess it's just really shit writing.
It's not like any of the other examples, like Skyfall or Dark Knight or Loki in Avengers, where you can understand how they were going to be doing some stuff. Obviously, the shaky ones are best in some of those examples too, but this one, nothing. Nothing to work with. All they
Nope.
say to her is, "Freddy for the staff and your freedom, and stop the dome."
Okay.
Alright.
And then we cut to them writing up another letter, and they want to send it to the remaining 2 sisters. And he goes, "Dear daughters of ass hatless," haha, burn.
God, I
Hey,
hate this so
We
much.
need a teenage consultant. We really do. Like, just
Yeah.
give them the scripts. Like, do you speak like this? No.
Like, no, that's
No.
cringe. I'd never talk like that. Who wrote this?
Who wrote this?
Yeah, and as Dahl is walking away, 'cause she's going to get some food for their prisoner, you hear in the background him saying, "Man, Steve's grammar makes me sound so much smarter. Also, how are you guys sisters? The age difference is noticeable and slightly upsetting, not gonna lie."
That's
Hilarious.
upsetting.
I'm not sure.
I don't know. I guess like they should all like how come Helen Mirren looks like the old lady and Lucy Liu looks like a middle-aged lady and Anthea looks like a young chick. It's like that's a little unfair, I guess, you know.
Well, you know, if
Yeah,
they're
I
gods,
did
maybe
wonder
they're
that.
born at very different times, right? Thousands of years apart.
I guess.
I
It's
don't know.
ultimately inconsequential, but I did
Yeah.
have that thought when I was watching it too. I'm like, oh, they're sisters? Oh, okay. All right.
Also,
So,
someone pointed out they literally had teenagers on set they could have consulted. That's funny.
Oh yeah, you're
Well,
right.
dude, when they had the kids say like, "Do we have to play war games?" when he's talking about a FPS, I was just like, "So does that kid just not play video games?" Because he could have told him. He could be like, "We don't
Yeah.
call him that."
Yeah, Call of Duty, it's called a war game.
Hey guys, you
War
want to play the war
game.
games tonight? You're like, "What do you?"
Says
What?
that.
Like, who
I'm
fuck-
sick of war games. Why do we always have to use guns? Hello, fellow teenagers.
That's what I mean. It's like, let's play Halo. It's like another war game. You're like, yeah, I
with
guess.
guns?
Say that to you. Just be like, are you okay?
So yeah, she obviously breaks out and she goes to get the apple, and then they're all panicking. They're like, "Where could she be? Where did she go?" It's like, man, if only we all had super speed and we could check the whole fucking rock immediately. Oh well. Nope. They hear a noise and they run into the room of doors and they realize that's where she's escaped. So yeah, and now you're thinking to yourselves, wait, why did she need to be captured to go to the Rock of Eternity? It's like, well, because she can't go to the Rock of Eternity. Why? Well, because
Reasons.
so this is a genuine thing for me. I'm like, is it that there's a barrier for her to walk in herself? She has to be carried in by one of these guys? Is that what they're
Why
trying to say?
would that be?
Or
Why
are they
would that
trying
be
to
a
say that she can't open the door to the Rock of Eternity? She needs to get one of them to do it so that she can go then through the door. It's like, that makes the most sense. It's like, no, that can't be it because there's a literal fucking door in their labyrinth that leads directly to the Rock
Yeah.
of Eternity. So, nope. I don't know.
It's
I don't know.
awkward.
Totally
I
right.
have no clue.
And just to
Considering
clarify,
how she
that door is always to the labyrinth. It never changes because even the guy says, no, that just leads to a labyrinth that goes nowhere. It's like, it clearly doesn't go nowhere. What do you mean? Like,
you just
I don't know
didn't
why
solve it and
he
he was
just
too
assumed
embarrassed
that
to
the
say.
labyrinth goes nowhere.
you
How
have
did you
super
discover
speed.
this?
Just check
Why
out
would
the
you
whole
think
thing.
this?
That's what mapping means.
Yeah. Yeah.
It does blow my mind that he could have run into the Sisters of Atlas so much earlier, or he could have run into the Wizard so much earlier.
Yep.
Holy
Yep.
fuck!
That's pretty funny.
A
So
wizard.
how does she get from her original realm to Earth,
Walked.
but she can't get to the Rock of Eternity?
Yeah, you can't walk there.
Yeah, you can't get there by walking because you can't walk there.
Idiot. Of course you can
What
walk
part of
from the
this is
god realm
confusing?
to the human realm. You can't walk from the human realm to the Rock of Eternity.
Yeah, the Rock of Eternity is a special place. It's different. I
Oh.
don't know.
And then, yeah, one of the characters goes, I thought we brought her in too easily. She wanted to get caught.
Thanks.
So tropey.
All
Thanks.
right.
Filled with
You should have
trope.
said something. You should have mentioned it.
Yeah, probably.
Like, guys, this seems really seemed really easy what we just did. I thought that'd be more difficult. Thought we'd have a bit more of a struggle there.
When they broke out the wizard, when Anthea broke out the wizard and Freddy from Spooky Dragon, she said that they need to follow the instructions of going right, left, and then follow the right wall to the door. They forgot these instructions somehow and get lost.
Yeah.
And then he's
We
like,
remembered it, and we had to watch a movie.
yeah, yeah. This wasn't our lives wasn't dependent on this information. So yeah, he's like, oh, we're lost. Thanks, bozo. And then he goes, who's the wizard here? Why is the wizard
doesn't mean
talking
anything.
like that? Why wouldn't the wizard be like, shut the fuck up?
Because it's that terrible modern writing where everyone speaks in these contemporary ways. No one seems wise or aged.
Well,
At
nobody's written
least
to be
Rings of Power
appropriate for-
tried.
It did try. That's right.
They tried.
Sad. But yeah, then they clearly aren't following the right wall, and they end up at the door. Really annoyed me because I was like, that's the one thing I definitely remember her saying. It's like, yeah, well, fuck you.
Fuck you for paying attention.
And then Helen Mirren walks through that very door that they just arrived at with the golden apple, and they hide, and they're like, oh no, she has the golden apple. She's not supposed to have that. That's supposed to be in a safe place. And they both look at each other and they go, Billy, like Billy fucked up and she got the apple. It's like, did you tell him? Did you
Yeah,
tell
did
him
you
about
tell
the
him?
apple? You cunt. Why'd you keep doing this? Like, there's all these important items that you just don't tell them the value of. So then when they get
It's
lost,
like
you're
playing
like,
a
oh.
game and no one tells you the rules,
Then
and
they
they're
fucking
like, "Yeah,
shout
of
at you
course I
for it,
failed.
yeah.
You didn't tell me the rules. Sorry, I didn't know a bishop could only move diagonally. How was I supposed to guess that shit? It doesn't even look like a bishop. Fuck you."
Oh, this is actually. It's much worse than I thought it was, right? So they see all the doors in front of them, and they're starting to test them out, and it's not working out well. And then Shazam walks up to the door, the one we need. And the guy goes, "Oh, don't need to worry about that one. That one just leads to a labyrinth with nothing in it," which we said was really dumb. But then Mary says, "Wait, like a Greek labyrinth?"
Oh
Like,
So
god.
now we
What?
give a shit about things being Greek.
Oh.
it's just
Many
like,
kinds of
fucking hell.
labyrinths.
Like
And,
Theseus.
and again, like it wasn't bad enough. Shazam then says, "Guys, I smell porta potty," meaning
Oh yeah, that's a
they went through the porta potty door, which got a smell onto Helen Mirren that followed through to that door. Is that what they're suggesting?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but it's
well-
stupid because there's no porter potty in there. There's no poop.
No,
There's no poop to stank.
you're right.
But what a
There's no
fitting
poop stank.
metaphor.
It's
What
just the
a
There is no
plastic.
poop to stank.
Yeah. But what a fitting metaphor for this film. Follow the stink of shit and you will
Follow the-
find your plot.
Oh my
Follow the
god.
poop stank.
And the reveal is they never find it.
Yeah.
Whoa. So yeah, the apple, they've got it, and they are all arrived, all three of them, and she's like, "It's over, sisters. We can restore our realm." And it's because I've already said how bad Lucy Liu is, but so Helen Mirren says that, and then Lucy Liu goes, "Or we plant it in theirs and destroy their realm."
It's
like,
just like, why?
Why?
Why did you do that?
So evil.
And yeah, and then Anthea's like, "No, that's not what we agreed to." And it's just like, why would you even? You've got one apple.
Why would
Restore
you
your
want to do
realm.
it?
What's wrong
Especially
with you?
when you know that that's going to be good for you and putting it in Earth. You know, I don't know that that's going to pan out very well.
Oh, and
I mean, as we see, it doesn't.
so they're arguing over what to do with the apple, and it pans over to the front door where the wizard and Freddy are, because they're gonna be like, "Okay, we're gonna steal it." And so Freddy goes to steal it, and it's like, what the fuck? And you might, as an audience member, be like, "Why the fuck's Freddy doing it? The wizard should do it, obviously." And you might
Yeah.
think,
Obviously.
as the writer does, "Oh, right, you shouldn't go. I should go." And Freddy says, "Oh, because the cripple doesn't know. He's not exactly some good sneak thief. Is that why?" And I was thinking to myself, like, it's not even just that you've got one leg that doesn't work perfectly. About it, you're a kid. He's an adult.
Yeah.
But like, we didn't even remember that. The writers don't even like, they're not even thinking about that. They're just like, "Oh, whatever, because of his bad leg." It's like, no. But yes, also
Didn't
that
make it
makes you
correct.
bad at
Partially
sneaking.
that, yeah. That probably is a little bit of a dexterity penalty, yeah. If
And
we're
so,
gonna be technical about that.
He
Yeah.
says, "Yeah, okay, like one of my legs is too great, but your knees make crackling noises whenever you walk." And then the wizard like
Exactly.
kneels and he goes, it's like, what? When was that a thing? Like, it's the thing
Right now, Mauler. Right now.
exactly. Yeah, so
Insanity.
I just think it's funny that the writer was like, "Oh, they'll take issue with this because he's crippled." It's like, he's a child. Like, he should probably not be dealing with all this shit. I guess he's 17, but still, the wizard should probably do it. But never mind, we're gonna get him to do it.
Yes.
And so they continue arguing, and they say, if you plant the apple in Earth, it'll disfigure into something monstrous. Okay? Take that as information on its own. It's like, well, the obvious thing then is to plant it in our realm, to restore it. Give us nice, happy flowers, sunshine, whatever. That's what it does. We see it do it later. We will
Yeah, it's gonna be
definitely
great.
not be planting it on Earth if all it'll do is destroy Earth and give us nothing. Like, why?
Yeah, seems like a waste of that apple.
Mm. So what does Lucy
Yeah,
Liu say
surely
back?
our love for our own realm is greater than our hatred for the humans from thousands of years ago, we can only assume.
Yeah.
Or not, or whatever.
Maybe further back. Who knows? Actually, no, it'd be thousands, yeah.
We talked a little bit about how in really, really bad scripts, human beings just don't talk to each other, or people don't talk to each other like people. So Lucy Liu's response is, so remember, it would disfigure into something monstrous. She says, that's what humans are. It's only fitting that we bring our monsters to their world and do to them what they did to us.
Or you could restore your
Okay.
home.
Yeah, or you can, yeah.
That's what I
exactly.
mean. It's just like, oh, you're like insane. What do you?
Kind of. You're just like cartoonishly evil, and I can't take you seriously.
This has gone well beyond. We can restore our. Why don't you care about our realm? What's going on? Like, I am just so angry and vengeful. You're like, no, this is just clown stuff. Like, come on, work with me.
It's
What's going on?
clowns.
So stupid. And then she follows up with all humans are villains.
Those evil
Okay.
humans.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, riveting character in Lucy Liu, you think? She says
Okay.
they actually pray for the gods to absolve them, for order, for peace, when all they do is dismantle in return. And then Hellmirren's like, Anthea, I want you to take the apple and plant it in our garden. Like, basically ignoring Lucy Liu. It's like, unfortunately, that's when Freddy knocks shit over and reveals that he's actually trying to steal the apple, meaning that had the wizard done it, it would have worked out just fine.
I can't believe they actually made the knocking over thing.
Yeah.
It's like, really? She
Like
was about to
Gotham
turn
Knight.
around anyway. Like, you didn't need this. Just have it a bad timing thing or whatever. Don't. Not funny. Stop it.
Then Lucy Liu's like, you see, you put your trust in Anthea and she betrays us. I guess she's talking about the fact that she must have figured Anthea let them out of the dragon pit.
Yeah,
I
apparently.
guess. No, fucking.
So then Helen Mirren goes to kill Freddy, and he's like panicking. He's like, oh no. And then they all go, wait, what's that? And they all look over at the violin that's on fire. Because that was from Rock of Eternity.
Yeah, I don't need. They just put that there for the lulz.
Well, they said it's to
To
distract
confuse
them,
them?
so he can use his super speed to grab the staff. It's like, you can do that anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
just
use
use
the
super speed. Doesn't really seem like it requires much of a.
So you wasted time just getting that stupid violin all the way here.
Even better than that, Mel. They
Aw.
super sped in to drop the violin and super sped out,
Yeah.
waited for them to be distracted by it, and then super sped in to steal the staff. How fucking dumb is that?
Super dumb. The big dumb, even.
It's even clunkier than that because they're distracted by a flaming violin in a room with a whole bunch of other flames going. So it's not even all that visually distinct
Yeah, like, it's not
from
unique.
everything else in the room.
Well, it
Yeah,
is unique,
it's
but
not-
not like, in a broad sense, yeah.
Yeah, in the Rock of Eternity, it stands out a lot more because it's all grey rock and everything. In that chamber, not so much.
Stupid. Anyway, they've got the staff now. It's like, holy shit.
All
This
right,
changes everything.
nice.
This is
Well, it
amazing.
was actually kind of easy.
And then one of the most
Yeah, we
frustrating
should've-
parts of the
should
movie
use that.
happens. He wants to toss it to Freddy so that Freddy can say Shazam with it and get his powers back. You might be thinking, why don't we just get everyone out? That's probably the better thing to do. Use your super speed.
That would be a great idea. We
So,
should
yeah,
do that
I think
mutually.
we should do that instead. But, Shazam's like, nope, I will throw this to Freddy, and then he will do that. Throws it, and Lucy Liu just... It honestly looks like she just extends her arm a little bit and just grabs it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The scene is literally like,
It's
Helen
very
Mirren has the
confusing.
staff. Shazam goes, phew, I've got it now, haha, and then throws it, and Lucy Liu just takes it, as though he threw it to her. And you
Yeah,
just
the
you
way
sit
that
there
the
as an audience
shot was
member like,
sort of set
what?
up was really confusing.
Why? Why?
Like,
Why
she
would
didn't
you
even
do
need to,
that?
like, jump or get in the way.
No,
Just like,
no.
oh, cool, thank you.
It was just a terrible idea.
And then Shazam's just like, oh. And Wizard,
Oh yeah, not like it's a big deal or anything.
I think Wizard says, Freddy, the crutch. And he puts the crutch on the staff, which counts as touching it, I guess, and says Shazam, and he
I
gets his
don't know
powers
about
back.
that. I don't know
think
about
it's
that.
horseshit. I don't
Well,
believe it
well,
100%.
I wonder if you put the staff on the ground, and then everyone says Shazam.
Thanks to everyone.
Because like, does
Only
the,
the cripples
does the
who
staff
have their
recognize that the
things on the
crutch is
ground.
like an extension of you?
No, yeah.
That's how
Oh my-
integral it is to him.
It'd be like if it fell on your car and you said Shazam, and then you turn into Shazam.
Turn into a transformer.
But
I'm just-
your cards actually protects you from the lightning, so it probably wouldn't work.
No,
How
bounce
far-
it off.
Ah,
Yeah.
damn.
This is magic lightning.
And you raise
Yeah.
a valid point. How far does this go? Do I put it on the ground, and that is connected to the earth, which is connected to the buildings, which is connected to the ocean, which is connected to everything
no.
else, which is connected to everything else? Can anyone on Earth say Shazam once that staff touches the ground? Or if holding the staff, if the
Connects
you're
you to
holding
the
the
ground,
staff,
yeah.
yeah, so anyone can become Captain Marvel.
Well, the Earth gets a big old lightning symbol on it because it's a Shazam now.
Yeah.
It's John Shazam.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You fight of Earth.
John Shazam.
So anyway, with that blunder, Freddy just zooms out. Shazam zooms out with the wizard, and the three sisters are like, "Boo!" But they have the staff, of course, and the apple. So overall, that's the stakes now. Even though it's just completely fucky and switches everything all the time, hard to pay attention exactly. Yeah, which moves us to, I guess, the next act.
I think.
Great.
So, you have Helen Mirren say, "Calypso, you are not fit to wield this staff," and takes it off her. Then she takes it back off Helen Mirren and says, "I'm more fit than you. You had them in your hands and you did nothing. Our sole purpose is to avenge our father, but everyone here has become weak."
Weak.
You're weak.
So she
Why
summons
so
the
cringe?
dragon, the big wood dragon, to attack Earth. And Helen Mirren disagrees with her with the staff, the dragon, people dying needlessly. Does nothing. Does nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like, okay. And you all know, because you've seen it, I mean, you know what happens to Helen Mirren the next time she has
Yep.
screen time. So it's
Yep.
kind of curious, right? Like, what is she doing? Why is she doing
Why aren't you
anything?
trying harder to stop this from happening?
Kind of weird.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Very important.
So
Kind of doesn't make
Pretty
any
good.
sense at all, but whatever.
they would have super sped down into the labyrinth, gone through that door, and into the room of doors. Right, that's where they are. But the dragon's been summoned, and so it shows us them getting out of that door, and the dragon bursts through it himself into the Rock of Eternity. So again, I'm just like, so there is nothing stopping you from going from there to the Rock of Eternity. You can just go through, even if you're a fucking huge ass dragon. I guess. How does a dragon fit through?
I
It
don't
does.
really.
That's
see
what
that
I
it
was
can.
thinking as well.
Yeah,
Like, it looks
don't
like
you,
it
like,
starts to
break the portal?
destroy.
But you figure if you destroy the door, you destroy the portal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you see, the dragon sucked in
Uh-huh.
its
Yeah.
belly.
So
Now it all makes sense.
apparently you can make these portals bigger, which would actually be even easier to get people through it then. That's nice.
Every time you say the room of doors, I keep thinking, like, oh, does he mean a hallway? I was like, oh no, it's actually a room full of doors. Oh, okay.
Also, do they
Like
now just
Monsters,
have
Inc.
like a doorway that's constantly open to
Yep.
the godly place?
Yep.
Because it's broken.
Yep.
Great. Get just
So-
to hang out there.
They then open up a door to Earth and all get out, and it's their house. I don't know why, since they can choose from what I remember. I don't know why they did that, because it's just going to endanger their parents. And so they quick thinkingly, with the dragon literally on their tail, they run into their parents' room and they're like, "Okay, parents, calm down, don't freak out. I'm Billy." And he just goes, "Guys, it's no time for secrets,
Say-
okay? We have to tell them the truth."
Did you say a
And-
dragon literally on their tail? Mahler.
Yeah.
yeah,
please?
that's the phrase. That's what it means.
Literally on their tail. That's I don't accept it.
Yeah, on their
That's
tail,
madness.
it refers to like right behind you.
Madness.
So
But
some
they're not
might
actually on
say
the-
they're
that's-
on their
nope.
tail when they're not really that close. I'm saying they are that close.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be literally on their tail.
No,
That would
that's a
just be their-
different.
it's
I'm
on
not
their
referring to
tail.
that literally. I'm talking about the literally of that meaning of that word, that phrase. Sorry.
Literally, figuratively.
No, on their tail refers to when someone's right behind you.
Yeah, figurative.
I'm not saying like on their literal tails.
That's madness.
Well, how do
But
you
you could
distinguish
just say
between
literally, figuratively.
being right behind them as in on their tail, or being on their tail as in chasing them?
Well, as long as they aren't literally on someone's tail, it's not literal. Either
Yeah.
way.
Well, that's how that. I mean, that's the thing with the English language, right? On their tail means right behind.
It's figurative.
I mean, like I said, how do you draw the difference between on their tail as in chasing versus on their tail as in right behind?
No, it's fine to have the distinction between those two things, but when you say literally, now that completely overshadows everything. Now, literally, you have to be on someone's tail.
So, what word am I supposed to use when I'm trying to say they are right on them instead of facing them?
Well, I guess you could say right.
You could say they're on
tail.
their tail. That's fine. But if you say literally on their tail, I was like, well, then we've added literal to the mix.
Yeah, but what word should I use?
Well,
For-
right on their tail.
Just say yeah, he's on their tail.
Well,
Or right on their tail. Right on their tail. The right is the emphasis part.
Or else, because if you're using the phrase right on their tail in a figurative sense, which you were, but then you say literally, then essentially what you're meaning, literally the figurative thing.
I
But
want
the
it
figurative thing,
known.
when literally,
All I want it known is that it's like a meter away as opposed to several. Or like
Do you
even
think
It's
that
definitely
literally?
close.
Do you think that literally would imply that it's closer necessarily?
yeah, because on their tail in this instance referring to just on them.
But if they don't have a tail
Yeah,
to be
it's
on,
No, I
like
know,
it's
but
right
that's
behind
obviously
them.
But
I
so,
didn't
like,
mean
if
they
somebody
had a
said,
My
tail.
if
issue
somebody
is the way
said,
that
I'll be 2 minutes, and then they said, I'll literally be 2 minutes, does that imply that it is going to be a
literally 2
faster 2
minutes.
minutes, or does it mean exactly 2
Well, yeah,
minutes?
because the first one could have
Yeah,
implied maybe 5, right?
because
Yeah.
if you say I'll just be a few minutes, right, or I'll just be a second,
Rather
they'll
than
say I'll just be a
literally
second,
1
right?
minute,
Because
that
no one,
implies that
Yeah,
it will actually
that's
be a
actually
minute.
that is a really great example. That's how I'm using it. When someone says I'll literally be 2 minutes, I don't think they mean they're going to be a passage of time. I think they mean accurately 2 minutes.
yeah, that, and I think that's the same principles applied here.
Yeah, I'm
I
saying
think
I
if you're
think
using,
we don't need to draw it that hard for colloquial English.
I don't know, I really like my literals.
Well,
I
I
really like
actually
them.
I'm
I
just
don't
really
know.
glad that example's there because I actually would want to keep that one. If I say I'm literally going to be 2 minutes and someone goes, "You're not literally 2 minutes." Like,
Well,
no,
are you, so your position, because for me, this is an element of how does the word literally get applied to figurative language, because those things are in opposition to each other. And I think that literal should supersede the figurative meanings that have been used.
I understand, but the way this seems to have happened is like when you have "I'll be 2 minutes" or "I'll be right behind" or "I'll be" these different things. A lot of the time, people can mean them to mean much further away than what is implied by the statement. So a literal almost being read is how read, is how understood, meaning on their tail as in right on them, or be 2 minutes as in 120 seconds. And I wouldn't want you to interpret anything else. And if someone said, yeah, well, now I'm interpreting that you're time, I'd be like, no, you're not.
I get where you're coming from, but I think that literal will still supersede the figurative uses of those phrases.
I understand. And I think that's...
All right. Well, the point is the dragon eats the bed for some reason. And I
Well,
have no
so
fucking idea why.
I'm leading to the gay. I'm actually heading to the gay. So
Oh yeah, you're right. They have the gay
the
thing.
thing about this is the dragon is shown in a moment to burst out right in front of him, right? And theoretically he's chasing them. You don't see it, but I'm assuming he's chasing them through the Rock of Eternity. So he's right behind them, seconds away. He's on their feet, literally. And so they should not have time to go up, especially, by the way, because not all of them are super speed. They burst into the parents' room like one by one sort of thing, like people, not like super speed. So the
Yeah,
dragon's
fat
got to
one's
be
not
right here,
keeping up
right?
with the rest of them, yeah.
And then they have dialogue back, forth, until he says, guys, no time for secrets. We have to tell them the truth. And they all announce, we're superheroes, except for Pedro, who says, I'm gay. And, like, that to me is parody levels. I would put that in Little Britain or something. 'Cause
Yeah.
that sounds funny as fuck.
Yeah.
But in the
Yes,
superhero, in the
this
serious
is silly.
superhero movie, it's like, you guys do not have the time. And why would he say that? Then and there? Like,
I don't know.
obviously
should
he's
not
not
be his-
referring to let's announce that we're gay if need be. Like, what do you... And then, of course, all the other characters go, we know, man. We know. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's fine. And he goes, you knew? And I go, yeah. Like, there's a dragon.
This is
Literal fucking dragon. And the scene...
This should not be on your mind at all right now. You should just be
it shouldn't
dragon.
even be happening.
Let's
The
get
dragon
outta
should have been
here.
here by now. He should have killed them all.
And
But,
yeah, that too.
and then I think one of the characters is like, guys, dragon. And then others like, what do you mean, dragon? And then he goes, blah, and eats the bed. Which is like, oh, that was lucky.
Mm-hmm.
If only it, if it just breathed fire in that direction, it'd all be fucked. Or non-super people would be fucked, but...
By the way, I'm still a little bit confused how this Rock of Eternity works. Where did they come out from now? How do they get there and come back? I'm
think there's
still
like a
not sure
door
how that
that's
works.
underneath like the staircase or something.
Best faith interpretation. They have to do some weird spell carving thing, if you remember, to get into...
In the first film, yeah.
So when they first went to the Rock of Eternity, they did it through the like the little closet door that maybe underneath the stairs, whatever.
Okay,
Closed
this
it.
is another door.
And then they
Okay.
go into the room of doors to get to the God realm. So when they came back, they could then use their primary Rock of Eternity door to get back into Earth. What I was trying to say was you should have someone go through there, super speed over some other place that's
Yeah.
abandoned with a door, and then open that one up to the Rock of Eternity. That would be the reasonable and moral thing to do instead of dragging a dinosaur vampire horrifying fear demon into this suburbia.
Residential area.
Like it's
Yeah.
yeah.
Which
So-
means that door is also destroyed now, by the way. Which they have to
Well,
close
I
somehow
don't
in the
know.
aftermath.
For all we know,
I
they
guess.
cast a spell and it all reassembles. So it's just that's it.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't know. I just think it's so bad that that's how they implement a gay character, and that they've been marketing it with that. By the way, the film, they've been like, we have a gay character, and we're not gonna hide him. It's gonna be part of the film that he said. Apparently, they fought for that scene. They fought for that scene. I was just like,
Wow.
We're
what are
not
you
gonna
talking
hide-
about? It's so
We're not
goofy.
gonna hide him.
And the
But
thing
I'm rooting-
is, there's
We're not
something
gonna
to be
hide
said
him.
about. There's something to be said about if he felt it was like that big a deal to sort of come out to his family, it probably would be worthwhile if the family were more like recognized that it mattered to him a lot, rather than kind of just glossing over it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
perhaps.
Or maybe
Also,
the-
it's
the
just like,
idea
oh
here
yeah,
is
we
that
know
it's
it's
not a big
cool. It's
deal.
like, well, I mean, well, I get what they were doing. Of like, yeah, I mean, it's whatever, man. Like, it's fine. Like I know that was what the thinking was, but if that character was that, like he felt like he needed to get it off his chest, it might be worthwhile to have more of a discussion with him. The problem is that they inserted it here in the middle of the dragon thing.
Yeah.
Like, there's no
So
time
we
for it
kind
to
of
breathe.
have. So it gets like the weaknesses of both.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's,
kind
it's,
of the
it's the
weaknesses
worst
of
of both
both.
worlds. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
now that
you
he
can't
said
say
this,
it anyway because there's a dragon coming, and you can't have the parents like really accepting him for it in an earnest way because there is a dragon coming.
You don't have the time to do it.
Yeah, because
Can't work
we're
with gay then.
we're owed the moment now where the mum says, like, why did you feel like you had to hide that? Did we ever give
But the
like an
problem is
impression of
that-
an environment that we wouldn't accept that? Because I'd hate to think that you felt,
Unfortunately-
blah blah blah.
Unfortunately, though, every other kid except for Billy and Freddy don't really get any time at all for anything pertaining to them. They're just sort of
Doesn't-
there. They're
yeah.
just kind of
Well,
around.
isn't that
It's everything that matters.
That's the
is
whole
related
movie,
to
isn't
Billy
it?
and Freddy.
The
to me?
Elvis
That's
is
the most
kinda
embarrassing part
around.
of all of this. It's like Billy, they really didn't exactly know what they were doing with him. A bunch of stuff is thrown at him, and then at the end they try and seal it up. It's kind of bad. Is it Freddy? It is
Freddy's
Freddy,
just
right?
like, you're
Yeah.
really brave and you have a good heart,
Yeah, you're a real
you've,
good guy. That's just
That's more or less it, yeah.
Mary's like, you want to go to college, but you just can't.
And then what is the resolution for her anyway?
I don't know. I don't actually.
I don't
have
think she
anything for
had
that.
any resolution.
Yeah, she didn't.
And
Nothing,
then,
I think.
Darla and Eugene, nothing.
didn't
It's just
really have
nothing.
anything at all.
And so you're
They're
like, so
just
who's
kinda there.
left? It's like, well, it's Pedro. What does he have? He's gay. And
Good
you're like,
job.
oh, they focus on gay of all of his scenes. You're like, yes, all 2 of his scenes. They have like it's gay.
all 60 seconds. They focus hard on.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
How
They-
embarrassing!
Nobody else
And
is
then they
allowed
go
to
around
really be
paraded
anything
around
at
like
all.
we got a gay one and we don't hide it for a
Gotta
minute.
get one.
Well, it's just
Man,
he's
if-
not. None of them are even allowed to be characters because
No.
they waste a lot of time. They waste a lot of time that they could
Yeah.
be using to develop the other characters. There's no reason why you can't give each of those kids like something, for their story. But I mean, yeah, a lot of them are just neglected, and then yeah, it's like, oh, the plot comes barreling through because we got to keep moving with this crazy, ridiculous plot.
We
Yeah,
got a
well,
gay
what really
one.
We got a gay one.
We got him.
What really shits me is that you've literally got a power that causes you to turn into a different person physically. You are literally hiding away your true self. And they also have a gay character, and they do nothing to connect these two things and explore
Well,
it
wouldn't it be
using that
interesting if he had a
metaphor.
level of dysphoria about like how does he reconcile who he is normally versus who he is as a superhero, and
Wouldn't
like
all of
any
them?
well, all
Yeah.
of them would,
Yeah.
but I mean, if we're gonna pick one thing for each character, that seems like a golden opportunity. I'm not.
He
that
also has the
passionate
biggest
about, like,
difference between like how in shape he is.
Well, that's what
Uh,
I'm talking
yeah,
about. Is
exactly.
like maybe he starts feeling insecure about that. I'm not very passionate about the idea like behind Shazam personally. Like as a concept, it's kind of neat. But I mean, if you actually wanted to do something meaningful with the concept of kids who become like superheroes, it feels like there's so many opportunities available to you about like responsibility or identity or any number of those things that this film just doesn't explore, and the other film didn't really either. It's like the surface level is,
Hey.
they act kind of goofy and silly, and that's as far as it goes.
Because as you just highlighted, yeah, it's like, why would he be the one? Why would he ever want to go back to being the way that he was? He'd stay as a superhero.
Wouldn't that be interesting if it was about sort of accepting who he is, you know?
Dude,
And isn't that like a great opportunity, especially if you want to tie it into him being nervous about coming out? Like that's something that he sort of is like, yeah, I'm me, this is who I am, and I'm happy with who I am. It seems like an easy, like that's easy, you know? Like you don't even need many scenes to reinforce that.
They actually show us that Freddy has serious insecurities about his role in like the world. He's like downtrodden and stuff, and he can't walk like at his maximum ability. Yet as a superhero, he gets to do things that no one else can at full capacity. He's like, how is he ever going back to being a kid? I don't understand.
Because they kind of tried to have that in the first one, where he's like, man, Billy, like I would want these types of powers, and you just like taking it for granted. And now he's got them, and they don't really do anything with it.
Yeah.
The only thing that they have for his arc is like how it relates to Anthea, and like, you're brave. But was that ever really in doubt? Like he was always there the whole time during all of the Shazam stuff. You know, in the first film.
Anyway, the dragon eats the house.
Oh, yeah, he does.
Doesn't that feel like what this is, though? All that character talk, and then it's just like, so dragon.
Yeah,
Yeah,
anyway,
eats the
dragon
house, by the way.
is going to destroy the house that they just bought.
It's
Damn,
funny.
Big dragon
that
goes brrr.
sucks. Is
Yeah, that never
dragon
gets caught
covered
up in
under your
terms of,
home
like-
insurance?
Yeah,
Like,
well,
does your insurance cover dragon?
well, they rebuilt it at the end, Fringy. It's great.
Oh, so their insurance does cover dragon.
Or they stole all the materials. You know, either
Well,
way.
maybe they did. Yeah, who knows?
They rebuilt it by hand.
Yeah, they fought for that scene, and they and they paraded it around like, look, guys, we did it for real this time. You know, we didn't shy away from it. It's the most tonally incoherent, wasted opportunity of a scene. And then it just gets the house gets eaten by a dragon. It's like, well, that's done. We're done with that now.
Moving on.
Enough about the gay. We have a dragon.
They all do the
Or maybe
superhero
it's-
fly away, by the way, and the dragon starts following them, and I just can't handle it. The dragon's like, whoa, whoa, slowly, like, sort of rising above the house, then starts moving toward them. It's just like, you're never catching up with them.
No,
Never
you
gonna
never
happen.
catch up because they can go from like 0 to 200 kilometers per hour instantly, and you're a dragon that has to like build up speed.
Yeah,
You know,
but he always
you're
catches
big.
up.
Jason Voorhees rules.
Catches
he
up
does
every
always
time.
catch up. But then they just land in a random industrial yard because I guess they didn't have the budget for anywhere more interesting.
He, well, it's funny enough, he's a ninja too, if you remember, because the next scene they all land, they're all like, whew,
Oh
we
yeah,
got
he
out of
sneaks
there.
up on them.
They
The
just goes,
giant
boom, I'm here,
dragon.
blah, blah, blah. And
Yep.
as was mentioned earlier, she hits 3 of them, 1-1-1 with the laser,
Yep.
and knocks all
Good
their
job,
powers out.
guys. Yes, that leaves only 2 of them left now. Good job.
It just sucks.
Imagine what the film looks like if she hit Billy. It's like, oh, I guess that's the end of Shazam, the main
Yeah.
one.
Yep.
But nah, he's the main character, so he's got some good old plot armor really going on there.
And he's like, hey,
So I
you
will-
want the apple? Well, here it is, and tosses it to
Mary.
Mary, and she like goes, and it's like, yep, never catch it up to her. Then the dragon goes like,
No,
oh, here I go. Oh, oh.
and then it does catch up
And it's
to
right
her.
next to her, yeah. It's just like, huh.
And then
Interesting.
Lucy Liu shoots the laser, and somehow she doesn't dodge it.
Well, you'd think all
How
she
do
has
you
to do
not
is
dodge it?
circle around super fast and just grab it off her. That's all you gotta do.
Yep.
But nope.
Yeah.
She gets hit by the laser because she sucks. How would you
Mhm.
get hit by that laser? Do you know how awkward
Oh,
that
and then
shot would
don't
be?
you like how they present the thing of like, oh no, Mary's fallen and so's the apple. Shazam's gonna choose.
Oh
It was
no.
like-
That was so bizarre. It's like, you can't do that. He's super fast. You can get both. All you do is super speed to the apple, super speed to her, and slow down when you get to her, and then you can save it properly. But this one wouldn't even care about momentum or whiplash. You would just go, boom, got them
No.
both.
Yep.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's right.
Done and done.
But
But
no.
They present it as though it's a choice and that he has to choose her over the apple, which...
Well, the thing is, it becomes a choice because of how long he spends standing there thinking about what he's going to choose. If he had just gotten started,
Yeah.
he probably could have gotten them both.
Ugh.
Yep.
And I was just thinking to myself, like, what if they had played it so that he actually did go grab the apple and she splatted? What would you guys have to
What,
say?
like Oh, that'd be interesting if he actually was like, "This is greater good," and the whole family is like, "I can't believe you did that," you know. And it's like I
I
thought
can't believe you've done this.
I was trying to save the world. I thought I needed to do this, you know?
Yep.
Something.
Too interesting. Get this out of here.
That is too interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, there's this idea that a kid, maybe because they're influenced by all the superhero shows and stuff that they have seen, they do something that doesn't make any sense at all to actually do, but they think it's the right thing.
So then,
And
oh, go ahead.
I just want to bounce off something Fringy said about how it could have hit Billy, and that just occurred to me. It's like, wait, he's suffering from imposter syndrome, this film, and they have something that can take away the one thing that's giving him empowerment, but also the thing that's causing his imposter syndrome, and they don't use the opportunity to put him in a situation where he's not where he can't rely on his powers.
So the problem is that Zachary Levi has top billing. So
Yeah.
that's why. Because, by the way, it's been a while since we've seen Billy, like, in this film. He's barely in this movie this time around. How much screen time do you think he gets? 10 minutes?
Something like that.
Oh, maybe. It seems like very
You
little.
got when he's playing Call of Duty, and then when he comes back into the house.
And
no,
then
because
the
then he turns back
scene
into
at
Shazam,
school.
like for talking about the
That's right. The
school
scene at
scene-
school, and then that's the last time for a while.
I was about to say, yeah, and then you get like the end part with the mum, and so probably
and
it could
that's
be
it.
less than 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh
He
my
has a
God.
lot more screen time in the first film.
You'd forget that these characters were kids. When that was
You
like the
would.
whole
Yeah.
idea.
I feel bad for him because I feel like he's working a lot harder. Like Billy is, he's not that interesting, but he is a lot more interesting than Shazam. And it feels like he's trying a lot harder to sort of actually tap into the emotions. Just makes me feel bad. It's like I feel like you're working hard and you don't get any time to play this character.
The closest I ever felt to feeling anything in this movie is when it's like actual Billy and he's talking about some of the, the issues he's dealing with about losing his family, all that sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm. And it's the same in the first film. He's got all of the most emotionally potent and interesting scenes in the film, and then whenever it's Shazam, it's just bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I find it a bit funny that as the child actor who plays Billy's gotten over, his jawline is actually getting better than adult Shazam. It's funny that he's got more of the superhero. He's starting to get more of the superhero look going than his adult actor. Just a little funny observation. I just realized
the whole thing was on a timer anyway. Like even if they wanted to do Shazam 3, it's like all these people are aging up fast to the point we've already knocked out one of the adult actors.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like you probably should have started with him being maybe 10 or 11 years old, and then that gives you more runway to get like
have the story be more about them growing up.
Well, yeah, but that wouldn't be very interesting, would it?
Yeah, why would we want to see that?
I want to see stupid CGI dragon fight. Not any of that pesky character work.
He calls it Khaleesi at one point. Haha.
Oh, stop.
Stop it. Get help.
My face.
Something that probably didn't do them any favors is that like this film got delayed so many times. Like
they
I
all
think
did.
they started pre-production on this movie in 2021.
Yep, they shot it in 2021, and now it's out in 2023.
That's wild.
Wasn't the reasoning that the VFX needed more time? But the VFX looked like awful.
So I think what happened was that the initial slate for 2022 was they had the Batman, and then I think it was Black Adam in like June or July, and then the Flash in November, then Aquaman in December, and those films, and then Shazam was meant to come out around this time. And then those films got delayed for visual effects pipeline, and they moved Shazam up, and it was going to compete with Avatar 2. So they delayed it as well to spread out. I think they need to spread out marketing budget for these films. That's the reason why they delayed and spread out all these films, because they didn't have enough money to pay for the marketing, like at each given point in time. Or I think it was just a budgeting thing or whatever. And isn't it interesting? This was meant to compete against Avatar 2. It's competing against nothing right now. And it's only going to make 30 million domestically, which, by the way, I'm pretty sure that Black Adam made that in a day. And that was not, like, even that was like, oh, geez. Like, there was kind of an expectation to make more.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Imagine if it competed directly against Avatar 2.
That would have been crushed.
I can't imagine. That'd be slaughter. I admire their confidence, though, but jeez.
It's literally competing against nothing. Like, I'm pretty sure.
And John Wick 4 comes out, like, next week, so... It's probably the end of that.
So,
it's not gonna get better, I think.
No, of course not. What's the? Oh, you mean like the quality of films?
Oh no, I mean the box
Oh, the
office.
box office.
I mean
No.
the writing as well.
What do you
of
think
course.
the word of mouth is going to be for this film?
Nothing.
Oh yeah,
Nothing.
and then Mario's out like the week after.
Yeah,
so
they're
it's
screwed.
over. Yeah.
Yeah, it's only downhill from here. Something you highlighted a good point, Fringy, about the age thing where this is again, as we pointed out, this is the kind of character you would want to cast pretty young, early, like in the first film, and then ages slowly over the course of the trilogy or whatever. And the thing is, what blows me away is that he was only 9 or 10 years old in the source material, and they chose to age him up, a decision that has actively fucked them right here because they're having to rush through to account for the age thing.
Yeah,
So,
you're just running out of time. Like the longer it goes on, you're just running out of time. So starting him at 14 and then taking 4 years to get the sequel out, that was not.
Dooley.
Yeah, that was. You
Mm.
needed to be quick if you were gonna start him at 14. But yeah, I mean it's already over anyway. Even if they wanted to make a third one, which is probably never gonna happen, it's like
Yeah.
you've already
Yeah.
run out of time.
Well,
Yep.
they could have even a good director and a good writer could have used this and made something good out of it anyway, because clearly there was no sort of thought about how the fact that Billy acts way more mature than Zachary Levi
No,
does.
I don't even seem to recognize that that's the case. I don't know
No.
what that is except for bad writing and bad direction.
Exactly. I feel like you could have Zachary Levi be playing a more mature 18-year-old now, and you could make it work.
Yep.
You could do something.
A part of me wonders if it's as simple as in the script they probably have Billy's lines labeled differently from the Shazam Captain Marvel lines, right? So they probably have, Billy's line, he says Shazam, and then his dialogue now comes up as Shazam. So it makes me wonder if there's like a cognitive dissonance going on while they're writing it, where when Shazam shows up, they subconsciously almost think of him as a different character because he appears different. I don't know. It's something that
might
I'm
be.
wondering. Yeah.
I also wouldn't be surprised if they let Zachary Levi do some improv or something, because that's how a lot of it feels. Incredibly
Yeah.
undercooked as far as the jokes in air quotes go.
Mhm.
One of the things I read in chat that I thought was kind of funny was once this stream is over, no one will ever speak of this film ever.
True.
Probably.
Kinda.
No one
Yep.
will say the word.
It was hard to remember the movie up until today.
Yeah. But we have to hurry with this.
Yeah, well-
Memories are all falling apart.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I'll be honest, like going through the recap, I'm unlocking memories of my theatrical
same.
experience. Yeah, like I'm
Oh,
remembering
yeah, that
how I
did
reacted.
No,
happen.
seriously,
Yeah.
when we see certain films, one of the things we worry about, say me, Mel, Fringy, Rags, we'll be like, oh shit, we got to be careful jumping into a call because we might end up talking a bit about it when we need to save it for the podcast. We don't want to end up repeating everything. I think when I first spoke to Free about this film, I had like 2 or 3 things that are just dead in the water of talking about it. It was just done. It was just like, yeah.
That's probably why I came out saying it's like, oh yeah, I think that was kind of mid because I'm not like angry and felt like it was like offensive. But then again, it was like midnight and I was waiting for the bus and it was cold and I was like, oh, I want to go home. And then we recorded other things. And then the day was over and I never thought about it again. And then like 2 days later, when I started thinking about it again, it's like, oh yeah, this all happened. It's like, oh yeah, this is really bad. I should have been more angry after I watched that movie.
Yeah, very similar experience because all I was thinking by the end of it is like, come on, end fucking post-credit scene. I need to go home. I forgot my ADHD meds. My focus is all
Oh,
over.
no.
And then I get home, it's like, what movie did I just see? Oh, all right, there was a thing, and there was this moment, and then there was a theme, and then there was a line here, and then Wonder Woman something. Yeah, that was the movie. Okay. So all of this is just coming back to me now. Oh,
Yeah.
and it's been an interesting experience, this stream. It really has.
Oh, Lucy Liu has the apple now, and everyone like was mentioned. It's only Shazam with powers left, and I think the last we see of him is he says, "Now, where's that dragon?" And then we cut over to Lucy Liu planting the apple in a stadium, and it raises this big old tree, and all of its roots start to spread throughout the city, and on those roots are little like sacks of organic stuff that hatch open We get harpies, minotaurs, cyclops, and chimera.
It feels like a really big clash of aesthetics. This idea that you have this plant, and the plant has these pods that open up, and they're gooey, but outside of the pod, or from the pod, just comes like random assorted Greek mythology creatures.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
Minotaur,
Yeah.
which like had there's just a Minotaur, there's a Chimera, there's unicorns, there's harpies. It's just like stuff just comes out of the fruit pod of this tree. And it just doesn't seem to make sense at all. You expect like some sort of a plant monster from Jumanji to come out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, the Cyclopses were tiny. I got to say, that was something that was distracting, as well as the CGI not being great.
I was too busy going the Minotaur, so I don't know.
Yeah,
I was too
fair.
fucking bothered by the fact that the chimera's like scorpion stinger appears, and everyone just goes, "Ooh!" It's like, what do you run?
Let me have a look what happens when it finally hatches. Oh, I get yeeted across the street and into a shop and die. Like, oh, what did
rough
you
death.
expect
She
to
gets
happen?
stabbed in the back by the stinger and then tossed into
Yeah.
the shop. And just, oh, she's
Yeah.
dead.
Yeah, you could at least hide, then look, you know?
Yeah.
If
If
they're
you
gonna
have
do all
to
this
look.
kind of horror like stuff, I feel like the movie felt really cheap in the fact that it was
Yeah.
PG-13. You know,
Yeah.
like people like these giant horrific monsters show up and they just throw people off screen. You know, there's no blood.
It's
just
not like
so
Hellboy.
lame.
One woman got impaled.
You don't even see it
Ooh.
really, though. Like, they hide a lot of it.
Well,
Yeah, it's
well,
all
you
it's all
see
very
it, but it's off screen very quickly. So you see the impale, but then they throw it off just to make sure it's not
Yeah.
on screen for too long.
Get them.
I thought that was really lame.
Yeah.
There was one good thing about it, and that was one of the minotaurs is sort of rising, and then a cop just goes, "That's a fucking monster!" Boom, 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 with his pistol. You know, he tried.
Yeah.
But of course, the pistol did no damage at all because pistols never work against anything in movies that have
No.
monsters
I
in
hate.
them.
It's one of my
It's
least
really
favorite
lame.
little tropes.
It's like a big monster. Just let it get shot a couple of times, and then it just rampages all over your face or something. Like that's still fine. You don't need to
have
make
a little bit of
everything
blood come out of it
bulletproof.
or something. Like he tried and it was worth something.
Yeah.
You could still
'cause
kill
like
him.
Yeah, and like an injured monster is often a more scary monster. Because think about it, what happens when you injure a lion or a tiger but it doesn't die? It gets more pissed off. It gets more desperate to survive. It targets you for hurting it, and then it targets everything around it. So if anything, letting the monsters be a little bit more vulnerable would actually heighten the menace level.
So,
You're thinking entirely too much about that.
with all
I
that in
know.
play, we must be in the third act, right? It's like, that's got to be it. You're like, yeah, sure.
Sure.
All scary and stuff. So Anthena turns up to our crew of heroes, and she's like, "The tree is so beautiful in our realm. Here it's corrupted by the person who planted it. It
Here
was
it's
not
stinky."
meant for this soil." And it's such a non-point, but I was just like, wait, is it who plants it that matters, or is it the soil that matters? It was both.
Yeah. So, are you breaking your own rules?
Would it have been
What's
nice if
happening
you
here?
planted it, or is it just Lucy Lou's just evil? Like, and she plants things, they're just evil? That's how that works?
She's just an evil gardener. She has a black thumb.
And then
It's
She
just
should see the
thematic.
fucked up sunflowers she plants. Jeez.
I wouldn't
She
want to
did
say it.
nothing born out of revenge, is good. That's the
Oh.
whole thing. It doesn't make any
Can her
literal
supervillain
sense.
name be the Necro Thumb?
The necrothumb.
Yeah.
And so I was thinking about something, and it's the first time I was in sync with the movie. Shazam in the background goes, "Whose side is she on?" And I was like, yeah, I don't know.
Good question.
Yeah.
I'm
Very
on
good
my own
question.
side now. That's what she
The
says.
best side. And she basically says, "I must sway Helen Mirren. She's the only one that can subdue my sister. I'll convince her, or I'll die trying." And then Freddy's like, "Die? No, what do you mean, die? We can always find another way. We can find another way, an alternative." And she says, "Sweet Freddy, if needs be, I will die. I have lived a long life." And I was just like, what? Oh,
Okay.
Do you think you're
jeez.
Shakespeare?
That's
It's
what I
just
mean.
like,
It's like,
okay.
when did we switch the way we would talk? Like, what is this? You always talk like a normal person. Now suddenly you're like trying to go for period accurate or some shit. Like, what is this?
Sweet Freddy.
Shut up. You've known it for 5 seconds.
You can just feel the spotlight coming down as the soliloquy engages.
Then he says, "What do you mean you've lived a long life? We're the same age." And then she says, "I'm over 6,000 years old." And he goes, "What?" And then Shazam's like, "Wow, you look great."
So yeah,
All
I
right.
guess.
Yeah,
So then
we're just having this chat. There are very important things happening right now.
she
Yeah.
she kisses Freddy, and then that's after all the information she just
Ew.
gave out, and so the parents are like, that doesn't seem right.
That yeah, like that's kind of awkward now that we know that. It's like, yeah, it is, and you still kept it in the movie, so I don't know why you did that.
Yeah, it's a little predatory, not gonna lie.
Well, you know what would happen if it was reversed, just saying.
Yeah, just
Mm.
saying. Yeah. And they call it out too. It's the
Yeah, that's
thing.
what I mean. It's even weird that they call it out. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
And then Shazam's like, I don't know what to do. I had to Google who those sisters were. You picked the wrong guy. Without my family, I'm nothing. I have no idea what I'm doing. And then the wizard says, you have no wisdom in that head of yours, but your heart is wise.
Hmm.
Because
You
What does
know,
that mean?
after he's been shitting on him the whole movie, how he fucked up and is awful, and she was wrong. Now all of a sudden it's like, no, your heart is wise. It's like, when did you turn Cam around to that? When
Thing
did that
is-
happen?
Part of the set of powers you get, none of them mention anything to do with your heart, which is why, or like values that kind of are associated with them. Hence why I would be like, because you need to choose the right person because you give them so many powers. But now he's like explained it that that's almost the explanation for where the wisdom of Solomon went. It didn't go to their heads; it went to their hearts. And it's like, wait, but so then, why does it matter who you pick if everyone gets like wise hearts? Presumably, because he references
I
his
see what you're saying,
morals.
yeah.
Because at that point, it's just like, so you're just not even you anymore. You've just been given a thing that gives you a change of heart and then a bunch of physical abilities.
Yeah, because the whole thing is that it's supposed to be the reverse, right? That he's pure of heart. That I think in the original
Yeah.
material, like he had been through tragedy after tragedy by the ripe old age of fucking 10, and it hadn't affected him, and that was what granted him worthiness, is that he was pure of heart and he was also strong and able to endure that, and also Black Adam proved that giving it to adults was a bad idea. So the fact that they've changed it, the fact that it's getting the wisdom of Solomon changes your heart, it does cheapen it. It does cheapen it a lot.
It's nuts to me that they're actually trying to answer the question of where did the wisdom of Solomon go, and it's like the wisdom went into your heart. You have heart wisdom.
Which is like,
You're
you
gonna be
know
able to
how
think your way
to
around
like
heart disease.
people really
You
good.
like the right people because you're white.
You like the right people.
Heart
you
wise
don't-
though, not mind wise.
You don't stick your dick in crazy. I don't know.
I guess so. That's
Yeah.
part of the message. So, yeah, don't understand any of that at all. And by the way, I just reminded myself, for those who don't know, in the first Shazam, the wizard mentions his history of how like the Wizards Council got destroyed. Now, if you remember, because we watched Black Adam, the Wizard Council's destroyed in that by Black Adam. And so when he retells it in the first Shazam film, he says that all that happened, but that during his rampage, like they don't name him, but they say during that guy's rampage, he released the 7 deadly sins. So
Yes.
when did that happen in Black Adam? when was the death? Why was it
They were
that
in the basement.
that place that he like annihilated? Did the Sins live there?
They were
What?
in the basement.
It's such a like, what the fuck's going on? What is?
No one will be able to tell you like the plot or the history of like everyone can tell you the backstory for the Lord of the Rings, right? It's very clearly presented. It's never they never take it back. They never go against it. Everyone can remember that, and that was 20 years ago. But you talk about like these Wonder Woman movies, the Shazam movies. You're like, so can you give me like the backstory of these movies, sort of what's happening with the world? And you're like, no, you can't.
No.
It's all nonsense and madness.
Oh,
I could tell you from other mediums. Can't tell you about this universe.
there's a line that's said, and I don't know how long it's going to take for us to pass this one out in terms of just what the fuck is going on. So, state of the people. We have Shazam, powered up, ready to go. We have all the kids and the parents, and they have a truck. Right? That's our resources in total. That's all mention of powers, too. Shazam says, I'm going to get the staff. You guys lure the monsters away from the stadium while I do it.
Yeah, but how though?
You children and humans.
Yes.
Yeah, I know what I said. You
I know
children and
what I
humans.
said.
You need to go. You need to go and distract all of these mythological creatures, so that I can go do something else with my powers.
I had to
That's so bad.
double,
Instead of
triple,
telling them
quadruple
to
take
run
that line.
away.
I couldn't fucking believe he
That's
said
so
that.
bad.
I didn't register it at all first time around. And I really listened. I was like, did he actually just command this ragtag group of very vulnerable people to go and try and stop an army of Cyclops, Minotaur, Chimera, and fucking the flying ones? I always forget.
Well, none of them
the
have
Harpies?
combat
Harpies, yeah.
experience, and 2 of them seem to be quite obese. So I don't
don't
know
know,
what
I
we're
just-
expecting him to do here.
absolutely.
Well, he doesn't. He
fucking
shouldn't want
nuts.
them from a character thing. He's like, you should get away from here. You don't have powers.
Absolutely,
These are
yeah.
monsters. The cops with their guns can't stop them.
I just
If
don't
anything,
get
it's
it.
the kids who should be insisting on helping despite his reservations. It shouldn't be him going, yeah, child soldiers, you don't have any weapons anymore. Now
don't
go
even
beat them with
have-
your bare hands.
They don't have special information either.
Yeah.
What does he mean
They're
lure
just
them
like,
away? What do you mean?
Like with our faces?
I guess with our literal
with
innocent creature bodies, we'll just
bodies?
go, look, you can kill us, come over here.
Because Shazam could tell them that they need to leave and get help or go find something, or they need to leave, right? And then he takes off, and then they decide to not
Yeah,
leave.
he could say run,
which is
don't get involved.
better.
Well, so the thing is,
Better if it's still, you know.
I think it's unfortunate none of them have super speed, because if, say, for example, Shazam had super speed, he might be able to actually make it all the way around the whole city, uppercutting and breaking the faces of all of these enemies, and then go deal with Steph. Probably something he could do if he
Yeah.
had super speed. He does not have super speed, though, right?
No, that would be silly.
No.
Or
Yeah.
like lightning powers he could chain together.
Yeah, I just think that's more risky. The super speed thing just breaks everything constantly.
Yeah.
Hey, but yeah, then the mum is like, wait, I want to see my son before he leaves, and then he unshazams. He says, don't worry, I won't force you to keep me after I defeat this dragon. And then she's like, you'll never age out of your home. Now go kick their ass. Kind of like, well, that was normal, yes.
Yeah,
And we've
but-
come-
but
we've
I knew
anyways,
that she was
completed-
going to say ass.
That is
I've never seen an ass more telegraphed than that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can see it coming a mile away. It is that is the second half to the completed arc where she worried that he didn't like the home and her as a mum, and then later he says he's just annoyed. He's sort of insecure about the fact that she might boot him out. And you're thinking to yourself like, that's something. It's like, yep, 2 scenes, about 5 lines.
It's thin,
That's
but
an
it's
arc,
there.
technically.
There is something there. We might just be able to fish it out, flesh it out, and do something with it in a different movie. But oh well. He says, "Love you, mum," and she says, "Me too." Probably should say,
Yeah.
"I love you too," not "me too."
Yeah, that's a little bit of a
Why are you me tooing me, mom? What the
No,
f-
hashtag me.
Oh god. That's
Someone just
Anthea's
said, "Let
job.
me look upon you with my own eyes." Not quite, but
Let me look
Um,
upon you in your own flesh.
Oh, and something to note: when he turns back into Billy, for that moment, he is far more mature again than anything you ever get from Shazam.
Mhm.
Actually,
Yeah.
fucking jarring, but
Christ.
whatever.
It's
Yeah.
really weird. The whole
So they must
time.
have been on set the same day. They must have shot that back to back, so it's even more bizarre.
Yeah, because the kid's like, "Okay,
No.
I'm ready for my scene," and Zach's in the background going, "Whoa!" on his unicycle. Like, "Oh, but don't distract you there, buddy."
Must have been difficult to CGI all the clown makeup off him.
Yeah. So the sisters have met up again, and Anthena is like, "Don't you see what you're doing?" And then Lucy Lou says, "What I see is just," because she's really great and awesome and such an interesting person. And Anthea says, "The tree is blighted. You made a vow to destroy the realm, not destroy another." And then Lucy Lou
Well,
says,
Star Wars
"I am
dialogue
showing
again.
them their place."
By killing them all, and they have no fucking clue who's doing it or
Yeah,
how
they
this
don't know who
happened
you
or
are.
what's going on.
Or
Like
why
if you're trying to
you're
show a
doing this to
message
them.
here, it's not. They're just gonna be too busy running for their lives to know what the message is. This is just a terrible random calamity that's happened.
Dude, it'd
to
be
them
so
one
funny if
day.
she's running through the street saying, I did this, by the way, gods, I did this.
This was me. Gods did this, and they're like, "What? Who are you?"
What's happening?
Like, don't you remember? Thousands of you. You didn't forget, did you?
You humans.
That's awkward. Trust me, you did something really that I didn't like a long time ago. Trust me, you deserve this.
So they're having that
You
fight.
were my sister, Calypso.
I loved you. They're having the harsh back and forth, and then Helvera just cuts in and says, "You know what? Your fanatical tone echoes our Uncle Hades. No, I'm putting an end to this. Then I was thinking, is Hades Atlas's brother?
Hey, these nuts.
They'd have to move things around, right? Because Atlas,
Yeah. He's a Titan,
he's
wasn't
a
he? Don't they say
Titan.
that?
well, and
he's a
Kronos
Titan.
is Zeus and Hades and Poseidon's dad, right? Or am I
Yes, and he was a
mixing-
Titan as well. So
So-
Hades would
Would he
have
be-
to be the well, Hades is the brother of Poseidon and
Would
Zeus.
he be a cousin?
So if they are the daughters of Atlas,
Wait, Atlas is
Atlas,
a Titan, yeah.
Atlas,
Atlas was the Titan, right?
Yeah,
yeah,
Atlas
yeah.
was
So-
a Titan.
The dad is Atlas. Is Kronos a brother to Atlas? Is that at least a connection or no?
oh, the Atlas has 3 children.
Uh-huh.
Hyas, Dione, and Calypso.
Oh, so they're just making shit up then, which is okay.
So,
I'm pretty,
yeah.
I'm pretty sure that these characters are OCs. They're not like from the comics.
Well, you just said Calypso. That's the Lucy Lou's was
Oh,
playing Calypso.
Yeah, I guess.
and because it's Greek, it also says that his children are the Hesperides, the Hyades, and the Pleiades.
Oh, the Pleiades.
The Pleiades.
Pleiades nuts.
So they get these. What?
Fuck was that?
Okay, I thought I heard something.
I don't know
But,
what that was.
Little
So
flute.
yeah, the Hesperides are the nymphs of evening and golden light of sunset. That's lovely. The Hyades, they are a sisterhood of nymphs that bring rain. Lovely. That's wonderful. And the Pleiades were the 7 sister nymphs, companions of Artemis, the goddess of the hunt. They were called things and did stuff. Okay.
All right. Well, I was
Ah.
just curious if because yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. They can make up whatever the fuck they want because they don't care. They've already
Ooh!
like fought all over Wonder Woman's lore. So
The Egyptian equivalent of Atlas is Shu.
okay.
Oh, I have some of
Yeah.
those.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Shu. Good old Shu.
She makes that criticism, Helen Mirren, and then she gets stabbed through the heart by the dragon tail.
Oh,
no.
goodness
And,
gracious.
legitimately, when I saw that, I was like, oh, now we're gonna have to fucking listen to Lucy Liu for the rest of the movie.
Because we literally like the moment we started to have like something interesting kind of happen,
Mhm.
the movie's like, nah. Remember, you know your place.
Know your place, old lady. You're boring. We need the cool.
You're boring. You have to
edgy
stay that
lady.
way.
So yeah, then we get an absolute. The lines get worse as the film goes on, and this is an absolute banger from Lucy Liu. She's looking at Anthena and she says, "If your emotions rest with the humans, so then perhaps you should be human."
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
And she fires the "Make You Human" laser at her.
Now we've established that this laser will impact on solid objects.
Yes.
And it will disperse.
Yes.
So all she needs to do is move solid objects in the way, right?
Ah, you're in luck. She does indeed, and she does it for a while. She goes with her Axis powers, and oh my god, it looks like absolute miles and miles and miles. She moves herself away from Lucy Liu. So yes, she's totally fine, absolutely, definitely fine. She moved herself away. One problem. She may
would
have
that be?
accidentally, when moving herself away, not moved herself away in any way other than how do you even put this? One direction?
Backwards.
Yeah,
She dodged backwards. It's like, you know, in a video game, how an enemy has like a laser beam
Mhm.
and it like goes in a straight line, and your
yes.
character can dodge, but you dodge
Yeah.
backwards, which doesn't accomplish anything
Well,
because the
we
laser
can-
beam goes straight
We
forward
can
in a line.
always go back to the School of Prometheus, the
Yay!
famous film for characters running in a straight line when a donut is chasing them, and it's like, just go left or right. That's all you gotta do is just go left or right. So Axis Lady, she doesn't go left, doesn't go right, she doesn't go up, she doesn't go down. She goes back and back alone. Unfortunately for her, the laser electricity stuff, it caught up eventually and hits her. So she loses her
That's just
Oh
godparents.
cheating.
no.
And
Yeah,
I
that's
like
actually incredible. Like, you had to try to do that.
yeah, that's actually difficult to do, I assume, anyway, from how she controls the powers, to nail it to be exactly in the same way. But as was said by Meme, we've seen this thing crash into physical objects several times and stop, but I guess you just fucked that up, and it somehow it smashes through several glass doors before it hits her, but maybe glasses. Yeah.
Yeah.
So she moved herself miles and miles and miles away to avoid the shot, but it just kept coming and still hit her because she's an idiot.
And it wouldn't stop coming.
The reason this happened is
Nice.
because they knew that allowing Access Girl to keep her power would mean there's just no stakes because she'd annihilate everything. Gotta get rid of them. But of course,
when you
it's
say
like, well,
Access Girl, I think of like Elsa or something. Sorry.
You know, she can join Rickon Stark in the school of running away from things that are avoidable.
a lot of people in that school. it's all
Yeah.
filled up. So yeah, you were wondering earlier, how will the family be able to make a significant difference in this fight? And we find out the dad runs over a Minotaur, and it's already nearly like destroyed the van, as you'd expect. There's a big crack in the thing, and he says, "I don't know how many more I can run over these things." It's like, yeah, that's
Probably not.
One,
that's,
probably.
That's
Wait.
But seriously though, with all the
Wait.
resources they had between them, that is about the maximum they could do, and that's what we saw. So
They're bulletproof, but
job.
they're not van-proof?
Ask David.
Yeah, okay, I will. I will go to his house right now
Oh no.
and do that.
Oh, do it. So we have Darla come up with a plan. You see, Steve is with them in the car. I don't remember when he joined them on this trip, but he's there. And they say, "Hey, Steve, what are monsters afraid of?" Which to me feels like a very vague question. You should be more specific. Like,
How can I
What's their
destroy
weakness?
what's without any superpowers?
what's the
What do we
plan?
do?
What should we do, Steve?
What should we do? How do we, instead of this, like, be very direct with his omniscient pen?
And then
What is their monster night?
and so you just specific question. But anyway, he answers the question of what are monsters afraid of with unicorns. And it's like, because he says that's the king of the beasts.
What
Lion.
happens if a king of the beasts?
Lion, isn't it?
Lion's probably the first thing that
Let's
comes up, right?
see.
King of the
It
jungle.
generally looks. I'm getting a lot of pictures of lions here.
Well, I guess it's the subversion, right? Because you think of
What about
unicorns as quaint
King
little
Kong?
critters.
A lot of lions. Here's a lion with a lot of heads, so that's like a mega lion,
That might be a biblically accurate angel.
a biblically accurate lion.
Yeah.
We have lots and lots and lots of lions. It looks like, so you'd expect it would be a lion, or what if I do mythology king of the beasts? We get
The griffin?
griffins.
Yeah.
Yeah, because their back half's a lion. That's cool. And we have just all sorts of stuff here. But no unicorns. I don't see anywhere.
Well, it's their own
subversive,
continuity, and
Yeah.
Fringe mentioned very subversive.
Says it looks
We
like
got
according
this-
to the libraries from the University of Missouri, the griffin is the king of the beasts.
Neato.
So yeah.
As
Mm.
someone did mention, they say, what are monsters afraid of? And they say king of the beasts. Like, well, what are the king of the monsters? That would be Godzilla, not available. Just like
Yes.
Wonder Woman doing his own thing.
Can't believe Godzilla didn't show up. It's kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
So fun fact, Godzilla is canon to the Marvel Comics universe. That is 100% true. But they had to rename him after they lost the rights. So that was funny.
Oh. Well, the unicorns being mentioned, Darla says, "I love unicorns," and then the wizard says, "Yet the unicorn does not love you." What are we thinking about that?
I have no
mean,
idea.
yeah, probably
Um,
not.
Like
Probs not.
like it's the way to say that it's that you shouldn't, like, maybe it's about what are they called? Those like if you have a YouTuber or a streamer, those quasi personal, what are they called?
Parasocial?
Parasocial relationship. Yeah. You have a parasocial relationship with the unicorns. You think that they're cool, you've read about them and you know about them, but they've never met you, So you might think that you have a sort of rapport that you don't actually have with a unicorn, so you should be careful. And maybe you don't have to meet your heroes. Maybe it's not as
Yes.
cool as, you might think it is. Don't go to their house. Jesus Christ, don't do that. Don't bug them
They
too
might have a
much. Send them
gun.
too many emails. Maybe that's what they mean.
Maybe,
It's a really,
perhaps.
really strange thing for him to say, but it's kind of just like, okay, whatever, I guess. Why not? Especially the wizard.
Is it for like the audience to be like the audience is like, no, audience, you might think unicorns are nice and wonderful, but actually they're jerks and they look spooky.
Kind of matches the rest of
And
the
they
film.
smell.
Dialogue is ill-conceived, to say the least.
Yeah, but based on what they end up doing with the unicorns, it seems like they are just friends with the unicorns.
Oh no, we're so close to that.
Well, it
fucking
wasn't
thing.
friendly at first. They had the secret, you see. The secret to the corn.
So, he says the unicorn is the most fearsome creature of the realm. They loathe humanity. And then she says, is there anything they do like? And the pen writes down dark caverns and ambrosia. So Darla says, I have an idea. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. And they all follow suit with her. They don't ask her what the plan is. They just
Don't
follow.
ask what it is.
They don't do anything.
then-
They don't.
As Mary leaves, she says, hey, guys, meaning the mum and the dad, get as many people to safety as you can. Okay, yeah.
Okay, I
just-
could fit like
Okay.
6 people in here. Gotcha.
Like, yeah,
I'm on
I
it.
don't. Sure, fine, whatever. That almost feels like a line that they saw in movies before and had to say, but they don't know why someone
We got to
says
do
that
the
to a
thing.
person.
Yeah. We got to do
Off
that
the
thing, and it's in
Cyclops.
movies. Get someone to safety. Yeah, yeah. Okay, good. We did it.
Like, there's only an army of like Greek mythology out there. Just go nuts, get it bad, yeah. And then why is everybody following the 8-year-old to the bloodthirsty monster that hates humanity? That's what was just described as. And then why are the parents letting all this happen?
Reasons?
Because they lampshade that too. This is a lot of that in this film. She goes, I don't know how to parent right now, or all of this. Like, yeah, you don't.
You
Yeah.
could try.
You could be like, hey guys, don't.
Coolies.
Or
pretty
think
asshole
this
with their
through,
ideas.
something like that.
I will turn this car around right here, mister, and we'll go to a safe place. Oh, wait, let's do that.
Yeah, that sounds
And so
reasonable.
they
Let's do
do.
that.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's go the other way. Let's go the opposite direction of the demons.
And then
We could
Freddy,
have a conversation or something.
Freddy walks out of the car and he doesn't follow Darla. He instead just walks off in a different direction and spots Anthena. He's just walking around. And he goes, "Oh, Anthena, hey!"
Walking around.
It's unreal. Like you just don't care. Nobody cares about anything.
It's funny because I missed a little bit of the movie because I went to the bathroom. I was like, oh, she's just walking around here. I guess I missed how she got here, but now I was listening
Nope.
to you guys. I was like, oh no, they just get here
No.
and now she's there. I was like, okay.
Simple as that. And then we catch up with Shazam. What's he up to? He grabs the dragon and pushes it through a skyscraper.
Yeah.
And when he's done with that, he
he-
says, "Woo, that was satisfying."
Oh,
Taking some
satisfying.
notes from Superman.
Yeah, I
think.
got some super bad vibes there.
I guess that's
Yeah.
consistent. He's inspired by one of the the most aggressive
Bad
war
inspiration.
criminals of the world.
Bad.
Oh well. And then the dragon like does the whole brah with fire, and somehow he gets hit by that. He doesn't manage to avoid it.
Yeah. I don't know how you managed that, buddy.
And then we get one of my
Nice.
favorite
Super
Lucy
fast.
Liu lines in the whole film. This is where it gets to the point where it's so bad I'm starting to really enjoy it and I want
Oh,
more.
we laughed.
But she says, "You thought you were invulnerable, but no, magical fire. Magic can kill magic."
Uh,
I- Like,
Oh.
wow, they wrote that. Like,
They wrote that. They sure did.
I love the "you thought you were invulnerable, but no." Like,
But
no.
magical fire.
But it
It's
turns
not just
out
fire, you
are
bitch.
not.
It's magical fire. Like, wow.
This is magic fire. It is far more deadly than fire.
And yeah, she's lost any semblance of being in any way normal. She says, I defeated my traitor sister, a god. You think I won't destroy you?
getting
Thank you,
some
Skeletor.
some real. Then I will
Yeah.
destroy you vibes.
Oh, so cringy.
Fuck you, He-Man!
That energy.
I'm evil.
I am the soul of darkness.
Ooh, I planted an apple in a baseball field and it's evil. Wow. Ooh, harvest of darkness.
So he then fires some lightning at her, and it hits the staff, and then it bounces into the dome, and it bounces around the dome a whole bunch. He looks up and he goes, The staff is absorbing it all like a battery.
Oh my goodness!
Man,
You don't have
that's
to.
another lol, nice reach, dude.
Yeah, where did
Yeah.
you get that exactly? They've called it a
There's
battery
no, like,
earlier in the
element.
film, but seeing what he saw there, I don't know how at all that translates to what he says.
Yeah, I got nothing.
So he concludes a plan from that, but we don't know what it is yet. He flies off.
Great plan, good plan.
We then cut back to the kids, and you hear the wizard say, "This is a terrible idea. You don't understand the savagery, the barbarity." And I thought from that, is the idea she's told them the plan now, but we didn't see it. It was off screen.
Maybe.
I don't know.
I assume so.
It is
Because
literally
otherwise he wouldn't have anything
slightly.
to.
It is slightly
Wouldn't have
better
anything else
if
to go on
that's
by.
the way we should interpret it. It's still terrible, but like it's slightly better.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, yeah, they find a unicorn spawn point and they see it in the distance, and she's like, "All right,
That's a
time
good
for
way
my
to put
plan."
it.
And the unicorn starts like sprinting at her, and they all like panic and turn away, like, "Oh God, we're all dead." But and this thing for anyone listening, because you're not going to believe me on this one, I'm going to have to try
Yeah.
and explain this to you because this is what happens. It's this thing has been built up as the most horrifying creature that despises humanity in all of history and will just annihilate everything in its path, right? And the kid said she's come up with a plan because we were told they like ambrosia. And so you're thinking, like, what is it going to be? What does Darla have? What is she going to do? What is going to happen? And so it's about to reach her, and she reaches into her pocket and throws Skittles at it.
Mm-hmm.
I need you
Yep.
to absorb that. We'll go a little
Skittles.
slower. And then, as it slows down, stops, and looks at the Skittles, the camera tightens right up on her, and she says, "Taste the rainbow."
An adult wrote
She
this
starts-
script, just so you know.
Feeding it by hand, the Skittles,
fuck
and she
me.
says, "Skittles are the closest thing we have to ambrosia."
Yeah.
Alcohol would
Sure.
like to disagree.
I don't even, like...
That has to be product placement.
This has got to be product placement.
Oh,
this
this is
is
fucked
the
up product
taste
placement.
of the rainbow. It's like
The
it's product
nectar of the
placement.
god.
This is
Yeah,
this might be the
nectar
worst
of
product place
the
I've
god.
ever seen. Like, I'm trying
Well,
to think of
because
ones
it's
that are about
very
past it.
intrusive. It's incredibly intrusive. It just
Yeah.
barges its way into the film.
It's
I'm
the-
not aware of a worse example.
When we often in films see someone holding like a phone that's a Sony Xperia, and then they open their laptop and it's also a Sony thing, it's like, yeah, Sony is great.
Yeah, whatever.
We
Yeah.
will often joke and like claim that the movie's like, buy Sony because Sony products are
Well,
amazing.
yeah.
This is literally
imagine-
done the taste the rainbow because Skittles are the best tasting thing on earth.
Yeah,
They basically said
It would
that.
be like if you. It'd be like
They
if you
will
had a
turn
scene
unicorns
in Spider-Man.
lame.
It would be like if you had a scene in Spider-Man where he's playing PlayStation 4 and he's playing God of War, and then he looks at the camera and says, "PlayStation 4, greatness awaits," or some shit. Like he just did that. Or if he used the PlayStation and he used it to bash like the villain's head in, but the
Yeah.
PlayStation's totally intact because it's that sturdy and awesome, and he can still play video games on it.
Or
He
he
has
Wow,
to
this
say greatness
PlayStation
awaits.
sure is unstoppable. That's
This
right.
He turns the
PlayStation sure has however many teraflops or whatever it was people were fighting
Well,
about.
With all of the incredible powers of the PlayStation library, we too can defeat the enemy wizards.
PlayStation
turned-
4, $3.99.
And he turns the PlayStation into his Spidey armor, and on his wrist there's a
Oh,
Sony phone that he's turned into his little gadgety thing. He has Sony branded fucking web shooters, that sort of thing.
No, they would just say, "Wow, a PlayStation 5. How could I get my hands on a PlayStation 5? I'm glad you
True.
asked. Did you know that the PlayStation 5 is available at these
Well,
participating
because
stores
to bring
for
it back
only
to
$4.99?
Shazam, like Skittles save the world
Yes.
in part.
Yeah. They were
They use the
actively
Skittles
involved.
to have the
Look at the accolades.
unicorn kill all of the critters.
Saved the world, saved a whole bunch of innocent lives, are described as the most tasty thing ever, and like the king of the beasts, the most horrifying thing can be pacified by the power of Skittles, and she says, "Taste the rainbow." What the fuck?
Taste
If you describe this to someone, like, I don't believe that they believe you. I
They're
think they'd be like,
"That's
"You're
a
being
meme, right?
hyperbolic."
This is this is a sketch. This is
Yeah,
not
This is,
real.
this is a Wayne's
Like-
World 3, right? That's
And-
what we're doing.
And plus, these are Skittles, which, let's be very, very clear and honest here, are mid at best when it comes to candy. If I
Yeah.
was If I was just standing there and someone came up to me that I trusted and loved, a family member perhaps, and offered to me a box of Skittles and said, "Here you go, Rags, because that's your name. You can have this a box of Skittles," I would say, "No, thank you."
Yeah, like,
I would.
that kind of sums it up. Yeah.
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 And let's be clear here. Let's be 100% crystal clear about how the film also talks about ambrosia. They literally make a point of saying it is the nectar of the gods, and then
Yep.
later on we have Skittles being the equivalent or the closest thing you can get on Earth to the nectar of the gods. Let's just absorb that.
In the
Someone
film,
asked in chat. Oh yeah, well, someone asked in chat, what is a good candy? We could do it really quick, left to right. Just say your favorite candy. Cap, go. Just a good one.
I like Starburst. Starburst are good.
All right, bring
man,
it.
you put a lot of pressure. M&Ms I like.
Yeah.
I really like Reese's Pieces.
Okay, those are good.
Oh wait, those are the peanut butter cups, right? Yeah, me
Yeah.
too.
No, you
I'm
have to
also a
choose something
peanut butter
unique.
cup man.
No, Rags,
Yeah,
they're
no,
breaking
but I
all
like
the
that
rules that
one.
would
Metal,
actually
you have to
establish.
say. Yeah, Metal, you have to say one.
But I just said one.
Well, he's allowed to pick the same one, right?
It's
Rags,
not like
quickly,
most of
Rags, make a
them are.
rule. You have to have a unique
Calm
one.
down, Rags.
You have to have a
Jeez.
unique one.
Yes, there you go.
What? No.
You can't think of a candy that you like?
I
Oh,
just
he
said
did. It was
one.
that one. That's his favorite.
I like
than
Reese's.
one.
No one else had
Different
mentioned
peanut butter cups.
I
Peanut
like
butter-
that Metal is in trouble when I'm the one who said it second.
No, you said it third. I said it first.
said
That's
it
the point.
third.
Oh yeah, that's
But
true.
Metal was next in line.
Metal only likes
God.
one candy.
Yeah, that's
He's
My
only
favorite-
he only likes
What is
Reese's
yours,
Buttercup.
Rags? What
No,
is your
we
favorite?
Mel, just say Snickers or
Well-
Mars Bar or Bounty or Twix. You did so many.
I like pods. There we go, pods.
Like pods.
I like Tide Pods. Those are my favorite. candy.
ceramic pods.
Well, I was
Well,
gonna
they're,
say Kit Kat bars.
Hey,
I like
Yeah,
that.
Or
That's a
Sour
good
Patch
choice.
Kids can be pretty good.
Also,
Those
by the
can
way,
be
of all the
alright.
ones that I mentioned, I rate them all above Skittles. Sorry, not sorry.
Oh yeah, all of
Skittles
these are above
Skittles
Skittles.
are just like they're not very exciting, are they?
Ooh,
I'll
you
admit
guys,
they're there, but that's about it.
what are those? Like fruit by the foot, but they have like the sour stuff on them, the sour sprinkles on them. That shit's gold.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh man, that's ambrosia to children and probably
Yeah.
to me currently. Oh man, sour Jolly Ranchers,
Tim Tams.
Oh, I don't know what those
well,
are. What are Tim Tams?
Tams are they're a local Australian delicacy. Those ones.
Tim
Yeah.
Tams, Australia's favorite chocolate biscuit.
Yeah,
I have-
when people come on holiday to Australia, Tim Tams are often sort of up there with like Vegemite
these
as
look
a
good.
thing to try. Yeah, they're neat. Then there's a
Are
bunch
they
of
just
different
like-
flavors.
So
Yeah.
are they kind of like Oreos where they have like two wafers and some like creamy stuff in there or in the middle
well,
and they're chocolate coated?
There is, depending on which one you get, there'll be like different sort of flavors in that middle portion, but then it'll be, like the whole thing's coated
Oh,
in
double
chocolate.
coat chewy caramel, white dark chocolate mint.
Yeah, Tim Tams they're pretty sweet.
Yeah.
These look very good. Yeah, these do look great.
I'm seeing a lot of pushback for the idea that M&Ms could be considered better than Skittles. What's the word on
Oh,
that?
of course they are.
They are so
well,
much better
course
than
they are.
Skittles.
the-
Not
the
even
big-
close.
No
So
contest.
I definitely prefer M&Ms, but I guess it
Tragic
depends on
lack
what-
of taste.
It
in the
depends on
chat,
what
I'm
kind of
sorry.
flavor you're going for, I suppose. One thing I would say is that something
We're
I've
going for
noticed
good
is that
flavor.
when I have Skittles, there is sort of that initial burst of flavor, but then it kind of deteriorates pretty quickly, and then you're sort of left with like, yeah, Whereas M&Ms are just like they're great the whole way.
It's always a safe bet.
from
You can
beginning
give
to
M&Ms
end.
to yeah,
Yeah.
it's always a safe bet. But
Oh, we got a
Skittles are
poll
just
going.
like, oh, that's like one of the pranks, right? One of the famous meme pranks is like putting
Yeah.
random Skittles into the M&Ms. just
and
being
also
a dick.
there's a great deal of variety in the types of M&Ms you can get as well.
Yes.
Peanut
Peanut
M&Ms.
M&Ms are really good because peanuts and
Peanut
chocolate
butter
go together.
M&Ms
A
are really good
classic.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, butter M&Ms? What? Oh yeah,
Peanut
peanut
butter.
butter. I thought you said butter M&Ms. I'm like, well, I don't know.
I guess
Well,
so.
probably
So maybe that
country,
is a thing
right?
over in America.
Nectar of
who
the
knows?
gods, Rags.
Something I was going to say, though, that's worth noting on the Shazam thing is, look, all right, it's Chekhov's Skittles. They set up at the beginning of the film when, what's her name, Darla was like, oh, yeah, Skittles, but I'm going to give the yellow ones or whatever to Helen Mirren.
Because you don't
Like,
deserve
that was
It's even
strawberry.
earlier. It's even
Set up-
earlier one. There's an even
Yeah, there
earlier
was.
one.
That's right. So it's
With
really...
where she it's I think it's all the way in the beginning, right after the museum scene, where it's just kind of doing their house stuff, like housework, chores, or whatever. It's like, oh, who put Skittles in your pocket? And then the girl's like,
Yeah,
that
that's
was
right.
me. It was supposed to be a
Chekhov's Skittles.
surprise. Yeah, it was right there. It's so
Check
good,
off
so
Skittles.
clever.
So you can't complain. It was set up. And
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
set up. It's true.
Anything
Beautifully
that's set
done.
up it's in the clear. As long as you set it up, it's good. You're good. You're good. You're golden.
That's the only rule of writing. But if you want the true nectar of the gods, you must, it's not going to be Skittles, because Skittles cannot do an equivalent of the Tim Tam Slam, where you bite off one end of the Tim Tam and the other end of the Tim Tam, and you put it in a hot drink, like a hot cup of cocoa or something, and you drink the cocoa through the Tim Tam, making it more chocolatey as it goes up. It is an Australian tradition, and
Wait,
then it melts
through
the
the Tim Tam.
Yeah, through the
I
Tim Tam.
thought
It
they were
melts the
like
Tim-
squares.
They are squares, but you bite the top off and the bottom off, and because there is a meltable, creamy filling in between, the hot drink melts it as you suck up. And
Oh, okay.
and it melts it
I
and makes it even more
think I
delicious.
sort of understand what you mean.
Yeah,
That's hard for me to visualize.
In
yeah.
terms
There's
of
probably
this
some videos on
poll,
YouTube.
M&Ms are the front runner by a considerable margin, 61%.
It should be
versus
bigger.
Skittles.
It should be bigger. There
It
should be
should
like
be
maybe
bigger.
10%
I'm
on
willing
Skittles.
to, because I don't mind Skittles. Like I can have them, but if you say to M&Ms or Skittles, I'm going with M&Ms. Like basically 100% of the time.
I was gonna say, I can't imagine I would, even if I had M&Ms once per day. I don't know how. Well, I wouldn't want that. I'm trying to think of like when would I finally be like, fine,
Well,
Skittles.
Here's an interesting question.
If there were no other
Let's-
options.
We're
I
gonna
don't know.
do
Even then, maybe not.
the
Even then,
nuclear
maybe not.
inspector, the mystery box thing. Skittles guaranteed, or whatever's in the box, and it could be any type of like candy, both good and terrible. What do you do?
I'm going
You
with the
go for
box.
You go for the box.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going for the mystery box dopamine rush.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
you do get some fun with the mystery box.
Well, Rags,
yeah.
what about you? Are
Can
you
you
gonna bet it all on what's in the box?
Rated all in.
Or-
what's in box.
So the idea is Skittles for sure, or whatever's in the box. In terms
I'm
of
gonna go with
candy.
whatever's in the box.
Right. I wonder what chat would. Maybe that's another poll. Skittles versus the mystery box.
They make, so the idea with
I'm
the
going
question is
mystery
take a
box.
gamble on whether or not it'll be better or worse than Skittles.
I think it's
Yeah.
kind of a gauge of
would.
like whether you consider Skittles to be mid or like worse than that, because
It's
it's almost
probably would.
baked into good. It's almost baked into the good or bad that there's like a 50% chance that you'll get. If we assume that Skittles is absolutely mid, I think it just says to more so the preference. Because if you told me M&Ms are what's in the box, it's like I'd probably go with M&Ms. Like that's
Yeah,
you
me
know,
too.
like that's a nice safe one. Or like Kit Kat versus the mystery box.
That picture of the guy drinking it through a Tim Tam looks
Looks
really
very
funny.
awkward.
Yeah.
Yeah. They need to be longer for that purpose, I think.
Yeah. Or you need
Well,
a
Skittles
specialized
won
cup.
that one, by the way. Not Skittles, M&Ms by a considerable margin. So
Good.
it's safe to say that if Shazam was a better written film, it would have been M&Ms that won.
Yes.
And then you would have had the M&M guy show up or something and go, "Yeah, good choice, buddy."
Well, Mr. Peanut could show up and just start smacking people with his cane, and I'd be like, yeah, it follows. Peanuts are
Mhm.
really good.
Who was everybody's
Yeah.
favorite like mascot for a sweet like candy?
Oh.
Um,
E.T.
I'm
for
not-
Reese's Pieces.
Including cereal.
I don't think I never had a favorite one. I just wanted the candy.
I think,
I'd have to.
can't think of any. Like,
As long as
what
we
candies have
agree-
mascots.
As long as we agree that Lemonhead is the worst.
Wasn't you guys know not
but-
everyone likes chocolate, right? Yeah. That's okay.
Yeah, I guess there are some people out there who don't like chocolate.
That's totally
what,
fine.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. They're allergic to joy. We get it.
The M&Ms are fine. I don't really know that many like candy specific mascots. There's
The Kool-Aid Man, I guess.
The toucan for Fruit Loops.
Toucan
yeah.
Sam, but that's
Uh,
that's not candy, is it?
Well,
Well,
I think
cereal, I guess, could be stretched.
Some
Yeah.
cereal is candy. That's why like
Mhm.
you don't eat
Cookie
cereal.
Crisp.
But but yeah, some of them. But if we're going with like
Cookies for
typically
breakfast?
candy, then because I think like berries are candy essentially, but I wouldn't.
Nature's candy, yeah.
Nature's candy.
Nature's
He's
ambrosia.
Literally grown. Nature's ambrosia, absolutely.
I feel like the
Many nights
unicorns-
have been spent with me kneeling naked in front of the open refrigerator, just shoveling strawberries into my mouth. It's just it's what you do.
God,
Frost
I-
unironically,
I
I
can't
feel
find
like
so
I'll go with
bad
Tony
right
the
now.
Tiger.
Dude, I'm just
feel
happy
like
to
the
be here and
unicorns
beating up
would've-
Skittles.
Oh
I feel
no!
like that says it
Sorry,
all.
Skittles stands.
Oh
It's not-
no.
Skittles
not
fans
going
on
well for
Suicide
you.
Watch.
Happy to
is
be
like-
The I guess I'll go with the M&Ms because they have different personalities.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. You got the red guy and then the yellow guy.
Yeah, but they took
I
the
don't
sexy
think
dress
so.
away, so I don't want them
Oh.
anymore.
Yeah, well, she can. Yeah, well, we
Or
don't
whatever
have to
the
talk
meme
about
was.
her. She had her chance.
This just reminds me of a video I saw on Twitter of some guy in the middle of the street, walking up to the camera and ranting about feminist M&Ms. It was the funniest thing I'd ever seen in my life.
What the fuck?
I
I
feel like the
agree with that
unicorns
guy.
would prefer.
Why do they
Yeah,
miss the
a
golden
golden apple.
opportunity to call it Feminems?
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
Hmm.
It's right there, man.
I got that was I watched the Rings of Power videos that Random Film Talk did. They're really good, and he calls one of the white robed witch ladies people. He calls the leader of them Feminem.
That's
And
good.
that was very
I get. Yeah, okay. That took a second. Yeah, pretty good.
Superfluous. I am not going to ask Linkara about the green M&M. I value my sanity.
So anyway, with this movie, let's go back to it. Yeah, so you have that whole Skittles thing,
We have to.
and then an army of unicorns appear, and Mary says, "We're gonna need a lot more Skittles." It's just like, stop it, please stop it.
Yeah, you
don't
need
have
more
to do
Skittles
this.
because they're gonna save the world. Skittles, the greatest
Ugh.
candy that there ever was.
Yep.
What happens
Brought
if you
to you
give the
by
Skittles to the other
Whatever
monsters?
the company is that made Skittles.
No, that doesn't work, Rex, because they're just evil. The unicorns can be saved.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, like maybe it'd be worth giving them to the Cyclops, and then he's like, "There, the M&Ms."
They're too
Yeah,
good.
at all.
I'm too evil. They are too good. We do not blend. So yeah, they're riding all the
Alright.
unicorns in, and we see this moment where they're just slamming through all of the creatures, like stabbing them and with the horns, and they're just winning.
And they're
And you-
terrified.
And you have Darla say, "Taste the rainbow, motherfucker," and it cuts her off.
That meme.
Yeah.
So
That's
you get double
topical.
taste the rainbow and a motherfucker to boot.
Damn.
It's not cringe.
No,
No, not at all.
Yeah, that was
I was
not
silent
Because
because I
the
was
one
laughing so hard.
Usage of that product placement line wasn't enough.
Mm-hmm.
How would they not embarrassed about that product placement?
They got
I
paid.
mean, have you seen the rest of the script?
Yeah, it's screwed.
I don't think they are. It's fine. I think that's fine. They also
So,
got money for it. So.
So way back when I mentioned that she was dead, Helen Mirren. Turns out she's not. She's
Yeah,
actually
Even though
Ah,
she's
that's
got a
lucky.
giant hole in her chest.
and Shazam's
God,
like,
they
no,
just
no,
built
no, lady,
different.
you can't die. And he hits her with a lightning bolt thing, and then she's like, ugh, just let me go to the underworld in peace.
She
Just
gets
like,
shot in
what?
the chest cavity with the lightning. It's really funny.
But
And she's
I'm
still there.
just baffled by the fact that she just doesn't seem to give a shit. She can clearly do more things and cast spells, but she's like, nah, I've been stabbed.
I've given up. Yeah, it's over.
Like,
Yes,
oh,
I'll
okay.
die.
You seem pretty
I've
passionate
seen
about
this
this whole
movie
thing
so
this whole
far.
time, but never mind.
They
And,
hit her
by the
passion
way,
attack that's in her
somewhere-
heart.
Somewhere during the movie, I thought the dome just disappeared because you can't really see it in the background
Shut
at
up.
all. Like it's just
Really
clear
far
sky.
away.
Okay. No,
You-
it's not
you-
really though.
That's mean. Imagination.
Have you
Taste the
tried using
rainbow.
your imagination?
What would have happened if the dome closed on someone? Like someone was standing where the dome formed. Would they have just been chopped in half?
Yes.
Yes.
Probably.
Ah.
So Shazam says, I think I know how to destroy the tree, the dragon, and Lucy Lou and everything all at once. And he says, if I overload the staff with enough lightning, she says, a bomb? You would annihilate everything in the dome. And he goes, then I have one more favor to ask. And I just said, like, how did we jump so far, so quick? And we're just, okay, fine. We can make a bomb now. But that's what we're doing. Makes sense.
A little bombster.
So then Freddy and Anne just wandering about. They happen to bump right into the fucking dragon, and Lucy Lou says, Layden, kill the traitor! And so it does its weird fear blast.
Instead of
Yeah.
just setting him on fire.
Yeah, that probably would have done it, but
The whole
fear
time I was watching, all I was like thinking was, why are you not? It's a dragon.
Yeah.
Dragons breathe fire. That's like the thing that they're known for doing. Why is this dragon just screaming at them?
Because fear.
And then Anne says, "What is a goddess without her power?" And then Freddy says, "The most powerful thing about you is you."
That's what she said to him.
I think that when
That's the
they,
wisdom
they
of the
filmed
Solomon
that
heart.
scene, they
Yeah.
filmed that scene. Everybody behind the camera was nodding and smiling, like
They were weeping.
yes.
They were weeping. They were getting their tissues out. They were like, "This is."
They were
cinema.
weeping. I
This
was
is
weeping.
cinema.
There was this one cameraman goes like, oh, cringe.
If you listen closely, you can hear him in the.
And we get one of the best. Again, I want to make a compilation of her deliveries in this film. They're having their moment, and then it pans over to good old Lucy Liu, and she says, "Kill them." It's like, oh, why do you have to keep talking? You don't need to. You can just have the dragon do stuff. Anyway, it's about to bite them because it really doesn't want to use its fire, and Shazam pulls on its tail right before it does. He got there just in time. Lucky.
Man, if he was 2 seconds later, that would have been the end of Freddy and what's her name?
And yes.
Caught a dragon by its tail.
And then
Can't let it go again.
he says, "Freddy, Andrea, don't!" And it makes Lucy Liu look at them, and then he super speed grabs her staff, and he's like, "Haha, got it." Like, you didn't even need to distract. You have super speed. She can't do anything against you. They keep pretending like you can't trick someone with super speed unless they're not looking. It's like, what do you mean?
Now that he has the stuff, Freddy, Shazam, now you got powers. Well, I'm gonna find everybody else. Say Shazam.
Well, why would
Now
you do
let's
that
just-
now when they're dealing with like all the mythological creatures? That's not going to be useful for them.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, they
Wait a
could
minute.
not
It
possibly
would be
need those
useful for that.
powers.
Wow.
Yeah, that's right. You know what, Mueller? I think you're right. That would be really useful.
Damn.
It's a shame that he didn't think of that.
Well, see, he's just like me, a fragile, weak human being who just doesn't think about these things on the spot. You know, I didn't, and I love that I can relate to how he didn't.
Yeah, wisdom of
Good
my
movie.
ass.
It's a human movie, and that's what's
yeah.
so powerful about
Superheroes
it.
aren't aspirational figures.
Human
no,
movies.
just like us.
They're just fucking
There
idiots.
Human movies.
Human
But you know-
movie.
I like the human movies.
But you know what, Mauler?
Human
You know what? He's literally on his tail now. On the dragon's tail.
Yeah,
at
it's
least.
true.
Oh,
Well,
shit!
we've moved on a little
Yeah.
bit from there, but he was on his tail, literally.
Ow.
Yeah, it occurred.
Preposition.
But what happens next? Dumb shit. He baits her into following him to the tree, and then Helen Mirren shrinks the dome down to basically just the stadium. And so it traps Lucy Liu in there and him. And then I was like, wait, if the dome cannot be gone in and out of by the gods even, then how did you meet them in that place in Philadelphia for the food? Remember? How did they get there? Dome, both sides, you can't get through it, so did she turn it off and back on, or what?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, just real
no.
quickly.
Oh my god.
Could she make a small hole in the dome and then close it back up again?
Maybe.
Is that something that-
Blowhole?
Maybe. That's like the only
Yeah.
fucking thing that could possibly fix this batshit movie. He says, remove the dome. No, sorry, Lucy Liu says remove the dome. And then Helen Mirren is like, as long as I breathe, the dome stands till I see you on the other side, sister.
Uh-huh.
I think they're in a different movie. I mean, it's all bad, but God, the overacting. Like they just gotta they're
Yeah.
just told to go nuts with it, I guess. Do you think maybe they're trying to evoke like Kate Blanchett in Ragnarok?
I think so.
Maybe.
'Cause everyone was like, "Oh, she was campy and fun. I'm gonna be campy and fun."
I don't know how to explain it
But
exactly.
I was afraid of her.
But yeah, she was way
Yeah.
better in Ragnarok than they are in
Yeah,
this.
but I was like,
Oh, much
yeah,
better.
I was really scared of her
It
because
could be
she
'cause
was
Kate
big
Blanchett is a
mean,
fucking
and I don't want her
fantastic
to piss
actress.
on me.
She's
Yeah.
incredible. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
it takes
sorry,
a special
Lucy
kind of
Liu,
actress
but,
to pull off the maniacal, like Palpatine sort of performance.
So
and not be cringe.
Yeah, she's like Yzma from The Emperor's New Groove.
Yeah.
we then have this shot in the background. Well, you have in the foreground is Shazam looking around, and in the background you see Lucy Liu just shooting fire at Helen Mirren and not doing anything because of the dome. That's just happening, and Shazam just slowly lands and walks over to talk to his family while it's going on. I just think it's so funny. Like Lucy Liu's just there for the next 10 minutes, like blah 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 blah. Come on. So
Why isn't it working?
We can have our conversation. So Freddy runs up to the wall, and so they're on either side of the dome. Like, get out of there! And he's like, I can't. And then he says, Billy, what are you doing? You're not supposed to be in there. And he's crying, and it's like, wait, only Shazam knows what's about to happen. Nobody else does. Like,
He hasn't told him yet.
Yeah, he hasn't even told him about the bomb or anything. So I don't know why. Like, we can get in and out of the funny thing about this is if there's a little makeshift door, which there's plenty of doors in a stadium, like to the fucking, cloakroom or whatever, you can just go back to the Rock of Eternity. Lucy Lou's just trapped in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess until Helen Mirren dies. But you know what I mean? Like, basically, the problem here is that Freddy should be like, oh, sweet, get out of there when you can, But instead, he's treating it as though Shazam's about to die, and that's not information he has yet. That's awkward. But hey, whatever.
Oh.
Maybe the characters are watching the film too. And he says,
They are.
I am supposed to be in here. I used to think I couldn't do anything right, and then I didn't deserve my powers. But it's something that I can do. I can save all of you. And then Freddy says, "Hey, it's all or none, all or none." And he says, "Yeah, all my family gets to live, and none of you gets hurt."
Okay, all right.
That sounds like more clever than I believe you could be.
It's so bad. What do you mean? Like,
Twice. You said the
No,
same
yeah,
thing twice. If you all live and none of you get hurt, it's like, yeah, it's kind of baked into each respective statement.
Yep.
Muller, you've said this a couple times already, but that's the sort of line where if they said it in the writer's room, you'd laugh and then go, okay, no,
Rags,
seriously, what are we going to
did you think that was a good line? I feel like
No,
we need
I didn't
to
say that.
focus in
I
on
said that was more clever than I think he could have come up with.
You think that's even more clever than what he could have said?
Yeah, because he's not like at all like smart or really like I don't think he's not quick.
Okay.
So when he says that, it seems out of place. I don't think it's good, but that seems out of place for him, to
Okay,
be able
yeah.
to say
So
that.
I think
Oh.
that they think it's a heavy and like heartfelt thing, while I'm sitting there thinking like, did he actually have it in his head, the all or none? And he was like, all of you live and none of you get hit. There you go. Like, that's why it comes across as suitably clownable to me, but like
That
it's not supposed to be
delivery would have been
clowny.
better.
Well, I mean, it's not. There's supposed to be a moment where they're recognizing this is the final thing he says to his brother. This is what I mean about the tone, like, flow. Because he then says, like, Freddy, I've never had a family. You know that. Everybody I cared about left me. My mom, my dad, everyone. When I found you guys, I had to hang on, and I held on too tight. I should have let you guys do your own thing. Now it's time for you to fly. It's like, we didn't do any of that,
Okay.
really. We had, like, one scene.
Yeah.
We've had like 5 minutes across 2 movies of them being together, so like I don't know. Most of the time that they are communicating, it's them like sneaking up and down the stairs or something. There's no like really there's no character building being done. It's them trying to leave the house, sneaking into the house, creeping up the stairs. It's not character stuff.
No.
So then he's done. He's moving on. He's going back to Lucy Liu, and on cue, perfectly, he sees her, and she says, "We end this now." Then he goes, "Yeah, we do."
Sometimes when you write the words down, it's not like you're writing it on parchment. Like you can hit backspace.
You don't have to commit to that.
Yeah, you can change your mind. All right, it's not set in stone.
I wish I was there when they filmed it. I'd be like, David, come on. Yes, we do. That's all you got? And then he could be like, well, what do you think you should say? Well, like, first of all, why the hell are you having her say, we end this now? Like, fuck.
This movie is amusing in the wrong way.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it's just non-stop terrible. There's not really a scene where we go, oh, no, that seems
That was
pretty
like
good.
a good scene. Batwoman
Yeah.
had one good scene.
Yeah,
Like
on
across
true.
seasons.
Dun, 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 dun,
You don't even reach Batwoman levels of quality.
Do you remember?
Well, I mean, legitimately, like, I don't know. Like, I'm not sure where we end up with this one.
wasn't it?
Yeah, well,
Wasn't it High Top who put something out and then someone said, it's okay to redraft? And then he was like, how fucking dare you? Like, imply that I don't redraft.
Yeah.
I can't believe you would ever say that to another creator. He says,
Oh,
something
yeah,
like that.
that's right.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
like as a
it,
writer
yeah.
saying it to a fellow writer or something.
Yeah, that was
Oh god.
Hey.
Good times.
My God, my gobbly goodness.
So this can be quick. He just shoots out a bunch of lightning. It bounces around the whole dome. It goes into the staff, and then he flies directly at the dragon and says Shazam, which I think is a very unwise thing to do, since that'll turn you into a human. But
That's what I thought as well. Yeah,
I guess he wants that extra lightning strike to come down. I don't know. In any case, it kills everything. Goodbye, dragon, Lucy Lou, tree, and
Oh, not the
sniff.
tree.
I like that we managed to get this far, by the way, without talking about the thing that's about to happen. That is the big thing. This is the big topic for the whole film.
Yeah, this needs to be where it is. It needs to be talked
Easily
about
the thing that
there,
pissed me off
because-
the most.
Well, this is the thing
while
that
I was
people in
watching it.
chat won't even be ready for, and I talked about it with Az and Shad on the thing as like a spoiler talk thing. But yes, I'm not lying. He kills everything, even him. He's dead. He's
Yeah.
gone
He kills himself.
to save the world. Obviously, the horde of
What a
like,
hero.
mythological monsters, they all just disappear as well. They like go ash mode.
Yeah, they turn to leaves.
Yeah, they
useful.
Phantom Menace.
There's a lot of that in these movies where the thing just turns to ash. It's like, yeah.
You know,
I
no,
guess
you
we
know
got a
what?
problem.
No, Mahler, I'm gonna give it a little bit more credit.
Do it.
I'm gonna just a little teeny tiny bit. They turn into leaves and they came from a tree. So that's something.
That is a thing
That's
a
something.
I
connection.
mean, I guess they
Yeah.
came from a tree, but they also came from like sacks of biologically rendered.
Yeah, but it was like
no mercy. I'm tired of like the
mercy.
whole. Oh yeah, they
No
all
mercy.
they all just get yeeted. Why would we have to deal with like the consequences of this massive epic battle when we can just delete?
They have
Like, we
to
can
rake
just-
all
We
those
can
leaves.
just go
for me.
control.
I've never lived
Yeah.
underneath the tree. I've never had a
Well, what
lawn.
they've done is they've hit Control A and then delete, and it's just like, oh yeah, now we don't have to deal with
No,
any of
they-
those problems.
That's a lot of
anymore.
leaves, Springy. I don't
They
think you
copied and
understand.
pasted a lot of leaves in place of the Control A, Control X. It's
I'm
Control
tired
X.
of
that's
it. They
the-
just
yeah.
don't. Nobody wants to deal. It's what
With
happens. Like,
corpses?
just not corpses. Just like
what's
anybody
crazy?
who's left over. What if any of the Chitauri wanted to surrender or something?
I was gonna say.
Oh no! Every last Ultron bot, we got him, and then of course snapping and deleting. That one I guess is more acceptable because yeah, you would do that. I'm just tired of like all of the enemies just like, oh, we're dead.
Oh,
Yep,
I
we
thought you were
lost, it's
talking
over, we're all
about
dead.
the fact that, like, the way it affects cleanup, because having a hive mind thing die and everything dies, I think there's times where that definitely is valid, and
Sure.
I think the Chitauri one was a bit of a stretch, but it was like, they cut off from, they, like, robot flesh thing, I don't know. But the thing I was going to appreciate about Avengers is that they left bodies everywhere, there was destruction everywhere, and we
That's
even got
right.
a
Whereas now,
Homecoming built a story off the idea of cleanup crews and stuff. It's like, hey, not bad.
Whereas now they don't even want to do that. It's like, no, just get rid of it all, like yeet them, so that there's no cleanup, no problems. Just like
Yeah.
it might as well have never happened. That's why I find it so frustrating. You
It
just don't want
minimizes
to
the
deal with
effect
it.
on the world. It's really, really annoying.
A world
Yep.
that they're not continuing. It's like, whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I guess
Yeah.
who cares, right? But whatever.
Yeah,
just-
it's more a principled outrage than anything.
Ones that helped them, they got turned. They're dead. They died and turned to leaves too. Nobody cries for the unicorns that saved the world. They were
Well,
just
That is kind of weird how they just. I
used by the
they
humans.
just,
They just despawn the
they
unicorns.
just turn to leaves.
Maybe
they
the unicorns are right to hate humans. They get used and then thrown away.
Discarded.
They
Helen
Helen
Mirren-
indeed.
Helen Mirren died as well, and the last thing she says
Yeah.
is like, you were a true god or something. It's like,
You're like,
Yeah.
you were
Wow,
a hero,
cool.
a
You
god.
had one goodish idea. Ah, what a god. You
Yeah,
go
I don't know, I
smarter
don't
than
There's an
Yeah,
him.
whatever.
idea. There's an idea in there's an idea in like if you dig deep down under all of the grime and the CGI and the fucking leaves, there's an idea underneath there that Helen Mirren's character like really despises humans and doesn't like them and thinks they're not worthwhile, and then eventually Shazam is the one who's like, no, humans are cool. See, I'm a hero and I can do heroic things and I'm great and I'll work with you to stop this bigger evil. And they're like, it's not a complex idea and it's been done 6 trillion times before. But there's an idea there, and they don't do it well because they can't do anything well.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God.
so yeah, everyone's like crying and sad because boy dead. Wah.
Oh,
Sad, sad,
wait,
sad.
wait,
boy
wait,
dead.
wait! Someone
What were we
someone
laughing at?
sent me this image, and I need you to see it.
Well, okay, what
Okay,
have
what
you inflicted
Zigzars.
upon us. What
Zigzar
is?
sent me this.
Wait,
It's amazing.
Those floopy legs.
Just everything gets
Look
into
at him.
S tier. Like,
You got a pig, you got a
Yeah,
wombat, you
worms.
got a little and then you got a little ferret there, and Rags the doggo, horsies, and a little kiwi. And look at that little fella. Look at him running with those floopy legs. He's tried his best, and I appreciate it. This is great.
this particular rendering of Friggy is hilarious. I love it.
The little
That's what he
smile,
is,
the
isn't it?
little smile there.
wait.
That's what I like.
What was
Shrek
the
was
inspiration for this representation of Friggy? I need
I'm
to
not
know.
sure what would be the inspiration for that, but I like it.
The ears
Obviously,
remind me of Shrek a little bit.
they do. They're kind of like Shrek ears. Maybe that was the inspiration.
Ugh.
Under the witch doctor's clothes. You see, it's not.
No, this the lore on that is I don't know yet.
Be
We'll
announced.
figure it out. What the hell?
So anyway,
Oh, that's good. That's good.
this is a line I couldn't make out. This is the best approximation I have of it. I think it's what she said. If anyone has any better memory of it, go ahead. But they're at his funeral. Oh wait, no, actually wait. There's something before this I'll talk about, which is he's dead. They're all sad. Then you have, I don't remember who says it, but someone says he
I
was
think
a
the
hero.
wizard.
Well, someone says he was a hero and a god. Then the wizard says,
Anthea.
yeah, that's probably
I
it,
think so,
actually,
yeah.
yeah. And then the wizard says
then the
he
wizard-
should be laid to rest like one.
Yeah.
Now, I'm probably the only
if
character,
we
if I
just-
were there, that would say, fuck you? He's a human. He's not a god.
Well,
Yeah.
hold on. He said he should be laid to rest like one, which in and of itself is a nice, like, that is a gesture of he should be laid to rest like a hero.
No, like a
That
god.
isn't in and of it. Like a god?
Yeah, that's
Well,
how I
think
take
about
issue
the,
with.
That's
the
not
DC
even then.
world. Lay Ares to rest like the god that he is.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not about. Well,
or-
to be honest with you, it's just take credit. He's a human. He was a human. What he did was human.
Being.
He
I
deserves
think
human
that's what
customs.
Humans are
human
heroes.
beings are capable
That's
of
what I'm
doing
saying,
these
like,
great things.
The idea that because he did
Okay,
something
yeah,
so
yeah, yeah.
great that he gets to have a god's later, it's like, no, fuck you. Humans. Like, enough of this crazy shit where it's like, after what the
gods are
gods just
shit.
did, you kidding me? These are all fucking gods. Look what they just did.
Yeah, and look at what Wonder Woman did in 1984.
I don't need your stupid god customs. We're gonna bury him like a man.
Yep, because
Yeah.
he's a human being and a really good one.
Which
Looks
would
like the
actually.
God Cousin's just burying him anyway, like normally.
Well,
I
for
guess,
that, it would
God
actually change the
world.
plot line if he was to be buried like a human.
Well,
Yeah.
because the thing that's worth emphasizing for everybody is this is a very emotional scene, as it should be. You know, the
Yes.
prince has to sacrifice his life to save the world and his family, and it's very sad. And
Very sad. I was crying.
it's the payoff that it is exactly what it is trying to be, which is this character has made a sacrifice, and isn't it sad that he's gone?
Mhm.
Oh, someone just said, was there anything left to bury? It's like, actually, yes. Inexplicably, yes.
Yeah,
His
he's
body
not-
was whole.
It's
His
just
body
his,
was whole. It had
it's his
no
human
holes.
body with a bit of stuff on his face. Got like a weird, like, stuff on his face. Yeah. he's
Yeah, I
mostly
guess.
fine.
All things
Whatever.
considered, not looking too bad.
Yeah.
'Cause
I mean, you died, but still.
what happens
can
next
rebuild.
Yeah,
would
he does
work
look
if
like-
he were in pieces.
Yeah.
Like, loads of fleshy intestines everywhere. Like, oh, jeez. We're going to have to pick all these up.
Or it's just like his bottom half, or it's just like
Oh.
legs and a
Yeah.
comical spine sticking out with like an Among Us bone.
Oh,
See,
God.
that's comedy.
So-
yeah.
Then the part I was
Someone
talking
do
about
that.
where I was a little bit confused. They're at his funeral. They're in the fucking god realm burying him, which, like I said, it's just like, fuck that. Burying him in his...
Yeah.
He's an American.
him
He's
in
not a stupid
Philadelphia.
god. Exactly.
Yeah, bury me in Philly.
Really?
And so Darla's looking at the grave, and I think she says, like I said, this is the only thing I can get to fit. I think she says, "Will his light ever come back?" I'm not sure if it's that. I need to keep listening because I was just like, "What the fuck question is that?" And then the wizard says, "The staff is drained of magic. Only the spark of a god can restore its power, and there are no gods left." The implication being, we could get his light back, but you know the staff's out of battery, so. And it's kind of
Yeah.
like you think to yourself, wait, why is the staff
on.
out of battery?
Yeah.
Was it
He-
exploded?
I mean,
exploded.
but like it
All the
functions.
tape.
It's just low on charge.
It's still intact. It's still intact, you know, like it didn't get destroyed by this.
And you
But, like,
restored it before.
Did they ever have to do that? But basically, my conniptions are that this was never a thing. It never ran out of battery before. Was that ever a fun? It can break in half, but it's still enough to give people powers back, even when it's broken in half.
No, it's out of power.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they've set it
So-
all up. They said only a god can restore it, and there's none left.
That's true. There are none
Oh.
left that have powers.
And then you hear the
God.
wonderful voice of Gal Gadot say, "There is one."
There
And,
is one.
You see her legs, and the
Ah.
fucking soundtrack actually like cooms all over the screen. It
Yeah.
goes, "Da-na-na-na-na."
No
Oh,
yodeling
Lord.
though. I was
It's
very,
so
very
loud.
sad.
I legit was like,
I
"Calm
have brought
down."
myself a god
Not even
and
an
enough
action
magic
scene.
to fill
Jesus.
the Nile.
Ugh. She's
I
so
just want
terrible.
everyone-
And the thing is, the first thing you think is, wait, where were you?
Where were you?
How did you get here?
Yeah,
Where
where
were
were
you?
you?
And how did you get here?
How did you get here? How did you know to come here?
There's so many questions, and they will answer none of
She's
them.
just here to pose, doing the pose there. It's
Yep.
like she knows that she's being filmed.
The only thing they explain is that she got the god letter that they apparently wrote her. That's all they give us
Yeah.
in the scene. And by the way, I really need to emphasize for chat what the fuck, what the experience was like. So just like ignore the shitty fucking cock-ass dialogue for a second, and ignore the fact that they're burying him in a very inappropriate place. They tonally, it's somber music, somberness. This is very like, you know, Billy Batson's dead. Like we are mourning him, and this goes on for quite a bit. They really drag it out. They really milk.
I did kind of skip over it, yeah.
This death scene, yeah. And then out of nowhere, all of a sudden, we hard cut to just na 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 na. It just assaults you. They don't do a recomposition. They don't do like a transition. They don't slow down the Wonder Woman theme. It's not like da na na da na da. Like they
Well,
could
why
have
wouldn't
slowed
it
it
be
down.
a soft like piano version?
Yeah, exactly.
Because
It's epic. It's epic.
Yeah, exactly. They do
Look,
nothing.
it's Wonder Woman. You like Wonder Woman, right? After Wonder
No.
Woman 1984.
Yeah, she's great.
Yeah, it's like they ripped it straight from the BVS soundtrack file.
It's definitely a different composition, but like it's like you can tell it's different, but
Fucking
it's
loud.
different almost in the worst way.
It is loud.
Yeah,
It's
it
very
doesn't have
loud.
because the actual one from Batman v Superman starts off pretty chill.
Yeah.
It's not like super duper loud. It's like the arrangement they had for 1984 where it was really loud. It was just a bunch of instruments all at once thrown at you. Not
Yeah.
a lot of clarity.
Mhm.
Exactly it. I described it to Capital O earlier as it was like I got hit in the face with a shovel with the soundtrack. It was just a shovel
Mm.
right
Good
to
way,
the face.
good way of putting it.
Yeah.
She, she
You
has
really
this,
can't. Yeah, go ahead.
she has this face of like, yeah, I'm here, so things are
I'm
good
here.
now.
She does.
Bet you're
She
all
has that-
incredibly happy
Mhm.
I'm here. Aren't I fucking cool? And there's only one like everyone's like, whoa, yeah. And the wizard, he's just like, And I really like it. Go check out his face in
Yeah.
that scene. He just looks unimpressed. He's just like, oh, for fuck's sake, here we go. Like,
It's like we're having a moment here, for fuck's sake.
this fucking idiot. Because he probably saw Wonder Woman 84, okay? And he's just
I
like,
was about to say, he just looks at us like, I know what you fucking did.
yeah, and so she reignites the staff because she just hits it into the ground. That's all it takes. It's just like, yeah, because she's a god, I guess, or demigod, good enough. And then it
Yep.
starts to regrow the just plants and stuff everywhere, making the place much more peaceful and happy. And then boom, Shazam's hand and arm bursts out of the ground, and Eugene's like, "Oh my god, a zombie!" Then he goes, "No, it's just me. I'm back. Woohoo! Yay! La 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 la."
Yeah.
So
yeah.
we need to talk about this. You don't get to kill your
yeah.
character and then bring them back 2 minutes later. You don't get to do that. You don't get
Into
to extract
darkness.
all of the emotions that you get from people with a heroic sacrifice, only to not commit to what the heroic sacrifice entails, which is never having that character again. You don't get
Yeah.
to do that. That's cheap
It's
as
bullshit.
fuck.
I hate it.
You're not allowed to do that.
Yeah,
And
it's
especially
awful.
it's just such a missed opportunity. Like
Yes.
this is gonna be. I mean, I guess they filmed this like 5 million years ago, so I don't know if they already knew they won't be getting another one anyway or another, one way or another. But if you would have written it not that stupidly, where he just comes back after 2 minutes, as you just said, you could have had Shazam have like this heroic ending.
You feel like giving the
At
film a
the end of the
little bit of props. You're like, wow, you killed him? All right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you get those cojones.
Storytelling choice. But they can't commit, and they don't want to commit, and you don't get any
No.
points for that. You get negative points.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep, you
it's
get negative
absolutely
points.
negative points.
You
Yeah.
retroactively lose yourself points by undoing something. Yep,
Yeah, it's like one step
Yeah.
forward, then 3 steps back.
pretty much.
And
Yeah,
also,
exactly.
by the
I
way,
actually got
Oh, sorry,
pretty
go for it.
excited when I thought, oh my god, they might actually kill him. I was like,
Yeah.
it won me over so much because it's not a good
Yeah.
movie at all up until that point. But I was like, holy shit, they actually killed him. Wow. And then I actually got kind of excited thinking about, oh, what could they do if they did get a next
This
movie?
is
Oh, what
even
could they
less
do with
chance of a
characters?
Shazam 3. Thank God.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, like, there's a lot you could do, and then of all the ways too of undoing, because what they could have done
All the ways to bring him
something where
back, yeah.
like, if all the ways to bring him back, they picked the most cringe like Diana ex machina way
Mhm.
possible. It's awful. It's
Yeah.
horrendous.
I
Like, it's
didn't bother to show up for the
Well, she is
actual
literally
threat.
She
but
is
I'm here
actually
now.
the ex machina.
Yeah, no, it's true. Literal
She's an
Deus
actual
Ex
god.
Machina.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and also, by the way, this raises a question. You can use the staff to fix the garden? What was the point of the apple?
That's a good
I
question.
don't actually
yeah.
know what we're supposed to gather exactly. I thought
He fixed the
something.
garden!
I thought something weird was happening, like because he died with the tree. The tree's energy
Oh,
got.
what? So
Like,
that? Oh, come on,
no,
whatever.
I literally have no because what you just said.
No,
if that's
we
what,
wouldn't write it, but it's what would they do?
Yeah, it's
Maybe
like if
that's
it was
what they
just
would
the
say,
staff,
yeah.
then yeah, what the fuck? Because that just saves the realm by hitting the floor. Are you kidding me? Like everything in
get
the
some-
movie was pointless.
Yeah.
Wow, it really does connect to everything it touches.
Also,
and then also, by the
Yeah.
way, tonally, oh, zombie! What was that?
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
it's funny. You guys like zombies? Funny.
It's the first joke. It's the first draft, and also inappropriate.
Very
Yeah.
inappropriate. Most of the jokes are inappropriate, given like the
Exactly it.
context of what's actually
Oh, God.
happening. Yeah.
Someone said in chat, David said they had intended to show someone like Batman or Superman trying to get into the dome on a news report or something, but couldn't. That
Yeah,
would make
of
it
course
worse.
They couldn't. They
Because
wouldn't have been allowed
That would
to.
make it worse.
then the second the dome is down, we'd be like, where the fuck were they? And then they can obviously get in through the Rock of Eternity doors that anyone could just talk to them about.
Right.
And then where were they up to that point? It's like, don't, David, just stop. Stop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's
Leave
something else
it
that,
alone.
That's
Is it-
why, after going through the whole movie and thinking about all this stuff, the fact that he's like, yeah, I kind of knew it would flop. And it's like, well, why didn't you try to make it good?
Well,
Like,
I guess he would have the perspective of, well, I made something that I think was good, but the studio more or less sort of sent it out to die. To which I would respond, yeah, they kind of did. But like, if your film was incredible,
Hmm.
I don't think they
Word
would
of
have.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to mention, by the
pick it
way,
up.
Anthena gets her powers back too. It just happens.
Yeah,
It's just
because
like,
of
boom.
this.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, right.
Cool.
Very cool.
Yeah, that was
No
like,
lasting consequences at all for anything.
yeah, exactly. I can't help but compare this because Wrath of Khan and Search for Spock, that's an example of a character dies but then comes back, but I just think about that, and firstly, he doesn't come back 2 minutes later. Secondly, it's an entire film of sacrifice, of consequences, of major shit happening before they finally get to a point where they've both like mechanically and thematically earned this restoration. And it's just I just can't help but feel like there might have been an opportunity here, even if it would have been nowhere near as good as that, but like you have him remain dead for this film, and if you really fucking need to bring him back, you need to have a whole film that is filled with top to bottom sacrifice, consequences, a journey,
You
an
need
arc.
consequences, yeah.
Well, and
Yeah, exactly.
there are examples of stories where a character dies and then comes back, and then that's meaningfully dealt with. Don't say what it is if you know what it is. That meaningfully deal with like like somebody
Yeah.
having to sort of grapple with the effect that would
Mhm.
have on their sense of self and mortality and life in general. But I mean, it's just back to cracking jokes. It's just back to normal. Like it's like nothing bad happened, except you got all of the juicy emotions that you could extract by having that heroic sacrifice.
My brain really glazed over after this. I don't know how much I really absorbed about anything
It's
that
just kinda
happened.
like,
To me,
after
it's
this
par for
point.
the
you know,
course of
like,
the rest
you're
of
not
the
allowed to do
movie.
this.
We have seen countless examples of the shittiest writing tactics to avoid having to deal with problems throughout.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's just,
And of course, they kill someone and bring them back instantly. That's like one of the classic, you do not do this as a writer. Cardinal sin type writing stuff.
Pretty bad. I think, your general standard writing advice would advise not to do that.
Yeah.
Any of these things. There are so many really awful tropes that I thought we were all aware. There's a
That you
really
just don't
bad.
do. Yeah.
Yes.
Did you not learn in all of your Fast and Furious movies that you don't do this?
I mean, this is maybe the most egregious product
Well, wait,
placement
didn't
I've ever
Fast and
seen in a
Furious
movie.
bring back
for
a character
example.
who died? Wasn't there that guy in Tokyo
I
Drift?
think so,
and then
yeah.
they brought him back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How does that happen in that world, though?
I could have sworn even
I
the
don't
actor
know.
in an interview said like he thought he was dead and they brought him back and he was like, okay.
They used the car to like rev a battery in it.
Sort of thing.
I think what happened was that the film, it was initially they brought him back in a story that was set before then, but then it just kept going and then they brought him back anyway in a story that is definitely after that happened.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I think Han was his name. That was the guy, and he just came back even though he died.
Yeah.
They don't even explain it. That's really funny.
He respawned.
Gal Gadot died in Fast and Furious. They're bringing her back. Yeah, I heard about that too.
Yeah. Look, and I'm just thinking about the fact that it's Wonder Woman and they're talking about gods, and it just a spark just lit up in my brain where it's like the term Deus Ex Machina.
Were you?
It
Were
literally
you missing?
I think
from-
you missed the conversation.
Oh,
By all means.
Yeah, capital I. I think
Having yourselves
said like a literal Deus Ex Machina.
Memes had a Biden moment. But that's okay.
Yes, you were having a Biden moment. That's okay though. But yes, you're
that
right.
happens.
It is a Deus Ex
You are
Machina. He's
correct.
actually a god who comes in at the end to save the day.
Oh my god.
I know it's not 1-to-1, but you know how she does that and then
Yep.
she starts like walking off, Wonder Woman, and there's a conversation I we'll talk about it in a sec, but she's walking away. And it felt to me like such a, even though some with facial expressions, like the fucking The Simpsons thing with like, well, my work here is done. And I just want Bonnie to be like, you didn't do anything. Like, you didn't do anything that cost you anything. You just turned up, pressed a thing, and then
Yeah,
like
you left it to the 17-year-old kid to save the world while you were off doing, I don't know.
nothing at all. And then she's like coming in being like, see, look at how she's doing the kind God meme. It's like, this cost you nothing, asshole.
Yeah.
It's like the Flash in the Snyder Cut. He presses the save the world button.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd hope you would.
Hate this shit. Yeah, because you can tell she's just like, man, I'm pretty cool. And you're like, yeah, okay, whatever.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
she's
Wonder
very
Woman
strong
doesn't
about it.
strike
movie.
me. Wonder Woman really does not strike me as somebody who should be played as arrogant. If anything, she is incredibly graceful and humble, but nah. I will say, like, I find it fascinating when people say, "Oh yeah, Gal Gadot embodies Wonder Woman." She really doesn't. She really, really, really doesn't.
No.
I don't know why people say that.
Because
Well,
she
you
looks
remember the
like,
little-
She doesn't really look like Wonder Woman though. Wonder Woman's more muscular than she is.
Yeah, it's a superficial resemblance at most, but there are better choices to be sure. And like that little smirk in BVS where it's like, oh yeah, the world's ending, but I'm loving it. That was actually an improvisation by Gal Gadot, so that kind of shows that she doesn't really get it. As far as it's concerned, and of course Zach doesn't get it because he left it in.
Yeah, it's why we need new Wonder Woman stories to like sort of reset what people's expectations and understanding of that character is, because you start to see it seep into like the perception of that character. It's really lame.
It is really lame.
did immense damage to DC.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, it's so colossal. I'm just reminded of the second episode of the old Justice League cartoon where there was the question of, oh, where's Superman? Where's Batman? Where are these members that we don't want to deal with this episode? And it's just like, oh, Superman's dealing with an earthquake. Batman is busy doing something else, and so they actually account for it. And then the funniest part of that is Superman does actually show up and saying, "Oh, it was just a minor aftershock. We didn't. It was a false alarm." But the thing is, that cartoon, it dealt with the whole Justice League problem better than the fucking live action thing that's meant to be more mature. I don't get it. I don't get how you don't at least have a throwaway in there to try. Fuck it all. Fuck it all.
Oh, they do the really cringe joke again. about the age difference as well.
Well, yeah,
Oh,
and so the
no.
difference this time is that the first time around, the parents both said, like, no, weird, but the kids were like, This time, the mum says it's weird, and the kids and the dad are all like, because the joke being, of course, well, even the dad is like, well, come on, it's Gal Gadot, she's so hot.
Mm.
I was just like, wow, you would not get away with this if they were flipped. I'm just saying.
No.
Why would you make that kind of joke? I don't get it.
They think it's funny.
I thought that everybody agreed with the whole Edward or whatever in Twilight. Like I thought everybody agreed that was weird.
Yeah,
It's difficult to do in a way that doesn't come across very weird, especially with like again, the relationship started the first one with manipulation. This one,
Yep.
I mean, he doesn't even know her. Like,
No, he doesn't know anything about her.
I don't know. Yeah, it's all just like, what are we doing? What's happening? Help me out here.
I don't know what we're doing anymore.
So, before she leaves, she says, "It was an amazing thing you did, the sacrifice you made, and you brought this world back to life. Perhaps God and man can live in peace." She's the only god left.
It was
Well,
way
I
too
should hope so.
accurate.
If you're,
That
yeah.
voice
I was gonna
was
say,
way
speak
too
for yourself,
accurate.
lady. What do you mean, like?
If they ever remade The Room, I feel like they should cast Gal Gadot.
They need
as-
to do a
You are
remake of
tearing
The
me
Room.
apart, Lisa.
I'm fed up with this world.
She'd be perfect.
We will
feed up this world together.
Oh my god, I need to get into every deepfake program right now and make this happen.
Get deep in there.
Yeah.
So,
Fucking hell.
yeah, I don't know. This shit. I just wanted to end. So here we go. He
Nearly
says,
done.
"Hey, who wants their powers back?" And then he looks at the wizard and he goes, "We can do that, right?" And the wizard says, "Yeah." And so they give the kids all the power. And it's like, well done.
Wizard just-
You
yeah, he doesn't
broke
say
the
anything,
only thing
yeah.
protecting you as a narrative being that the kids ended up with the power through recklessness, you know? And now you're just doing it because fuck it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you guys did such a great job this time around.
I don't understand
You
it.
all-
You know, like
get
all of those
power.
people who got killed by the Cyclopses and everything like that.
No,
Was,
we didn't talk about them.
that was avoidable.
Yeah, it was. A lot of this
It was avoidable by
fucking
the
avoidable.
wizard telling him to not break the staff at any cost.
And
Well,
moreover,
just-
there's really I'm pretty sure only Billy has any level of like, damn, that's kind of on us. Nobody else seems to really care.
I want to sit the wizard down and be like, so these lads here, these are all... By the way, you didn't choose the rest of them. You chose Billy because he was pure of heart, right? Even though you said it was the wiseness of his heart or whatever the fuck. But anyway, these kids, you didn't choose them, but you've given it all to him now. It's like, yeah. It's like, how about we take it off Darla because she's like 9 and we give it to, let's say, Jackie Chan. What about that? And then if he says, well, Jackie Chan's not pure of heart, I'd be like, oh, isn't he?
He's pure of fist.
Okay. Well, you know, who are you
Maybe give it
again,
to-
Mr. Wizard,
oh,
to
wait,
judge
you
who's
can't-
pure of
not-
heart?
Not Superman. I was going to say
You
give it
gonna
to
do
Superman, but
anything?
you can't. Not in this world. You can't trust him with that kind of power.
He'll
Yeah,
kill
that's all.
everything.
Maybe you give it to Hal Jordan if he's out there somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, what about
Good old
Keanu Reeves?
Hal.
Can we give it to him? He's like, nope, not pure of heart. You're like, oh, not pure of heart. Okay.
All right. Okay. okay,
Really?
All right.
You know
Okay,
best,
geez.
Mr. Wizard. You gave it to the
Yeah, I mean,
fucking
I know,
child
I'm
over there.
sure- I'm sure if Keanu Reeves saw 2 bullies like punching and beating up a crippled person, he wouldn't ever intervene with that. He just isn't
I
up to
think
the
he'd,
level
I
of
think he'd
Billy.
go up to him and say, "Hey, stop it," and then they would.
Holy shit, it's John Wick.
And then
Oh
he'd
my
sit down and like work out their
And
problems.
explain
Why do you
to
feel
them.
the need to
Yeah,
bully
exactly,
other people? You know,
Exactly.
why are you doing
He'd
this?
sit there.
They have
School
big,
School
disgusting
counselor John
problems.
Wick.
Yeah, I hate it, but right along. They ask Anthena, what are her plans now? And she's like, well, I guess they say you're only going to take care of the realm. And she says, no, I'm going to let that realm heal. For now, I'm going to take some time off with the common folk and see what there is to learn. And then she holds Freddy's hand, and it's like, oh.
No,
No, it's
no.
No.
No, she is 6,000 years old. You can do better.
There are younger
Like,
women
it's-
out there,
it's-
dude.
It sounds like
It
a
is-
fun sentence to say. Like it sounds like a meme, but no, she is actually 6,000 years old.
Yeah.
That's
That's what it says.
She's
Sad.
older than the pyramids.
the same mistake that Stonehenge made. Where they don't actually. She doesn't act like she's 6,000 years old. She
Nope.
acts like kind of like a stilted 20-year-old.
Oh god.
Yeah, she's 1,500 years old, older than the pyramids.
Mm.
That's
Wizard
hilarious.
comes back to take the staff and basically just says, "I'm going on holiday. I'm tired of prison."
I'm getting out of this movie as quickly as I can.
Pretty much,
No.
yeah.
Oh
And
my god, guys, she's literally older than human civilization.
Yeah.
It says that the earliest civilizations developed between 4,000 and 3,000 BC.
Are you
Yeah.
sure about that?
That's what
1,000.
National Geographic Society says.
How old is Sumer?
Let's see.
It's Soma, and it came out in 2016.
Wait,
It's
what?
roughly 6,000 years ago. Yeah, that would be probably what they're referring to.
That
as
was one of
Sumer.
the earliest civilizations. Because I
Well,
thought it was
think
like
that it's not
yeah,
just
what
people
about
cohabitating. It's like civilization proper.
how old is Jericho?
How old? The book? Probably not that old. But let me
the
see. Are you
city,
talking about
city.
Clive Barker's Jericho by Clive
No,
Barker?
no, and I'm not talking about the TV show Jericho either. I'm talking about the city of
Okay.
Jericho.
How old is Jericho? First walled city in history, the oldest city in the world.
I assume we're not counting stuff
No.
like the first agricultural revolution or the
I
Neolithic.
presume that that's not what Rags is counting,
The
but
point being is that she is old.
She's
She is
very
like as
old,
old as
yeah.
basically as old as human civilization. When the first humans finally got together to create civilization and agriculture and like a hierarchy of leadership and like started to build buildings and settle down and create civilization, she was born then as well. And she was probably an adult, by then as well. So she watched all of
Yeah.
humanity throughout the years progress and grow. And this is the one.
Yep.
This is the one. It wasn't even, like the great men of history. It wasn't like a Caesar Augustus or an Abraham Lincoln or Carrot Top. It was this guy. It was Zach or Zachy or Jake or whatever his name is. This is the one.
Freddy, you racism.
Freddie. His name's Freddie. This is the one, Freddie. Finally, someone worthy of my, I don't know, divinity or whatever.
So, literal last note says, "What's my superhero name?" And the wizard goes, "Your name is Shazam." And then he goes, "Of course." And then Freddy goes, "I still think we can beat it." And then the credits happen.
Yay, that's when I left.
Fuck.
Me too.
We do have two after
wasn't
credit
gonna make
scenes,
this
but
thing.
they
yeah,
are
the
inconsequential
they
as
lead
fuck.
nowhere. Yeah,
Yeah.
first one is the Peacemaker. It's Harcourt and the fat guy.
Yeah,
showing
genuinely,
up
it looks
recruiting
like
for the
just trying to
Justice
bait
Society.
or promote. Yeah, like they'll be just kind of using the Justice Society in Peacemaker Season 2, I imagine. That's all that is. I don't know.
Do you think that they have the money to do that?
I don't know what James Gunn's plans are, but what else is that scene supposed to... Is it just be memes, do you think? It wasn't actually leading to anything?
It probably was leading to something
Season 2
originally.
is not happening anymore.
Was it
Is
just
it not?
memes?
Well, and so
Is it not?
if I can, right, the after credits... Because we'll go through the other one quick, because this one's a dead end. In the first film, Mark Strong's in prison, and he gets visited by a caterpillar with a robotic device on him, saying basically that they have plans, they're going to do things, and it's going to be amazing, and it ends with them being like, heh, 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 heh. This one, Mark Strong's got a big beard, and the caterpillar turns up, and he's like, "Where have you been? It's been 2 years." And the caterpillar's like, "It takes ages for me to get around, okay? But, the plans, they're real coming together." And then Mark Strong says, "Tell me everything." And he says, "I will. I just gotta go do one thing," and then leaves. And then Mark Strong's like, "What the hell?" And then it ends.
And that was going to be Shazam 3, but not anymore. No Mr. Mind.
Yeah.
But instead, you got these characters who aren't in like the comics, as far as I'm aware.
No, I looked it up. They're not.
Yeah, that seems odd. But especially considering how lame they were, and the idea of a supervillain caterpillar sounds like way more interesting to me inherently
Yeah.
than what we
Yeah.
got here. But
can't
yep,
That's
that's the end.
Shazam,
Oh, and they had a
Fury of
little
the Gods.
Avengers joke as well, where he said Avengers Society. I kind of like that. Then it's yep. All right, we're done. Shazam, Fury of the Gods.
Terrible, terrible,
Oh,
terrible, terrible, terrible.
Really bad. Yeah.
Oh,
way worse than-
bad.
One of the worst, I would say. I
Which
think this
is
one is actually one
crazy
of the
for the
worst.
DC universe. You're
Yeah.
really competing for like that bottom.
Yeah. And you find out it's like, ooh, it's not. It's suffering at the box office. You're like, yeah, okay.
Yep.
Good.
Good.
Where does
This
this one
needs to
sit,
be
we
an
think?
example to the rest.
Yeah.
What,
It
this
needs
is
to be like
Ant-Man?
This is
a
what
corpse hanging
happens.
from the gallows in the courtyard.
Well, Ant-Man
This is
was
what
really awful
happens
too.
when you
So
fuck
yeah, I
around.
don't know. It's yeah, it took us what, like 5 hours 40 minutes to break this one down. It's still very long. I know it's not as long as the recent Marvel things, but still, it's very long. It's
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
riddled.
Yeah.
But some of the most noticeably shitty writing tactics, like I said, this thing was rushed.
Just makes you wonder,
Maybe.
like, how was it rushed when it's 4 years after the first film? How does that happen?
Well, this is what I mean. Like, sometimes I wonder about writers, where it's like, did the same writer that did the first one do this one?
I don't think so.
One of the
Hmm.
2 writers worked on the first one. The other one
Oh,
did not.
yeah, that's right.
Stuff like that makes
then
me
there was the other
wonder.
guy who did Fast and
Where
Furious.
it's like, if you're a part of, let's say, I wrote Shazam 1, and then I talked to Sandberg, and he's like, yeah, not looking like we're going to be able to make this for another 3 years or something. So I'd be like, well, I'm probably going to tool away at a sequel script, a little bit, here and there maybe. Build it up, redraft it over time, small amounts of effort, and then when they go, right, you have to write that, you'd be like, oh, gee, okay, I guess I'll start from scratch, wink, wink, and then get a lot of stuff that you know what I mean? Does any of them ever do
Yeah.
that?
They should
What
at
is-
least dot point it,
What does take pride in your work mean?
I don't know.
When's Mario out?
That's out on the 5th of May, I believe. So it's real close.
Oh boy.
That's
Mario.
the more that I'm interested in that, we'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way compared to all these films, there's no way that it could be as bad as these movies.
No way, indeed. No way. My gripes are probably going to be on the voice acting side, but I don't imagine the film itself is going to
Well,
be.
who even knows? We've seen a few more clips of Chris Pratt actually trying to do the Mario voice.
Yeah,
Hmm.
that I think the sentiment is turning hardcore right before this thing comes out. And if it turns out to be good, that's going to be a crazy little journey it's had.
That'll be real interesting if it turns out to be good, because even where I'm at now, I don't really expect it to be good. I expect it to be fine. I think that's where I'm
Yeah.
at. I expect it to be a totally fine animated film, but like it ain't gonna be up there with like the best of the best. Which maybe that's not a terrible thing. Well, I mean, it's not, right? It could be worse, probably, but we'll see.
Is there anything like I'm so ready to eject this out of my head?
I'm ready to
Gods.
eject the film, but maybe there's something to talk about in terms of the meta of like, because I mean, it's in the title, right? The state of DC.
Oh, we talked about it a couple
What's
times in
that?
the stream, but this is
We
doing
did.
bad. What does it mean going forward? It just means that they already knew this was a Titanic equivalent of a film. They're moving on already.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, they
already.
were probably just let's
They've
get
already
it
got
out, get
Tom
it over
Cruise
with.
talking about how the Flash is going to be really great.
Yeah, the Flash, I think
Ah.
they hope can at least bring back some money. This one, I think they abandoned. Like whatever.
When does the Flash come out?
The Flash is
Yeah.
out in June.
Yeah.
And that really is the most interesting DC film, like for now,
Yeah.
until the reset, because it's just like, oh, well, I guess we're gonna get a glimpse into what their plans were before they changed everything, and like
Yeah.
what even this film is going to be, and whether it's going to be quality, and like whether it's going to make money. Because all I think you can gauge from like the box office of this film and just the general response to it is like, man, DC is like not. It just ain't worth much, like in the eyes of the public.
Not really, no.
It's not really a draw. And I
No.
feel like this says a lot about how little anybody actually cared about Shazam. All the people saying it was good, but nobody has anything to say about it. The first film.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And nobody really cared about this one either. People said, yeah, it's good, it's fun, but you couldn't say anything. You couldn't tell anybody anything about it. And this film was even more so got that problem than that one. In a week, nobody will be talking about it. It'll be done. It'll be over.
Gotta get this episode out on
Yeah.
Moolah quickly before people are like, wait, you covered Shazam?
Oh, wait, yeah. I don't
Shazam.
care about Shazam anymore. John Wick's coming out and Resident Evil 4 and Mario.
Yay! Resident Evil. Woo.
This film's like those Doctor Who aliens, who you look at them and then you turn away and you forget that they exist.
The silence.
Yes, the silence. This is the silence of films.
It's really bad.
Yeah.
It suffers from, it's like you said, Muller, it's pretty much all of the pretty standard problems that something can suffer from. It has them in multiple different ways as well. It's kind of fascinating. What I think you said it a few times, Rags, as well. Like, what does this script even look like? Like, what is it What is the process that results in this kind of script?
I legitimately don't know. You would think that somebody would give a shit. Like somebody would check in. Somebody like if you were dropping like $100 million or whatever on a movie, you think that you'd be watching over it like a hawk.
Mm.
You'd have your eyes on the script and all the production elements and everything like that. I mean, especially the script. You think you'd have guys there every day in the writer's room making sure that it all, worked together, but they just didn't give a fuck. It's like they just said, "Oh crap, you got to write the
Well,
script
just
in an
make the
afternoon."
Shazam movie, and we'll get some people to write the Shazam movie. Yeah, okay, cool. We got a script.
Writing
for it.
doesn't
Let's go
sell.
shoot it.
Superheroes and CGI sells.
But that's
Ooh.
I mean, it doesn't sell is the lesson that's being learned right now by Hollywood is, oh shit, like this isn't just a sure thing making superhero films. It's gonna reach the point where, when we're talking about like the films that are coming out this year, it wouldn't surprise me if the Mario movie makes $1 billion. And that'll be like the most successful film of the year up to this point, beating out like big Marvel films and I guess a relatively biggish DC film.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me either.
And following as well, the likes of Black Panther not crossing $1 billion, the continually deteriorating viewership of like Star Wars right now, where Mando season 3 had a premiere numbers like lower than Book of Boba Fett and Obi-Wan Kenobi. Like, damn, man. What's going on, guys? Yeah, well, it's not very worthwhile. So yeah,
this is Gotham Knights,
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, Gotham Knights.
It does feel like they're just they're just trying to get out like everything they had like pre-gun, pre-buyout sort of thing, just kind of trying to get it out as fast as possible, just so they can.
There's too much money, like in these projects. Aquaman probably costs like $250 million. You got to release it. Got to try and make some money back.
What's weird is
like,
so if do you think that the Flash will do the reset in the movie itself?
Nope.
Because, like,
nah,
you don't think so?
I don't think so. I think that they're kind of being very coy about what the reset actually looks like for this year. I don't think it will have anything to do with anything that they've set up before. It'll just be like we start here, like just sort of mentally, I guess, or almost on a meta level.
I think you're probably right, because you would think from a writing perspective, you'd probably want to use the magical bullshit powers that the Flash has to do the reset in the story itself. But then you would undermine Aquaman at the box office.
You undermine that, and I guess Blue Beetle as well. But more for me, it would be like, I don't want any attachment to this universe, like not in any way, shape, or form.
Get rid of it.
This is
completely excise it like a tumor. Just get rid of it. But what's there to save? Like, are there 3 good characters in this entire cinematic universe that are worth even holding on to?
Dude, most people don't talk about
if we could transplant them into
actors.
The new thing.
That's what people talk about.
Yeah,
because there's no fucking characters that we're trying to save.
Like Margot Robbie and stuff.
Yeah.
No, get rid of her too, please. Get rid of her too, please. First on the chopping block.
No, I think James Gunn really likes working with Margot Robbie, right? So that's the thing, though. I don't think he can pick and choose. I think he has to get rid of everything. I think it would actually be kind of unfair to a lot of actors to just pick the ones that you want to, the individual ones you want to keep while getting rid of others.
Yeah.
I mean,
if you can't get
Henry Cavill,
Superman, if you can't get Cavill to come back when he's like the one that people want to come back the most, it seems.
I would say from the beginning. Yeah, I don't think it's fair. You got to start over again.
Yeah.
Anyway,
see, I've also heard people saying, "Oh, they're going to keep Ezra Miller." I really don't think they would admit that they're not going to keep Ezra Miller for the movie. Exactly.
The only source on that is literally a source that says, "Trust me, bro," along with a bunch of unrelated information. It is the clickbaitiest of clickbaity titles, but people are treating it as fact because no one fucking clicks the articles that they're reacting to anymore.
No, you just look at the headline. Oh, well, that's got to be true.
Yeah.
I think that they're just going to be very vague. It's the reason why we haven't heard about any like actual Wonder Woman film as part of, Chapter 1, which just seems like if you're doing a reset, you're doing Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, like obviously, but like maybe there is a Wonder Woman film, but you don't feel like you can talk about it until Flash is out. And same with like Aquaman, what are the plans with Aquaman or Flash or whatever? It's like, well, you don't want to talk about that before the film that costs like $300 million comes out.
Well, that's the awkward thing, right? They have to still sell these films before
Yep.
they can get to the new stuff. So they have to kind of toe the line before they can
But
finally be completely honest with it.
for as much as that's the case, they still want these new films out by 2025, which is not very
Yeah.
far away. We're going to be finding out about people getting cast for these roles this year, or
Yeah.
like production timelines this year, while all of these films are coming out. Because to some extent, you don't want to wait. You want to get these films done. You want to get new DC films out there, but hopefully they're not in too much of a rush and then screw everything up again.
Yeah. Well, the good thing is, I think after the Flash, there's only 2 more that were
Yeah, Blue
already.
Beetle and Aquaman. That's it.
Yeah.
And then it's
So
over.
yeah, then it's over. Thank God.
And then the first project of DC Studios is Creature
Superman Legacy?
Commandos.
Oh, is it Creature Commandos? Okay.
That comes out first, and then Waller, I think, and then Superman. Which, by the way, nah, Superman's first. I don't know why
Yeah.
you would do it like that. Sorry, this is just turning into rambling about a thing that doesn't even exist yet. The point
Yeah.
is, DC, it's like the twilight of DCEU, and what a shitty
Yeah.
twilight it's turning out to
Yeah.
be.
Yeah.
Just
Too
a
bad.
slow, painful death. Like,
Yeah. The future of DC is very uncertain at the moment, so it's the
But
best
hey!
shape it's been in years.
Marvel's is looking pretty bad, so you know they've got good company.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
we got some good eating ready, boys. We're gonna really be feasting on all these amazing superhero
Hey,
films.
at least we got Guardians
yum.
3. You know, at least there's
Yeah.
that.
That's right.
And then right
Yeah.
now,
Fingers crossed.
Blood Pipe.
Oh, I mean,
Yeah,
the
fingers crossed.
big thing that's on the way that I'm excited for is RE4 remake. It's getting all the kinds
Yeah.
of ratings you would want.
Yeah, baby.
All signs
Yeah,
point
it's
to good
94
right
on
now.
Metacritic.
A really great demo,
Please.
and everyone's scores are really high. So it's like, ooh,
Yeah.
And
Gip,
that's,
gip, gip.
Yeah, that's exciting.
be soon enough. What I was gonna say, that kind of wraps the stream. So what we'll do first is give Cap, Metal, and Meme a chance to talk a little bit about what they're up to, whatever that may be. Cap, why don't you go first?
Devs episode 4. It's coming. It's almost done. Look forward to that.
Nice.
That's all I have for now.
Well, you also did a
Gonna be-
stream
it's
in
go-
case people didn't hear about it the last time it was
Oh
made.
yeah.
We talked
We
with
did
myself,
4
the Rag,
streams. Yes.
and the Fringled about Banshees of Inisherin, and Elvis.
Correct. And it was a swell time. Go check that out. Also, we did a
It was
stream.
good.
Oh, my dog's barking like crazy because someone's shooting fireworks off, even though it's just a
Why?
random day. I don't know.
Because it's Saturday.
Saturday.
Woo!
Driving me
What else you gonna do on
crazy.
Saturday?
American
No, we
tradition.
also did a stream talking about All Quiet on the Western Front and what's the other one? Top Gun Maverick with
Top
the
Gun
other
Maverick.
2 guests on this panel,
Whoa.
Metal and Meme. Go check that out.
True.
What a coincidence.
Neato.
Coinky
And
dink.
if you-
Wowee.
Yeah, good times. Go check those out.
Metal, what are you doing?
Hello. I'm working on a thing, a scripted thing. Yes, I am actually doing a scripted video again, and it's I'm redrafting right now. I'm gonna start recording soon. I'm not gonna say what it is yet. I thought I might today, but I think I need some more redrafts. So not yet. But there's gonna be a Metal's Forge again next week on John Wick 4 on Sunday. And that's what I'm up to. And Resident Evil Force Trumbles.
The 404 era for the Metal channel I linked in description. I will sort that out. Code, I
Ooh.
guess. Don't know why that's happening.
Metal's canceled.
Yeah, I think mine has one as well because I think it's the @ thing because it's not actually linking to. I don't know.
Yeah, those links like to break at some point.
Ah,
Sometimes it's weird. I don't
Mine
know why.
works
Yeah.
because I'm great and amazing.
Meme, what are you up to?
So I've been so there's a stream that I've been trying to get out since November that's been like very research heavy and very clip heavy. It's a tribute to Kevin Conroy. It's 98% done. I'm just trying to find. I got COVID on vacation, unfortunately, so I've been rebuilding every part. Like I got really sick, so I had to rebuild my energy, and now I'm rebuilding my voice and routines. So I just got to find the energy and the spoons to put in to put the final pieces together, and then I'll do a little dress rehearsal for that one to make sure everything gets passed, and then we'll be good to go on that. So in there is a countdown timer on my channel. Ignore that. I have to keep pushing that forward because I can't be fucked to delete it and then put it up again. So yeah, so that will be out when it's out. I'll probably change the title to No For Realsies when it finally comes. But yeah, so that's what I'm working on at the moment. So that'll come when it comes.
Very well. Exciting stuff. Bring it,
Yeah.
Rags. Anything you guys wanted?
I am probably tomorrow going to be finished with a script for a video. So that's exciting. After the script is finished, of course, the video proper will begin to assemble itself. I'm not sure how long that will be. I'm probably going to be putting a decent amount of work into this. And I think that certainly the EFAP audiences will really like it. And I think that my own will as well on my own channel. But I'm just working away. Things are getting done. And I'm, yeah, look out for more updates potentially.
I'm just in the dungeon working. I'm working on episode 3, Mando, working on the video. Yeah, so Mando episode 3 is next up. Coming to you this week, probably.
Yeah, general EFAP update. As you guys know, The Last of Us is finished. All 9 of those have been edited up into a supercut, and that'll be premiering next week. We're going to try and do that with every TV show we end up finishing. But of course, same time, Mando is running, and we have the hopes of Gotham Knights running at the same time. And the funniest part of it all is that Batwoman is still actually running as well. So technically, 4 TV shows. One of them's just about to end, and the rest still continuing. And then, of course, Minis being dropped out for Super Chat catch-up. And I still want to try and organize us recording a meme fab when we can. And yeah, plenty of things on the way. So we're still ahead episodes-wise. So next week, there won't be an EFAP. There will instead be that Last of Us Supercut. And me and Rags and Frank will probably spend the day doing catch-up instead. You know, use the opportunity of being too far ahead to catch up with stuff that's falling behind. Mathematics, something. And then that means John Wick and RE4 come out. And so we'll do John Wick the following week. We'll talk all about it, I imagine. But you know, if you wanted to hear us earlier than that, it was very well likely that we'll be on the Forge with Metal on it. I don't know who or what or why exactly who was going to be there. Who knows? I'm just saying that's probably a good place to get opinions for earlier. And then the week after that would be RE4, so that gives 2 weeks of space for everybody to play the fuck out of that game, because that's going to be one we're going to want to talk about the details of extensively.
Very excited.
Yes.
Which also means you'll be seeing streams from myself, presumably Fringy and Metal, not 100% sure.
Barring any technical problems, yeah.
And I know that Plenty and like you know, like Az and Drinker and stuff, they're all going to be streaming it. So that's going to be a game that just everybody streams, because Resident Evil 4,
Well,
kind
it's
of,
like
kind of a
Dead Space.
well-known game, you know.
People will not know where to watch first. There's gonna be probably like 5 streams at the same time at some point.
Watch them all at
Choice
once.
paralysis.
Mark will be
Yeah.
streaming it too, I imagine. Yeah, that's probably true. And John, I maybe,
Yeah.
I don't.
He might be,
All of
yeah.
them.
So yeah, another gaming fap on the way. And once all of those things are out and done, I mean, it's kind of been insane lately. There's been like an average of 1 video per 2 to 3 days on EFAP, the Moolah channel.
Yeah, there has, guys.
In a rush.
Yeah.
There's still
I
some
hope
people...
I hope that it's not that you're like, yes, this is normal.
No, yeah, it's not normal. I think a lot of stuff's been coming out. And try to work on mainline stuff as well. It's you know how it is. But yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, we passed 100 days worth of EFAP.
Oh,
too,
boy.
apparently.
Total AFAP.
Well.
Oh my god.
My God.
Wonderful.
Good golly, Miss Molly.
Celebratory. But yeah, that's that, I suppose.
Where's my clown horn?
Thank you all
Oh,
so
no, the
much
clown horn.
for
Picking my feet
watching.
down
I'm
time.
proud of you guys for actually being able to maybe remember the film while we
And
were
now
here.
it's getting flushed from my brain.
And now
I'm gonna-
off it goes.
Welcome
We're
to
freeing up
forget.
some space.
I will release it into the ether.
Bye,
Yeah.
Shazam, Fury of the Gods.
Goodbye.
And
You
goodbye.
are something.
And
to the
goodbye to
stream.
you, Chad runners. Chad.
Thank you so
Chad.
much for the
Bye-bye.
kind
You're the real
donations, friendly
Goodbye
messages.
to you
Yeah,
all.
bye.
We will see you next time.
Beep bop, I'm a bop.
Bye.
Shazam all over the place.
Magic fire.
I am evil.
Seaman.